Once upon a time, there was a tragic girl. Stop right there. Wasn't this supposed to be a sweet romance with satisfying revenge? Let's start over. This girl was called Mu Juicy, the young lady of a general's family, heaven's favorite, with a clear sense of love and hate. In her previous life, she was framed by villains, leading to her entire family's execution. With a heart full of hatred, she fell into reincarnation. After completing 5,000 dimensional tasks, she finally got a chance to be reborn. This time, she not only came back but also brought a cheat system. Now, let's see how she takes revenge on the scum. The story of her previous life begins on a snowy winter day. At the execution ground, the entire Mu family was kneeling. The crowd below discussed how the once glorious Mu family had fallen to this fate. It was their own fault. Treason is a grave crime. A man with a determined face walked towards Mu Juicy. This man was her cousin Lin Ziqian, whom she had been infatuated with and betrothed since childhood. Lin Ziqian grabbed Mu Juicy's hair, forcing her to look to the side. He wanted her to witness her parents' execution. Mu Juicy couldn't bear it anymore. She broke free and grabbed the sword from Lin Ziqian's waist. "May you die a horrible death." But Mu Juicy had never trained in swordsmanship, and Lin Ziqian quickly took it back. He raised the sword and cruelly swung at Mu Juicy. "You bitch, I was going to spare your life, but since you insist on dying, I'll grant your wish." As she was dying, Mu Juicy recalled the foolish things she had done in this life. She had been deceived by Lin's family's sweet words, causing the Mu family's downfall. Without the Mu family support, the Lin family would have been beggars long ago. "In this life, I couldn't recognize my enemies. If there's a next life, I must become stronger. I'll personally send those who hurt the Mu family to hell." First, congratulations on completing 5,000 dimensional tasks. You've earned one chance to be reborn. Do you want to go back for revenge now? Facing the system's prompt, Mu Juicy, now hardened by numerous difficult tasks in her reincarnations, replied without hesitation, yes. In the general's mansion, Mu Juicy opened her hazy eyes on the bed. She sat up, still dizzy from being reborn. As she was rubbing her forehead, her maid Akian approached with water. Seeing Mu Juicy awake, Akian was so excited that she dropped the water basin. She threw herself at Mu Juicy. "Young miss, you're finally awake. I thought you'd never wake up." Juicy struggled to push away the wailing maid pressing on her. "I'm awake, but I'm about to be crushed to death." Then she noticed her hands. "Why are my hands so small?" Realizing she had been reborn as a child, Mu Juicy went crazy. "System, come out. Wasn't this supposed to be a rebirth? Why am I so small?" With a whoosh, the system cheat Mu Juicy brought from her reincarnations by Wanzi appeared. Facing the furious Mu Juicy, Bai Wanzi rubbed its round belly and stammered well. "There seems to have been a slight positioning error. We're a bit early." "A bit." Mu Juicy's head started to ache. "I came back for revenge. What can I do like this? This is the most ridiculous rebirth I've ever seen." In her previous life, she suffered greatly, her family framed and executed, all because she mistakenly gave her heart to her wolf-like cousin. After completing 5,000 dimensional tasks to earn a chance at rebirth, she ended up back in her childhood. Looking at her weak body, Mu Juicy was at a loss. How could she carry out her revenge plan like this? Suddenly remembering Akian's surprise reaction when she woke up, she turned and asked, "Akian, why did I faint?" Akian looked scared. "Young miss, you forgot. You chased young Master Lin to Wanghua Tower. Then someone suddenly pushed you down the stairs." Young Master. That was exactly what Mu Juicy was thinking about. A cousin brought her back to reality. Lin Ziqian. Lin Ziqian ran over, grabbed Mu Juicy's hand, and expressed his fake concern. "Cousin, you're finally awake. You don't know how worried I've been while you were unconscious." Facing this enemy from her past life, Mu Juicy wanted to jump up and strangle him. She disgustedly pulled her hand away. "Cousin, have you been waiting at our door daily to see when I die?" Lin Ziqian continued his act, saying it was all his fault and he'd accept any punishment from Mu Juicy. Mu Juicy thought that there must be someone behind Lin Ziqian and his father. She'd investigate thoroughly before slowly taking revenge for her past life. But for now, she couldn't let this scum off easy. Suddenly, he came up with a good idea. Then, he called Ah Qian over with a smile and quietly instructed her to prepare something. While Ah Qian was confused and preparing what Mu Jusi wanted, Mu Jusi began to plead with Lin Ziqian. "Cousin, do you know, I begged the immortal grandfather in my dream, and that's why I woke up. But he said there's one condition." Lin Ziqian thought to himself that it probably wasn't anything good, but he still asked reluctantly, "What condition?" Mu Jusi raised the corners of her mouth. "Miss, the thing is here." Ah Qian came in carrying a terribly smelly chamber pot with both hands. The chamber pot was so ugly that even though Ah Qian had tied a handkerchief over her face as protection, it was still an eyesore. Lin Ziqian was also overwhelmed by the stench and loudly scolded the maid. "Don't you know the rules? Why did you bring the chamber pot in here?" Mu Jusi continued. "The immortal grandfather said that I fell into a coma because there were too many impurities in my body. After waking up, someone with utmost sincerity must help me eliminate the impurities for a full recovery. That means someone needs to help me empty the chamber pot and then scrub it with mugwort 81 times. Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqian completely lost it. "Jusi, did you hit your head? You want me to scrub the chamber pot for you? Dream on." Jusi still pretended to look innocent. "What can I do?" The immortal grandfather said, "It must be done by my destined other half." As she spoke, she stroked her chin and pretended to say helplessly, "If cousin is unwilling, I can only break off the engagement and find someone who is willing." Lin Ziqian was stunned. The engagement with Mu Jusi was the key to his social advancement. There was no way he could break it off. In the courtyard, a scrubbing sound could be heard. By the walkway, Lin Ziqian was miserably scrubbing the chamber pot, with someone sent by Mu Jusi standing nearby to supervise. Passing servants whispered among themselves, "I heard that young Master Lin was caught visiting a brothel by the young miss a few days ago. This must be his punishment for angering her. Better to be a poor husband than a rich son-in-law." Young Master Lin insisted on pursuing Miss Mu. His days ahead will be tough. Lin Ziqian, who was already in a foul mood, lost control upon hearing the gossip. He wanted to kick the chamber pot, shouting, "I won't scrub anymore." After kicking it, he was still not satisfied and tried to step on it. As a result, he not only slipped but also broke the chamber pot. Faced with this situation, the supervisor was prepared. He took out another chamber pot from the side, saying if one breaks, use another. Still 81 times to go. Meanwhile, in the room, Mu Jusi and Bai Wanzi were watching all this through a holographic projection. They were laughing their heads off. Then, she stood up and said to Bai Wanzi, "Let's go. We've seen enough of this show. Let's find my father." Next, she stood up and said to Bai Wanzi, "Let's go. We've seen enough. Let's find my father." Who will Mu Jusi meet in her father's study? Let's look forward to it. As the ancients say, if you love him, make him scrub the chamber pot. Of course, this ancient is none other than the young lady Mu Jusi before us. Reborn into her childhood, she was determined to avenge her previous life. Now, her wolf-like cousin was miserably scrubbing the chamber pot under the threat of breaking off their engagement. After teaching her cousin a lesson, she brought by Wanzi to find her father in his study. As she opened the door to the study, her father, who was receiving guests, was a bit surprised by her sudden arrival. At this moment, Jusi's heart was full of melancholy. In her previous life, she had violated her entire family. Now she could see her father again. She flew into her father's arms, burying her head in his embrace. Her father looked at his daughter and gently asked why she suddenly came. Jusi, with her head buried in her father's chest, said, "Jusi wanted to see father." Suddenly, a voice came from the side. "The daughter raised by General Mu is indeed extraordinary. So filial at such a young age." Only then did Jusi realize there were others in the study. This person was the emperor's brother, the carefree Prince Su Huaibei. Her usually stern father rarely showed affection in front of others and was a bit embarrassed. Jusi began to recall. At this time, natural disasters and man-made calamities were frequent. The carefree prince had failed in managing flood control in Huangzhou and was left disabled. Father had pleaded for him, but was punished along with him. The Mu family also began to lose favor in the emperor's heart. "I need to find a way to remind this carefree prince." She climbed down from her father's arms and went to the prince. First, she curtsied. Then she suddenly looked at Su Huaibei with regret, saying, "Ah, what a pity." Su Huaibei was curious about her behavior and asked, "Little girl, why are you looking at me with such regretful eyes?" Mu Jusi revealed a mischievous smile. "If your highness wants to know, perhaps you could grant this subject's daughter a request." Suddenly, a pair of large hands lifted Mu Jusi up. "Nanan, Don't be disrespectful. Her father took his daughter and apologized to the prince for her lack of manners. Su Huaibei, however, was interested in what the little girl had to say. It's all right, speak. What does Miss Mu want me to do? I haven't thought it through yet. May I tell your highness when I've decided? The prince looked at this little girl, unsure of what she was up to, but just smiled and agreed. Mu Jusi still felt uneasy, so she extended her pinky finger to make a pinky promise with the prince. Su Juanbei found it amusing and thought this little girl was really interesting. He also extended his pinky finger. As their hands touched, he said, "Little girl, you're lucky. This is the first time I've made a pinky promise with anyone." In the evening, in Mu Jusi's room, Bai Wanzi, squinting, told Mu Jusi that since coming to this world, his powers seemed to have weakened. But he loyally added that he could still protect Mu Jusi. Mu Jusi remained silent. After 5,000 worlds, who knows who's protecting whom? Just as the exposed by Wanzi was about to go crazy, suddenly a maid named Lufu came from outside. In her previous life, it was Lufu who repeatedly arranged meetings between her and Lin Ziqian. At first, Mu Jusi thought it was just deep loyalty between master and servant or sisterly affection. She never expected that in the end, it would also be Lufu who led people to raid the Mu family mansion. Lufu respectfully told Mu Jusi that the master was waiting for her outside. "Lin Yushan, my dear uncle, I haven't even gone looking for him, and he's delivered himself to my door." About to face her greatest enemy from her previous life, how will Mu Jusi react? How does it feel when your mortal enemy from a past life comes looking for you? Mu Jusi, who had been reborn, originally planned to find those who had harmed her entire family in her previous life, leading to their execution and her being sold as a slave. He was quite perceptive, sending a servant to call her out secretly. Of course, at this time, he had no idea that Mu Jusi carried the memories of her past life. Arriving at the door, Mu Jusi looked around, but didn't see Lin Yushan. Suddenly, a ball whooshed by. Fortunately, Mu Jusi was prepared. She quickly dodged, avoiding it. The person who came was Lin Yushan's daughter, the second young lady of the Lin family, Lin Zijing. She approached angrily, apparently upset about being tricked by Mu Jusi into scrubbing her brother's chamber pot. Facing the aggressive Lin Zijing, Mu Jusi didn't back down at all. She kicked the ball at her feet. "This is the Mu family home, not the Lin family. Just try to touch me and see what happens." Lin Zijing hadn't expected Mu Jusi to dare stand up to her now. Previously, because she liked Lin Zijing's brother, Mu Jusi had always endured her provocations. "Mu Jusi, what are you so proud of? Isn't this my aunt's house?" Hearing Lin Zijing mention her mother, Mu Jusi's anger flared up instantly. She kicked the ball back hard. "When you publicly humiliated my mother in my previous life, did you remember she was your aunt?" The ball hit Lin Zijing squarely in the face. She fell to the ground, crying and holding her face. Bai Wanzi hurriedly went out to stop her. Calm down, calm down. Directly killing someone will be punished by the system." Mu Jusi tried to calm her rage while telling herself it wasn't time to deal with the Lin family yet. She needed to play the long game to catch the big fish. "What's going on?" A familiar voice sounded from behind. Mu Jusi didn't need to look to know who was behind her. She silently clenched her fists. Seeing her father, Lin Zijing cried and complained to Lin Yushan, asking him to stand up for her. To please Mu Jusi, Lin Yushan showed no mercy to his own daughter. He sternly reprimanded her, telling Lin Zijing not to embarrass both families here. Then, he turned to pat Jusi's head, comforting her before preparing to have servants take her back to rest. Jusi bluntly said, "My maids follow only my orders." "Uncle, you're quite domineering. No wonder cousin dares to bully me here. She must have learned it from you." Lin Yushan was stunned. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this little girl? She's much sharper than before. She used to be easily manipulated. This attitude doesn't bode well for the Lin family. He thought Mu Jusi was still angry about Lin Zijing, so he quickly tried to appease her to go back and rest, while also scolding Lin Zijing. Just as Lin Yushan was about to make a hasty retreat, the sound of approaching hoofbeats was heard. "Uncle, where are you going?" It turned out to be Jusi's eldest brother Mu Yank and second brother Mu Hongwen. Mu Hongwen wouldn't let Lin Yushan off easily. He pretended to cordially invite Lin Yushan into the mansion. Lin Yushan reluctantly agreed, inwardly cursing his bad luck. It seemed he was in for trouble today. As the eldest brother was ushering Lin Yushan into the mansion, Mu Hongwen turned to look at his little sister, teasing Jusi, who's usually so close to Lin Yushan. "What trick are you up to now?" Mu Jusi hugged her brother tightly. I'm not up to any tricks. Mu Hongwen, seeing his sister being affectionate towards him for the first time, suddenly burst into tears. Jusi continued to confess to her brother that she no longer liked Lin Ziqian and wouldn't do those disgraceful things that embarrassed the Mu family anymore. Mu Hongwen pretended to dislike Jusi, but secretly sighed. Faced with his only sister cuddling up to him, all he could do was indulge her. As for Lin Yushan, would he face the dangerous banquet he feared? What exactly happened to this girl, who used to be so distant from her family? What could have caused such a change in her behavior? Upon seeing her father and brothers, the first thing she did was rush over and hug them tightly. Her name is Mu Jusi. In her previous life, she trusted the wrong people, leading to her family's downfall. After experiencing 5,000 worlds, she has returned to her childhood. Seeing her family, she's overwhelmed with emotion, naturally hugging each one she sees. Of course, just being close to her family isn't enough. The most urgent matter now is to break off the engagement with her wolf-like cousin. At this moment, Lin Yushan is sitting uncomfortably at the table, flanked by Jusi's two brothers. The eldest brother, Mu Yanka, launches the first attack. He pulls out a summons from behind him. It turns out Lin Yushan's son, Lin Ziqian, had been frequenting brothels, running up debts, and assaulting people. He's been reported to the authorities. Luckily, Mu Yanka intercepted the summons. Otherwise, Lin Ziqian would have been locked up for a few years. Then the eldest brother produces a marriage annulment agreement. Uncle, just sign this, and we'll help your son settle this matter. Lin Yushan can't possibly let go of this big fish from the Mu family. He immediately becomes hostile. You're going too far. I won't sign this time. The engagement was arranged by our elders. What right do you youngsters have to speak on this? I want to see your grandmother. Who wants to see this old woman? Lin Yushan turns to see the old lady being supported by two maids. He quickly bows, stating that marriage is a serious matter and can't be broken off so easily. The old lady lovingly strokes Jusi's neck, saying whether to break it off or not depends on Jusi's wishes. She solemnly asks her granddaughter, "Darling, do you want to break off this engagement?" Before Jusi can answer, Lin Yushan quickly interjects, "Darling, don't you like Ziqian the most? If he's locked up, or if I sign this, you won't be able to marry him." Mu Jusi doesn't even want to look at this little schemer. At a time like this, you're still trying to trick me. Do you think I'm still the fool I was in my past life? She says without hesitation, "I want to break it off." Hearing this, Lin Yushan panics. He tries to rush over to persuade Jusi, but is blocked by Mu Hongwen. Mu Hongwen secretly rejoices. Thankfully, Jusi voluntarily gave up. Lin Ziqian was never worthy of marrying into the Mu family. It was only because of Jusi's fondness for him that they couldn't refuse him. Jusi buries herself in her grandmother's embrace, complaining about how badly this father and son have treated her. Her grandmother quickly comforts her. It's all right, it's all right. If you don't want to marry, you won't marry." She then glances at Lin Yushan, asking, "What are you waiting for? Sign it." Lin Yushan silently fumes, resenting his useless son and hating the Mu family for ruining his advantageous position. Reluctantly, he signs the marriage annulment agreement. As he leaves in anger, Jusi watches his retreating figure, silently worrying. In her past life, the Mu family was so good to them, yet they still met a tragic end. Now that they've fallen out, she fears they will plot against the Mu family even more meticulously. Besides investigating who's behind them, she needs to find a powerful backer for the Mu family. Who will Mu Jusi choose as their backer? We'll reveal it in the next episode. The reborn little girl sets aside her grudges and invites her past enemies to a banquet, all to cancel her engagement with her wolf-like cousin. After Uncle Lin Yushan signs and seals the annulment agreement and leaves in anger, Mu Jusi knows this schemer will only plot more carefully against the Mu family in the future. The only solution now is to find a powerful backer for her family. Late at night, inside Prince Xiaoyao's mansion, a small figure opens the door to Su Juanbei's bedroom. To her disappointment, she finds the room empty. Unable to see the handsome man, Mu Jusi feels let down. The system quietly warns its host about her improper thoughts. Warning, warning. Caught in her thoughts, Mu Jusi covers her head. "I was just thinking." A voice comes from behind Miss Mu. Startled, Jusi tries to appear calm as she hops onto a stool and crosses her legs. In her imagination, she looks like a boss. In reality, it's not that she lacks charm, but she's far from looking imposing. Su Juanbei, seeing this little girl trying to act composed, chuckles and asks, "Why is Miss Mu in my chambers?" Mu Jusi crosses her arms and says seriously, I came to find you. Of course I'm in your room. Su Juanbei sits down nearby. He asks with interest, what brings Miss Mu to see me so late at night? Juicy slaps the table. I'm here to tell you that I've broken off my engagement. You can come to my family to propose now. Faced with this brazen little girl, Su Juanbei can't help but laugh. Do you know how old I am? Your father would never agree. Juicy puts her hands on her hips, insisting that age doesn't matter. As long as the prince treats her well, her father won't mind. Su Juanbei asks in return, then why me? Because you're handsome, the little girl says without hesitation. Su Juanbei wasn't fooled by her sweet talk. He continued to ask, why should this prince marry you? You're like this now. I'd have to wait several years for you. Why not just marry someone who's already grown up? Mu Juicy patted her chest and continued to persuade him. I'm useful to you. I could be a great help. Besides, I grow fast. Just feed me well, and I'll be grown up in 2 years. Su Juanbei secretly laughed. This little girl was becoming more and more interesting. He asked what Juicy could do for him. Juicy immediately perked up. She changed her demeanor, claiming she could tell fortunes and help the prince avoid an inevitable disaster. Then she picked up a sword and began analyzing the current court situation on the table. Currently, there's a severe flood in Huangzhou. Only sending someone representing the royal family can appease the people. This task will fall on the prince, but the prince mustn't go. There's a risk of breaking his leg. The prince was secretly shocked. His royal brother had just talked to him about this today, indeed intending to send him to Huangzhou. How do you know about this? Juicy knew that if she honestly said she was reborn, the prince wouldn't believe her. So she started being mysterious again. I just know. Su Juanbei saw through her act. Seeing that Juicy wasn't going to tell the truth, he asked how to avoid the disaster. Juicy put on a mysterious act, asking the prince to come closer. But when the confused Su Juanbei leaned in, she suddenly put a piece of preserved fruit in his mouth, telling him the solution was to propose to her family. Su Juanbei thought Mu Juicy was just joking and didn't take it seriously. Juicy, disregarding all propriety, buried her face in Su Juanbei's chest. The prince is gentle and handsome. Only a fool would regret this. You've eaten my preserved fruit, so you can't go back on your word now. The prince carefully pushed away this clingy little girl. Let me take you back first. Juicy urgently insisted that everything she said was true. The prince stroked Juicy's soft hair, saying seriously, I believe you. But court affairs, that are not something a little girl like you can influence. Let's end this here. Don't mention it again in the future. After saying this, he picked up Juicy, covered her small body with a cloak, and ordered his servants not to speak of tonight's events. At this moment, Juicy was very frustrated. Why wouldn't he believe her? But this also ignited her desire to conquer. She leaned on Su Juanbei's shoulder. Man, you've caught my attention. I'm determined to marry you. This little girl snuck into the prince's bedroom late at night, actually asking him to propose to her family. Mu Juicy, reborn into her childhood, faced with the enemies from her past life who schemed against her family, came up with the idea of relying on Prince Xiaoyao, Su Juanbei, as her powerful backer. Although her request for Su Juanbei to propose to her family was temporarily rejected, it also ignited Mu Juicy's desire to conquer. She secretly vowed to marry this man from her past. Late at night, the Lin residence was in an uproar. It turned out that Lin Ziqian's creditors had come to collect debts. The creditor produced an IOU, clearly stating 200,000 taels of silver. Either the Lin family pays now, or Lin Ziqian would be taken away. Lin Ziqian panicked when he heard this. He only owed 20,000 taels. Someone must be framing him. He hurriedly said he could go find Mu Juicy, who would surely help him. What Mu Juicy? Lin Yushan angrily gripped the marriage annulment agreement. Only now did he understand that this was all the Mu family's plan, a trap to buy time, forge IOUs, and suddenly break off the engagement. At this moment, Mu Juicy was watching everything happening at the Lin residence through a projection. Seeing Lin Yushan's teeth-grinding expression of hatred, she couldn't help but worry that the Lin family would lash out like mad dogs. Suddenly, the candle by the window went out. There was a thud outside the door. Baiwanzi immediately became alert. Host, there's something unusual outside. Is the situation developing so quickly? Juicy lifted her skirt and carefully jumped out of the window to see what was happening. At this time, a slender figure appeared on the wall of the Mu residence. It was Prince Xiaoyao Su Juanbei. He had originally come to discuss matters with Mu Yuanzong, but unconsciously found himself near Juxi's quarters. Standing on the wall, he saw several suspicious figures at Juxi's door, conspiring about something. Lin Zijin impatiently asked outside the door, "Why is there no sound? Did we not release enough snakes? You two useless people, don't tell me you messed this up." One of the maids held up an empty basket, saying they had released plenty. A whole basket full, all released into Juxi's room. She definitely couldn't escape. Only then did Lin Zijin feel reassured. She smugly crossed her arms. "That bitch Mu Juxi, publicly humiliating me and embarrassing my father and brother. Releasing some poisonous snakes is letting her off easy. Hey, seen enough." A voice from behind startled the group at the door. It was Mu Juxi. Lin Zijin asked nervously, "How are you here? Shouldn't you be inside?" Juxi calmly said, "Lin Zijin, you've always liked to cling to me and oppose me since we were little. I thought you liked me." Lin Zijin was instantly enraged. She shouted loudly, "Mu Juxi, have you no shame?" The maid beside her hurriedly tried to dissuade her, suggesting they leave quickly before alerting anyone. Mu Juxi wouldn't let them off easily. She continued to provoke, "Lin Zijin, you coward. Brave enough to release snakes, but not brave enough to stay." Lin Zijin was always concerned about face. How could she tolerate such provocation? She lunged at Mu Juxi, yelling, "I'll tear your mouth apart." Mu Juxi nimbly died. Lin Zijin instantly fell to the ground. She had truly lost face today. Lin Zijin simply sat on the ground and started crying. Shui Junbei watched all of this. He had thought the little girl might struggle, but it seemed he worried for nothing. Nanny approached, holding a lantern. It was Mu Juxi's mother and Xiaoji. Seeing her aunt, Lin Zijin quickly tried to accuse first, saying Mu Juxi pushed her. Juxi immediately turned on her acting skills. She pretended to be scared, telling her mother that Lin Zijin released snakes into her room. Lin Xiaoji, upon hearing this, hurriedly sent someone to check. She hugged her tearful daughter, softly comforting her. As Lin Zijin tried to argue further, a guard behind her came out holding a bag of snakes. Lin Xiaoji turned and glared sternly at Lin Zijin. So young, yet so vicious. Someone, summon the Lin family's first and second masters. This is the most vicious girl I've ever seen. Just because her cousin didn't yield to her public provocation, making her lose face, she actually had someone release a whole basket of venomous snakes into her room. Fortunately, Mu Juxi noticed early, and her mother arrived in time. Lin Xiaoji, seeing her niece being so cruel, had to send someone to invite the Lin family's first and second masters over. Lin Zijin panicked immediately. Her uncle was known for his strict principles. If he found out, she'd be in big trouble. Lin Xiaoji ignored Lin Zijin's pleas and gently sent Mu Juxi back to her room. She turned around, thinking to herself that they had been too lenient with Lin Yushan's family before. It was time to let them know their place. Shui Juanbei, watching from the wall, was finally relieved to see the matter resolved. The next day, while Mu Juxi was sleeping soundly, drooling, Aegean hurriedly woke her up. It was Juxi's birthday banquet today. Her father, the general, had rushed back after 3 nights of travel. He had returned before dawn and was now entertaining guests. Juxi sprang up from bed. "Father's back." Axie nodded yes, and the young masters are all back too. "They're waiting for you, miss." Juxi, while washing her face, asked about last night's events next door. Axie continued chattering. Last night, the madam was furious. She scolded Second Master Lin Yushan in public and ordered his family to never cross our threshold again. The First Master was very angry. "I guess Lin Yushan and Lin Zijin will be in for it when they get back." Juxi was quite puzzled by this news. She stretched, complaining to her mother about missing such a highlight moment. After washing up, she prepared to leave with Axie. Walking in the courtyard, she suddenly heard voices coming from behind a rock garden. She turned to look and saw it was her father and Prince Xiaoyao. Juxi had an idea. She told Axie to wait there, saying she'd be right back. Meanwhile, the general and Prince Xiaoyao continued their conversation. The general looked worried. Originally, the third prince was to go to Huangzhou to manage the flood, but for some reason, the emperor changed his mind and sent Prince Xiaoyao instead. He was concerned that someone behind the scenes, possibly related to the third prince, was plotting something. Prince Xiaoyao wasn't too worried. For him and the emperor, it didn't matter who went. The goal was peace. But he understood that whoever was scheming to make him go probably didn't have peace in mind. They probably weren't after peace at all. He told the general that a wise person had warned him of a leg injury on this trip. He would be careful, even sitting in the carriage right at the gate. He came specially to tell the general this to ease his worries. Juicy, hiding behind the rock garden, thought, so he's still going to Huangzhou after all. Bai Wanzi lied again. What should I do? Your future husband won't listen. If he's so difficult, just give up and find a new one host. Juicy glared at Bai Wanzi, who kept giving bad advice, threatening to replace him with a smarter one. Bai Wanzi silently shut up, hugging his round little body. Mu Juicy made a quick decision to go to the palace with Xue Zhuanbei. No sooner said than done. She quickly packed her luggage and found an abandoned haunted house in the corner of the courtyard. With great effort, she finally crawled out through the dog hole. Rubbing her arms, she realized her birthday banquet was now out of the question. This girl was really going all out. As the young lady of the esteemed general's household, just to cling to Prince Xiaoyao's coattails, she actually sneaked out through a dog hole. Having successfully left the mansion, Mu Juicy quickly found Xue Zhuanbei's carriage. Crouching under the carriage, she thought glumly, Xue Zhuanbei definitely won't agree to take me to Huangzhou. I can only follow secretly. Accepting the situation, Juicy quietly climbed onto the carriage when the guards weren't looking. She lifted the seat cushion. Usually it's hollow underneath. I'll hide here. Just as she was about to crawl in, a voice called out, Your Highness, from outside. It was Xue Zhuanbei coming out of the mansion. He hesitated before getting into the carriage, seeming to hear movement inside. He lifted the curtain to look, but it was empty. The guard also explained that they had carefully checked, and there was nothing wrong with the carriage. Xue Zhuanbei thought to himself that he might be overthinking it and got into the carriage. At this moment, Juicy's small body was sitting under the seat. Bai Wanzi quietly appeared. Host, don't you dislike small, dark spaces? You're really going all out for him. Juicy pouted. It's not for him. It's for Mujia. Suddenly remembering something, she immediately instructed Bai Wanzi to find out where Lingyu Mountain is, to see if that little man was up to no good. Bai Wanzi whined, My abilities have been weakened. I can't locate targets. Juicy grabbed the unreliable ball that always failed at crucial moments, frustrated. What use are you? Looks like I need to find a way to repair the system first. Bai Wanzi's eyes lit up instantly. Host, you have a solution. Juicy tossed Bai Wanzi aside. No, let's talk about it when we return from Huangzhou. She hugged her knees silently. No matter what, I must protect Mu Jia and find the mastermind behind this. Suddenly, the horse pulling the carriage was startled and reared up. Juicy woke up from the violent shaking, ignoring it at first. Hearing the sound of swords clashing outside, she immediately asked Bai Wanzi to transmit the scene outside. Outside the carriage, Xue Zhuanbei was fighting with a group of assassins. They hadn't even left the capital for long, and already there were assassins. It seemed Xue Zhuanbei's leg injury was no accident, but deliberate. Juicy asked Bai Wanzi to open the map. Determined, looking at the map, Juicy realized they were taking the most dangerous route to Huangzhou. Why did Xue Zhuanbei choose this way? Bai Wanzi was already rubbing his hands eagerly. Host, your husband and his men are about to lose. Shall we just watch? Juicy crossed her arms, looking calm. Is Xue Zhuanbei fishing? How could the husband I chose be losing? Bai Wanzi exclaimed, how cunning. Juicy crossed her legs. What do you know? This is called strategy. As she spoke excitedly, she raised her head and hit the wooden board. Oh no, I'll be discovered. The wooden board was suddenly lifted. Juicy held her head, ready to explain to Xue Zhuanbei. But when she looked, it was actually an assassin. Xue Zhuanbei, still fighting, glanced over and was shocked. He saw the assassin pulling Mu Juicy out of the carriage. Xue Zhuanbei raised his sword and shouted angrily, Let her go. The assassin laughed scornfully. Your Highness is already trapped, yet you care about others. He looked at Juicy lecherously, with obvious ill intentions. Suddenly, Xue Zhuanbei's right eye glowed green, his gaze filled with killing intent. The assassin was startled, but before he could dodge, he unconsciously fell down, releasing his grip on Juicy. Xue Zhuanbei leapt forward, sword in hand, and steadily caught Juicy in his arms. Still shaken, Juicy hugged him and said angrily, If you were a second later, you'd be single. Xue Zhuanbei looked at the little girl with concern. The well-behaved general's daughter had actually snuck out to face danger. He really didn't know what to do with her. Juicy, in his arms, was surprised to see Shui Juinbei's eyes glowing green. What was going on? This girl was really unlucky to follow the husband she had chosen. She crawled through a dog hole to go to Huangzhou, hid under the carriage seat, all of which were nothing, but to encounter assassins as soon as they left the city. Just then, the assassin threatened Shui Juinbei with Mu Juicy's life. Shui Juinbei's eyes flashed with anger, his right eye emitting a green light. In an instant, he subdued the assassin. Juicy was safely caught in Shui Juinbei's arms. He carefully placed Juicy back in the carriage. Juicy looked at his now normal right eye, wondering if she had imagined it. After settling Mu Juicy, Shui Juinbei went outside the carriage, ordering guards to tie up the assassins. He assigned men to watch them. As for this one, he turned to the assassin who had held Mu Juicy hostage. He ordered him to be quartered. Recalling the scene, Shui Juinbei felt it wasn't enough and added, "Feed him to the dogs." Juicy watched secretly from the side, secretly pleased. He was worried, anxious, and angry. Shui Juinbei turned to look at Mu Juicy. She quickly sat back, pretending nothing had happened. He approached the carriage and asked how she had followed. Juicy looked guilty and coughed twice. Then, putting on a righteous face, she said, "Someone didn't trust me, so I had to follow to protect him." As she spoke, she thought to herself, where else could you find someone so considerate? Shui Juinbei looked at the little girl, realizing she must have overheard his conversation with Yuan Zhang in the courtyard. He sternly stated that the Huangzhou trip wasn't for sightseeing, and he would send someone to take her back. But this little girl was stubborn. She crossed her arms, her face full of defiance. "Now that I'm here, I won't go back." Shui Juinbei knew he couldn't persuade Mu Juicy. He tried to coax her to be obedient and wait for him at home. When she wasn't paying attention, he picked her up, intending to forcibly send her back. Suddenly, they heard someone shouting, "The river bank has burst. Run!" The yellow river had broken its banks. Shui Juinbei was shocked. He carried Mu Juicy and started running, guiding others fleeing around them. Run uphill, to higher ground. Mu Juicy, holding on to Shui Juinbei's shoulders, looked back. Behind them was the roaring flood of the yellow river. As Juinbei ran swiftly, he asked Juicy in his arms, "Are you scared? If we don't outrun this flood, we'll perish here. Do you regret coming now?" Juicy shook her head. "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have followed you in the first place." As she spoke, she instructed Bai Wanzi to prepare to activate the system. Pointing at Shui Juinbei's beard, she said, "Shui Juinbei, you'll be the one to regret. You'll regret not meeting me earlier. But now it's not too late." Seeing Juicy still completely unfazed, Shui Juinbei became more curious. "How did Yuan Zhang raise you to have such an unperturbed heart?" As they were talking, Bai Wanzi quietly reminded, "Excuse me for interrupting your intimate moment, but the system energy is too weak. Forcibly activating it will deplete all energy, and the host will suffer backlash. Do you really want to activate it, Juicy?" Juicy's face hardened. "Don't waste words. Activate it. What happened to men chase women across mountains? Women chase men across a thin veil. This girl, to cling to power, was held hostage by assassins, and now faced a river breach. She was literally risking her life. Coincidentally, when Mu Juicy reincarnated, the system she brought back also had issues. Activating the protection system would cause backlash to the host. But in this critical situation, Juicy still chose to activate the system without hesitation. Just as the surging yellow river flood was about to hit them, Shui Juinbei carried Juicy and leaped like a carp. They arrived at a cave entrance on the mountaintop. Shui Juinbei carefully set Juicy down. Looking out, they saw the roaring flood almost reaching the cave. Just as Juicy was about to call out to Shui Juinbei, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and fell to her knees. The system prompted, "Energy consumed 40%, host damage 20%. Pause protection system." Another massive wave surged outside. Everyone looked at the impending flood with despair. Juicy firmly said again, "Don't stop. Add more energy stones. Strengthen the protection system." Her body was injured, blood trickling from her mouth, but she persisted. She knew that giving up now would doom everyone. As energy stones were continuously added, the protection system finally established, successfully blocking the wave outside. The rapid energy consumption also caused Juicy's body to give out. As the system formally activated, she coughed up blood. Barely standing, she wiped her mouth and said to Shui Juinbei, when this is over, you'd better think of a good way to make it up to me." Finishing her words with determination, she said firmly, "Open defense and attack mixed mode." Baiwanzi hurriedly popped up. "Host, are you crazy? The energy damage is too great. Your current body can't handle it. You'll lose your life." At this moment, Juicy was resolute. "Since when did you decide when I lose my life? Open it now." As the mixed mode system activated, the flood outside rapidly receded. Everyone present watched this miraculous scene. Someone shouted, "Your Highness, the mountain god has come to save you." All knelt down, thanking the prince and the merciful mountain god for protection. No one noticed Mujusi behind Xue Zhuanbei, who knew things weren't so simple. He looked back and saw Mujusi's body emitting a blue light nearby. He wondered, what exactly did this little girl do? Mujusi's energy was completely depleted. She closed her eyes and collapsed. Meanwhile, the general's mansion was in chaos. Akian was crying inconsolably. She sobbed to the old lady. "After seeing the general and the prince in the garden, the young miss knocked me out. I really didn't know she wanted to follow the prince to the palace." She then turned to ask old Hu and Mama Chui beside her, "The young miss will be all right, won't she?" Seeing Akian so worried, Mama Chui patted her shoulder and comforted. "The young masters have already set out. We just received news that the Yellow River breached its banks at Wangang Port. Let's hope the young miss is blessed with good fortune." The old lady looked worried. This matter must not be spread. If it gets out, Nana's reputation will be ruined. Have those rascals search along the route. They must find Nana. "Nana, you must be safe." The big leg she had desperately tried to cling to was now acting out of character. What was it like to have him attending to her bedside, feeding her medicine? If it were the previous Mujusi, she would have been overjoyed. Unfortunately, now she lay unresponsive in bed. After experiencing the Yellow River breach and being trapped, Juicy had single-handedly repelled the flood. But she had fallen into a coma due to completely depleting her energy. Xue Zhuanbei carefully propped her up, slowly feeding her medicine. Mujusi, in a spirit state, could only watch from the side, feeling helpless. She asked Baiwanzi beside her, "How long do I have to stay in this spirit state? I've been unconscious for so long." Xue Zhuanbei must be worried sick. Baiwanzi immediately analyzed the situation for Mujusi. Because Jusi's body had suffered severe damage, it couldn't bear the strain. Once repairs reached 30%, the healing system could be activated and she could return to her body. Jusi propped her cheeks with her hands, recalling today's events. Even though it had been extremely dangerous, in Xue Zhuanbei's arms, she had felt very safe. Baiwanzi approached the host with a mischievous look. "I think even if it wasn't for clinging to his leg to marry him, you still. What do you think?" Juicy threw him away. "You're just a virtual product of the system. What do you know? Hurry up and repair the system." She continued to watch the worried Xue Zhuanbei from the side. "Look at my husband. How anxious he's become." In her spirit state, she gently pressed her forehead against Xue Zhuanbei's. "Cheer up, or I'll be heartbroken." At this time in the palace, though it was late at night, Mu Yuanzhang had also been summoned to the Great Hall. He looked up at the various court officials around him, all summoned to the palace overnight. It seemed something major had happened. The emperor put down the scroll in his hand. With a worried expression, he said to Mu Yuanzhang, "A flash flood has occurred in Huangzhou. We want you to lead a team to rebuild the river embankment." Mu Yuanzhang thought to himself, "Nana went to Huangzhou with the carefree prince. I can go there to bring her back." Just as he was about to agree, the prime minister suddenly spoke up. He stated that with the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching and foreign envoys arriving, General Mu was needed to oversee and train for the military parade. He then recommended Ling Yushan from the Ministry of Works, as Ling grew up in Huangzhou and was familiar with the area. Mu Yuanzhang wanted to argue further, but the emperor waved his hand. "Then we'll follow the prime minister's suggestion. Send Ling Yushan to Huangzhou." Mu Yuanzhang could only silently obey, but inwardly he worried about Juicy. An hour later, the prime minister's residence was particularly quiet. The prime minister had dismissed the servants from his room. Suddenly, the candle in the room flickered, and a figure appeared from behind the screen. Without turning around, the prime minister said to the person, "You were too reckless in this matter." If His Majesty had really sent Mu Yuanzhang, he and Xue Zhuanbei working together, would quickly trace it back to you. The person seemed fearless. With you here, what is there to fear? Besides, even the heavens were against Xue Zhuanbei this time. It was a natural disaster. Even if they investigate, they won't trace it back to me. The Prime Minister's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. What about the assassin incident? Can that not be traced? Those who do great things must remain patient. You're essentially handing leverage to others. The person suddenly panicked. What should we do now? The most urgent matter is to confirm whether Xue Zhuanbei is actually dead. If he is, then all is well. If he's not, his eyes flashed with malice, his face full of intent. Then find a way to ensure he doesn't return. Goodness, could the mastermind Mu Jusi was so determined to uncover be this prime minister, second only to the emperor himself. What a strange condition. Her soul was clearly wandering about, lively and healthy. Yet when the doctor checked her pulse, he gravely instructed those nearby to prepare for the worst. Later, after Mu Jusi had exhausted all her energy to repel the flood, she remained in a coma. Having been reborn with a system, her constitution was naturally different from ordinary people. The doctor's diagnosis that she wouldn't last long was actually just her being in the repair system. However, Xue Zhuanbei didn't know this. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, Xue Zhuanbei immediately grabbed his collar and angrily said, "She still has a pulse. How could she possibly not wake up? You better treat her properly." Baiwanzi beside him looked surprised. "Host, the prince is so fierce, like he's going to eat someone." Jusi was full of pride. How could he not be? I'm his future wife after all. After venting, Xue Zhuanbei told everyone else to leave. The others had never seen the prince so furious. Hearing they could leave, everyone felt greatly relieved and hurriedly withdrew. Xue Zhuanbei looked at the still unconscious Jusi with concern. "Little girl, you said you wanted me to propose. You must hang on. How can I go if you don't wake up?" Hearing this, Baiwanzi was even more excited than Jusi. "Host," he agreed. Jusi also looked delighted. "I have ears." She silently hoped the treatment would be faster still. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. "Call him out." A large group of villagers had somehow gathered at the door, each carrying tools and looking menacing. They shouted that the girl would bring misfortune and must be buried. Xue Zhuanbei came out upon hearing the noise. The guard hurriedly explained that the villagers had heard Mu Jusi wouldn't wake up and said leaving her unattended would cause a plague. Xue Zhuanbei looked grave. "I'll talk to them." Before he could speak, a slipper flew directly at him. The crowd angrily demanded he hand over Mu Jusi. Jusi's wandering soul was extremely anxious, but unable to return to her body. Seeing this, the guard was about to use Xue Zhuanbei's status to intimidate them, but Xue Zhuanbei stopped him. "They're innocent people affected by the flood. They're just scared because of the disaster." Jusi watched, frustrated with Xue Zhuanbei. "You big fool. Why reason with these unreasonable people?" As the crowd's anger intensified, rotten eggs and leaves were thrown at Xue Zhuanbei. Some even picked up stones. Xue Zhuanbei's forehead was struck and began to bleed. But even so, Xue Zhuanbei remained resolute. He firmly stated he would not hand over Jusi. Seeing Xue Zhuanbei protecting her so desperately, Jusi's heart ached. She asked Baiwanzi how much longer it would take. Estimated 24 hours. Jusi immediately ordered, "Use all available energy. I need to wake up now." Baiwanzi objected, "But that would greatly reduce your lifespan." Jusi had no time to consider that. 24 hours was too long. Xue Zhuanbei couldn't hold out. She had to act immediately. Baiwanzi was frantic. "No, I won't allow you to do this. You've finally traveled 5,000 years, and now you want to harm yourself again for him. Have you forgotten your purpose?" Remembering her reason for being reborn, Jusi hesitated. On one side was the man desperately protecting her. On the other, her plan for revenge. How would she choose? What exactly had happened? These villagers were full of hatred for the young man before them. Rotten eggs, vegetables, and even stones were being thrown at him. More infuriatingly, the young man offered no resistance to the mob's attacks. It turned out the villagers had learned Mu Jusi was near death and, fearing a plague, angrily insisted on burying her. But Xue Zhuanbei would rather face the villagers' wrath alone than hand her over. Jusi's wandering soul was extremely anxious. Her reborn system was still under repair, unable to wake her immediately. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a little boy shouted, "He's not dead. I saw him riding a horse last night. He's not dead." Su Juanbei asked eagerly, "Is that true?" The boy ignored Su Juanbei. He walked out of the crowd, turned to the villagers and said, "Are you going to bury someone who's still alive?" The crowd exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. "Fine. For Xiaohu's sake, we'll give you one more day. If he's not awake by tomorrow, don't blame us for being ruthless." After the villagers left, Shui Juanbei crouched down and urgently asked Xiao, "Did you really see him move?" Xiaohu's eyes wandered. "No, I just felt he wasn't dead. They shouldn't do this." Su Juanbei, who was initially full of hope, instantly became dejected again. Jussi's wandering soul looked at him, her heart full of sympathy. She never thought he cared about her so much. Another day passed. A guard brought in food and saw Su Juanbei still watching over Jussi's bed, just like yesterday. Seeing the food in the guard's hands, Su Juanbei said he wasn't hungry and asked him to take it back, as the rations were hard-earned by the villagers. The guard couldn't hold back anymore. "Your Highness, you haven't eaten anything all day." He still shook his head firmly. Jussi watched from the side. "Shui Juanbei, this won't do. You'll ruin your health." Fortunately, the repair time was almost up. "You really can't manage without me, can you?" Su Juanbei, who hadn't slept for a day and night, was resting his eyes. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw Jussi sitting up. He looked at the scene before him in surprise, unable to believe it was real. Jussi threw herself at him. "I am awake. Are you happy?" Shui Juanbei hurriedly tried to find a doctor. Jussi grabbed his hand to stop him. "What doctor? I just took a nap." Then she asked with a smile, "You were very worried about me, weren't you?" Shui Juanbei saw the lively Jussi before him, but his eyes held a hint of suspicion. Jussi felt guilty under his gaze. She held on to Su Juanbei's arm, not daring to look at him again. Su Juanbei pushed her away. "Don't you owe me an explanation?" Jussi deliberately changed the subject. "What explanation? I was just so scared that I fainted." "Don't be so fierce. You're scaring me." Faced with her insincere explanation, Su Juanbei said nothing and continued to stare at her. Mu Jussi put her hands on her hips, reverting to her previous rascally manner. "All right, I admit it. I woke up earlier, but I just wanted to see how my future husband would take care of me." Su Juanbei's previous worry turned into anger. "You're in the mood to joke around. Do you know how worried I was about you?" Seeing Su Juanbei so concerned about her, Jussi felt guilty. She apologized to him tearfully. Su Juanbei continued to question her about the Yellow River and Tingzhong incident. Jussi deliberately played dumb. "I don't know about that." To divert Shui Juanbei's attention, she immediately threw herself into his arms, expressing how scared she had been. Seeing this girl who was indeed still shaken, Shui Juanbei completely softened. Jussi in his arms suddenly remembered something. She looked up. "Su Juanbei, now that I'm awake, shouldn't you keep your promise?" Seeing Su Juanbei's confused face, Jussi slyly hinted, "You said that once I woke up, you'd go to my family to propose." Have you ever seen a girl with such thick skin? One moment she's acting coy and cute. The next, she's hands on hips, being unreasonable. Her sole purpose was to trick the prince into proposing to her family, only because she was reborn to avenge her entire family from her previous life. She had to rely on Prince Xiaoyao's support. On their journey to Huangzhou to manage the flood, Prince Xiaoyao gradually grew fond of this mischievous girl. When she was unconscious, he even said he'd propose to her family once she woke up. Jussi's wandering soul had seen all of this. So, the first thing she did upon waking was to urgently ask Su Juanbei to keep his promise. Now Shui Juanbei started playing dumb. "What promise? I don't remember." Hearing this, Jussi started to lose it. She tugged at Shui Juanbei's sleeve. "Is the noble prince trying to back out?" Shui Juanbei pinched Jussi's puffed-up cheeks and started to act unreasonable like her. "I did say that, but you weren't awake then, so naturally the promise is invalid." After saying this, he turned and left the room. As he walked, he reminded Jussi to rest early. Jussi continued to roar behind him, "Hey, come back. I didn't tell you to wait. It's not even late, and you're telling me to sleep. Even old health nuts don't sleep this early." At the door, Su Juanbei, who hadn't slept for 2 days straight, had just settled down. Upon waking, a guard reported to him that the number of refugees coming out of Huangzhou city was increasing. Su Juanbei guessed that the situation in Huangzhou wasn't optimistic. He ordered to hurry to Huangzhou. On the road, the carriage clattered along. Inside the carriage, Jussi began her performance, sighing dramatically. She pretended to be sad. The prince doesn't like me. Well, it doesn't matter. After saying this, she secretly glanced at Su Juinbei. Seeing no reaction from him, she continued, since I can't marry the prince, it doesn't matter who I marry. Maybe I should go back to Lin Ziqian. Su Juinbei finally spoke. Marriage is not something to be taken lightly. You're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. Life is truly disappointing, Jussi mumbled, continuing her act. What should I do if my husband doesn't believe me? At this moment, she pressed her eyes to the window and saw a shocking sight. The road was full of refugees. The sheer number of refugees also surprised Su Juinbei. He immediately ordered his guards to take some dry food and distribute it. Seeing the food, all the refugees went crazy, pushing and grabbing like madmen. Jussi asked Su Juinbei, are all these people who ran out of Huangzhou City? Su Juinbei answered seriously, yes, they're afraid. Jussi put aside her usual playful demeanor and asked Su Juinbei seriously, can you make people's lives stable? Can you make sure the common people no longer suffer from displacement? Can you ensure everyone can live in peace and prosperity? Su Juinbei was full of doubts. Are these words really something a young girl would say? He solemnly promised Jussi, I will do my best to ensure the people's stability and well-being. Then he instructed Jussi to stay in the carriage while he lifted the curtain. The dry food had been distributed, but there were still many people who hadn't received any. The court had already allocated relief funds and grain, so why were there still so many refugees? The guard hesitated for a moment, then continued, I just found out that Zhou Peng used flour mixed with sand. These people couldn't stand it anymore and ran away. These corrupt officials. How outrageous. Su Juinbei thought while pondering how to deal with the situation. He then said to Jussi, little girl, we need to change our clothes. What exactly had happened? The once lively and cheerful girl began to sigh frequently. It turned out that the powerful ally she thought she had secured, Prince Xiaoyao, was now playing tricks like her, denying he ever said he'd proposed to her family. This left Mu Jussi quite helpless. She began a series of performances. Just as she was getting into her act, she noticed the refugees outside the carriage. It turned out that in Huangzhou City, where they were headed, officials were withholding relief funds and grain, causing people to flee en masse. After some consideration, Su Juinbei decided to go in disguise. Two unexpected guests arrived outside Huangzhou City. In tattered clothes with faces smeared with black soot, they silently looked at Su Juinbei's clean clothes, then down at their own ragged attire. Jussi suddenly became frustrated again. Why is your face so clean while I look like a beggar? Su Juinbei patted her tattered hat, holding back a laugh, and said, you're pretty, so this way you won't attract attention. It's good. This little girl was indeed easy to please. One compliment made her feel elated. Suddenly, a group of soldiers with long spears stopped them. Su Juinbei immediately shielded Jussi behind him. The leader, a shifty-eyed man, looked at them contemptuously. These two are suspicious. Take them away. Just as Jussi was about to argue, Su Juinbei covered her mouth. This is perfect. Let's go meet this tiger of Huangzhou. We'll go and meet this Huangzhou tiger. In the prison, a loud shout, and the door slammed shut with a clang. Jussi leaned against the bars, pouting, while Su Juinbei, behind her, remained calm. Behind them was a group of sickly, foul-smelling people. Suddenly, a hand reached out towards Jussi, startling her. She quickly rushed to Su Juinbei. Then, she quietly looked back. Among the crowd, she saw a young man lying down. Su Juinbei, holding Jussi, approached. This young man, lying on a tattered straw mat, was covered in horrifying wounds and showed no signs of life. Jussi jumped down from Su Juinbei's arms. He took the young man's hand and silently asked White Pill if there was any energy left to save him. There's a little but. No buts. Transfer it immediately. Jussi closed her eyes and concentrated. A stream of energy flowed from her hand into the young man's body. The young man's face gradually regained color, and his whole being was revitalized. Su Juinbei, standing nearby, was once again shocked by Jussi's power. Due to White Pill's weak energy, using too much would cause a backlash. So after transferring the energy, Jussi felt dizzy and collapsed. Su Juinbei quickly rushed over to catch her. Looking at Jussi's weak face, he was full of concern. At this moment, the young man slowly exhaled and gradually opened his eyes. The others, who thought the young man was already dead, were startled and exclaimed, "He's come back to life." The young man raised his eyes, and looked at his hand. I'm not dead. Juicy looked at him smugly from the side. You were indeed dead, but I brought you back to life. Then she began to inquire about the young man's personal information, because during the treatment, she saw memories of the Huangzhou government office in the young man's mind. He must know something. Su Juanbei, however, couldn't care less about the evidence. His mind was filled with desire. She could actually bring the dead back to life. What secrets did this little girl have? Look closely. This girl dressed like a beggar is closing her eyes and concentrating. She moved her fingers slightly. The young man before her, who had no signs of life, instantly came back from the dead. This skill, akin to that of a miracle worker, left Su Juanbei utterly shocked. Well, she was reborn with a system cheat after all. The young man was still amazed that he wasn't dead. Mu Jusi had already started questioning him. Because she saw his memories during the treatment, she guessed this young man must know some inside information. The young man remained silent to Jusi's inquiries, seeming to worry about something. Jusi put her hands on her hips. If you don't speak, we'll all die. If you do, there might be a chance to live. Seeing the young man still silent, Jusi continued to persuade, you've already died once. What's left to hide? The young man clenched his fists, his whole body trembling, as if fighting an inner fear. Finally, he made up his mind and began to recount his experience. It turned out he was the son of a Huangzhou government clerk. After the flood, his father suggested that Prefect Zhao Deqin open the granaries for relief. Unexpectedly, Zhao Deqin disagreed and embezzled all the relief funds and grain. The young man's father wanted to report to the emperor, but was killed on the way. His entire family was also arrested and tortured in prison. The young man's other family members had already died from the torture. Recalling this painful memory again, the young man's eyes filled with tears. He continued with grief and anger, if you really have a way, please investigate and punish Zhao Deqin. Bring justice to the people of Huangzhou. While Jusi was still pondering silently after listening, others behind her were quietly protesting. Su Juanbei quickly sensed something was wrong. He quickly picked up Jusi. Jusi hurriedly stopped him. Wait, they don't mean to harm me. It turned out that Jusi, with her miraculous power, was seen as a deity by them. They were all kneeling on the ground, begging for salvation. Seeing these simple and devout common people trusting her so much, Jusi was deeply moved. She righteously declared that she and Su Juanbei were imperial envoys sent by the court, specifically to help the people. After saying this, she realized she might have gone too far. She turned and quietly asked Su Juanbei, can I say that? Faced with this lawless little girl, Su Juanbei could only sigh silently. You little rascal, you asked me after you've already said it. At this point, he could only go along with Jusi's words and directly acknowledge, telling the people they could report any grievances. They could speak freely. Jusi also knelt down with the people. They pleaded, Your Highness, please seek justice for the people, punish the corrupt officials, and restore peace to Huangzhou. Su Juanbei, looking at the suffering people before him, felt full of self-reproach. He had always thought the world was cold and unfair, but never imagined such injustice existed. Then he helped Mu Jusi up, thinking to himself that this little girl indeed had a heart for the common people. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, Fire! The fire came so suddenly. Was it an accident or arson? Would they be able to escape from the deep palace? We'll continue in the next episode. This is the most horrific thing I've ever seen. The young man before us is the son of a local government clerk. Because his father wanted to report the corrupt officials to the emperor, he was not only beaten to death in the street. His other family members were also arrested and tortured to death in prison. Mu Jusi used the cheat system she brought back from her rebirth. She revived the dying young man, just as everyone was relieved that the prince could bring them justice. Suddenly, shouts of fire came from outside. Everyone panicked, but they all knew in their hearts that it was the corrupt officials trying to silence them by burning down the prison. Without the keys, they could only burn to death. Jusi tugged at Shui Juanbei's sleeve, asking him to squat down. The confused Shui Juanbei squatted down. Jusi reached out and pulled off his hairpin. As the hairpin fell, the carefree prince with flowing hair looked even more handsome. At this moment, Mu Jusi had no time to admire his beauty. She took the hairpin and started fiddling with the door lock. With a click, the lock was actually picked open. Everyone hurriedly rushed out. Shui Juanbei, was shocked once again. Was there anything this little girl couldn't do? He picked up Jussi, ready to escape with the crowd. But the kind-hearted Jussi didn't want to leave first. She was concerned about the innocent people in other cells. With one click after another, this dirty little lock-picking expert pulled and shouted, finally finished opening them all. She looked at Xue Zhuanbei beside her, feeling deeply moved. He was a prince who should have left first, but now he stayed behind to help open each cell door. At this moment, White Pill prompted, "Host, the escape route has been found." Jussi immediately told Xue Zhuanbei to direct everyone to run towards the southeast. Xue Zhuanbei already had complete faith in Jussi's abilities. He immediately instructed everyone to move towards the escape route. Then, he picked up Jussi and ran, carefully protecting her from being bumped by others. Jussi looked up at this man who gave her a strong sense of security. Once again, she firmly decided that she must make this man her husband. Outside the prison, Prefect Zhao Deqin watched the burning area. His subordinate bowed and said, "My lord, rest assured. The fire is so fierce that not even a fly could escape, let alone people." Zhao Deqin stroked his mustache. "That's done then." The subordinate whispered in his ear, "With this done, the Prime Minister will surely reward you greatly. He won't care about a few lives." However, the subordinate still expressed concern. After all, a prince had died. What if the court investigates? Zhao Deqin just smiled. He had already thought of a solution. They would just say it was an accidental fire during the Lantern Festival, and the prince unfortunately perished in it. Just as the two were secretly gloating over their scheme, someone rushed in panicking, "My lord, it's terrible." Before he could finish, a group of people arrived outside. It was the carefree prince. "Zhao Deqin, you are guilty of a capital offense. These days, you can't even reincarnate without 18 martial arts skills. This girl in front of us could not only withstand floods alone, but also open prison doors with her bare hands. If withstanding floods relied on the system cheat, then lockpicking was definitely a skill. Even locksmiths would be amazed." At this moment, the mastermind was still secretly rejoicing in his successful plot. Little did they expect that the carefree prince, whom they thought had been burned to ashes in prison, would appear before them. In the courtroom, Zhao Deqin knelt down, claiming he had been so busy with the flood that he was exhausted and couldn't eat or sleep. He still thought Xue Zhuanbei was questioning him about not welcoming him promptly. Facing this lying scoundrel, Xue Zhuanbei slammed the table and angrily accused him of corruption, embezzling disaster relief funds, and causing countless people to become refugees. Zhao Deqin continued to defend himself, lying that the missing people had gone to stay with relatives. He even boldly invited the prince to search for evidence, secretly gloating, "That Shui boy is dead too. Without evidence, what can the carefree prince do to me?" Su Zhuanbei angrily threw the case board at him. To make this corrupt official submit, he ordered to bring in the witnesses. Jussi, who had been hiding to the side, peeked out her little head. She glanced at Zhao Deqin. Zhao Deqin thought to himself, "This appearance and dress, she's not an ordinary person." He put on a wronged expression. "If your highness is dissatisfied with me, there's no need to find some little girl to humiliate me." Jussi walked over smiling. "Lord Zhao, don't just look at half the picture. Please look behind me." Zhao Deqin looked back and was shocked. Cui Binglin had suddenly appeared in the court. He thought he was seeing a ghost and fell to the ground. Wasn't he already dead? Jussi looked smug. "Yeah, I revived him again." Then, she turned to Xue Zhuanbei and reported that the witness had been brought in, and they had found evidence of embezzled disaster relief funds in Zhao Deqin's residence. Faced with this irrefutable evidence, Zhao Deqin completely collapsed. At this point, he knew that saying anything more was useless. Xue Zhuanbei immediately ordered the criminal to be imprisoned and prepared to open the granaries to distribute food. The crowd cheered. White Pill also looked at Mu Jussi admiringly. "Host, you're amazing. You made quite a name for yourself now." Jussi looked unconcerned. "I don't want to make a name for myself, but I want to help Xue Zhuanbei make a name for himself." Suddenly, she sensed someone behind her. It was Xue Zhuanbei. He looked at Jussi thoughtfully. Then he gently patted Jussi's head. "After the Huangzhou incident is settled, I hope to get a reasonable explanation for those skills of yours." At this moment, a guard whispered something in Xue Zhuanbei's ear. Xue Zhuanbei's expression changed after listening. He had urgent official business to attend to. "I'll be right back. Wait for me obediently." In this eventful Huangzhou trip, waiting for Xue Zhuanbei, would there be another twist? What would be the prince's fate? With the joint efforts of Su Huaibei and Mu Jussi, the corrupt official Zhao Deqin, who had been doing evil, was finally caught. The crowd cheered. Due to urgent official business, Su Huaibei gave Juicy a few instructions and then hurriedly left. Juicy waited and waited at the yamen but couldn't see him. She turned and asked the guard who had been following her. The young master went out on business. He left me to protect you, miss. Juicy was anxious because in her previous life, Su Huaibei's tragedy of losing his heir happened in Huangzhou. Now that he had no one with him, she feared something might happen. She immediately asked Jingji to take her to find Su Juanbei. The carriage they were riding in suddenly stopped. Juicy lifted the curtain to look. It was Ling Yushan. No wonder Su Huaibei didn't want her to leave. He was worried that Ling Yushan would discover she was here too. Juicy quickly hid in Jingji's cloak and asked him to go ask Ling Yushan about Su Huaibei's whereabouts. Jingji went over and showed his token. I am a guard under the carefree prince. I have urgent matters to report to His Highness. Where is His Highness? Ling Yushan looked eager and said he was also waiting for the prince. He told Jingji that if he had important matters, he could tell him first, and he would report to the prince when he saw him. Suddenly, someone came to report. The mountain path was blocked again. The prince was trapped in the mountains. Juicy immediately asked White Pill to locate Su Huaibei's position. The positioning would take 30 seconds. There was no time. Juicy secretly asked Jingji to get the mountain route to Huaibei from Ling Yushan. But the map they got had been tampered with by Ling Yushan. Juicy had inquired from workers that Huaibei went into the mountains in the northeast direction, but Ling Yushan marked the southwest direction. Suddenly, Jingji pulled the reins and the horse neighed. It turned out that Ling Yushan had sent people to follow them. At this time, White Pill had also located Su Huaibei's position. Juicy jumped off the horse without hesitation, telling Jingji to hold off Ling Yushan while she went into the mountains to find the prince. I'll leave marks along the way. Good. Come find me after you deal with Ling Yushan and his men. Before her were towering cliffs with occasional loose rocks. White Pill warned, this is too dangerous. One wrong step and you could fall to your death in the valley. Juicy grabbed some vines hanging from the mountaintop. I'll use these. She climbed up along the vines. Before long, her body was covered in wounds. Suddenly, she slipped and fell. Luckily, Juicy had tied the vines around her waist beforehand, saving her life at the critical moment. Inside the cave, the injured Su Huaibei leaned tiredly against a rock. His legs were crushed by falling rocks. He could only wait here for rescue. At this moment, he remembered the little girl who had said he would have a leg injury disaster. Now it had come true. Even a master couldn't help him avoid this fate. Thinking that he might never see Lu Chenxi again, Su Huaibei suddenly felt reluctant to part. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from outside. Su Huaibei immediately became alert. He picked up a stone beside him. A figure appeared faintly at the cave entrance. Su Huaibei recognized the person, and his heart skipped a beat. A small, disheveled figure appeared. It was the little girl he had been thinking about. Mu Juicy looked tired, but couldn't hide her inner joy. Master Mu has come to your rescue. Who says it has to be a hero saving a damsel? This girl chose an unconventional path. Mu Juicy risked entering the mountain. After overcoming many difficulties, she finally saw her man. She carefully bandaged Su Huaibei's wounds. Su Huaibei looked at her disheveled appearance. The mountain was dangerous. She must have suffered a lot to look like this. He asked Juicy why she came alone. Juicy explained that when she woke up and didn't see Su Huaibei, she forced Jingji to bring her here. They encountered Ling Yushan on the way, so she left Jingji to deal with him. Su Huaibei looked serious. How could Jingji do this? I told him to protect you. Not only did he bring you here, but he also let you go up the mountain alone. If something had happened, I definitely wouldn't let him off. Juicy grinned mischievously. Are you that worried about me? Su Huaibei quickly turned his head away. I'm afraid if something happens to you, I can't explain it to the Mu family. Juicy continued to tease, oh, is that so? The Mu family is just a duke's house. Their power can't compare to a prince's. Besides, I snuck out on my own. So even if something happened, the Mu family wouldn't come after you. Nothing will happen to you when I'm here. Juicy pretended not to hear. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Su Huaibei suddenly pulled her close. He embraced her. I said nothing will happen to you. You won't have any accidents. Then he turned his head away, embarrassed. Let's continue treating the wound. But Juicy reached out and lifted his chin. She planted a quick kiss on his cheek. I've stamped you as mine now. If you don't come to propose at my house, I'll bring the betrothal gifts to your palace to propose. Faced with this brazen female rogue, Su Huaibei could only sigh silently. While Su Huaibei was still embarrassed, Mu Jusi had already finished bandaging the wound and even tied a cute bow. At night, Jusi slept in Su Huaibei's arms. Su Huaibei tried to wipe the dirt off her face, but couldn't. He looked at Jusi with concern. The mud had dried on her face. How long did it take her to get here? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hug the little girl tighter. The next day, Jusi woke up next to Su Huaibei. She looked at Su Huaibei with adoration. The sleeping man before her was the most handsome one she had seen in 5,000 worlds she had traversed. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and looked at Jusi. Her little heart couldn't help but start pounding again. With the handsome man beside her, this female rogue couldn't resist and gave him another quick kiss. The princess then smiled sheepishly at Su Huaibei. Su Huaibei helplessly touched his cheek. Being with this little girl would surely lead to something happening. He tried to stand up to find a way down the mountain, but Jusi quickly stopped him. While roasting sweet potatoes, she explained that she had left marks for Jingji, who should find them soon. Then she handed the roasted sweet potato to Su Huaibei. You royal family members probably haven't eaten things like this before, right? Looking at the fragrant roasted sweet potato, Su Huaibei's previous doubts resurfaced. How do you know all these things? The Yellow River's receding tide, Chui's resurrection in prison, the precise escape route during the fire, and now, you can immediately find my location. Tell me, who are you really? This girl was simply a female rogue. Taking advantage when the man wasn't paying attention, she leaned in for another quick kiss. I've stamped you, so you're mine now. This bold behavior made even the worldly prince blush. Facing Mu Jusi, who was skilled in all 18 martial arts, Su Huaibei finally asked the questions that had been on his mind. Who are you really? Jusi immediately changed the subject. Su Huaibei instantly saw through her little trick. Seeing her plan fail, Jusi quickly switched tactics, pretending to be in pain and touching her forehead. Su Huaibei, concerned, asked her what was wrong. Jusi threw herself into his arms, describing how dangerous her mountain climb had been yesterday. Hearing that Jusi had almost fallen off a cliff, Su Huaibei became angry. I know you've done a lot for me. We can talk about marriage, and I'll propose to your family. But you're still young. For now, all I can do is protect you as best I can. At these words, Jusi and Bai Wanzi were already celebrating in their hearts. They both automatically ignored the second half of Su Huaibei's statement. At that moment, a figure appeared at the cave entrance. It was Jingji, following the marks left by Jusi. As he entered, he saw the two embracing. They quickly separated. Jingji silently regretted his timing and quickly left with a stiff body. He crouched in a corner, feeling small and helpless. He wondered if his life would be safe after interrupting the prince's intimate moment. By evening, Su Huaibei's group returned to the inn. Ling Yushan was already waiting at the inn. He pretended to have spent the day searching for them in the mountains. He noticed the child wrapped in Su Huaibei's cloak. He asked about the child's identity. Su Huaibei explained it was a child who had followed him and got trapped in the mountains with him. Fearing Ling Yushan's ulterior motives, Su Huaibei gave a vague explanation and said he was tired and needed rest. Ling Yushan respectfully saw Su Huaibei off. After Su Huaibei left, he immediately ordered his men to investigate where this child came from. He had originally planned to use this incident to eliminate Su Huaibei, but the sudden appearance of this child complicated matters. Meanwhile, Jingji informed them that only one room was left at the inn, so they'd have to share. His considerate behavior was highly appreciated by the female rogue, Jusi. Su Huaibei announced that he had prepared the bath water and told Jusi to go bathe while he waited outside. Since Jusi didn't have a change of clothes, she'd have to make do. Looking at the proper and respectful Su Huaibei, Jusi sighed that her future husband was truly a gentleman. She submerged her face in the water, praying to grow up quickly. She didn't want to miss out on such a good man. After bathing, Jusi came out wearing Su Huaibei's oversized robe. Su Huaibei was stunned by the sight of this delicate little girl. To ease the awkwardness, he offered to help dry Jusi's hair. Jusi looked up at Su Huaibei. Her big, watery eyes gazed at Su Huaibei, making his heart race. He quickly dropped the towel and hurried away, leaving a confused Mu Jusi behind. Su Huaibei thought, wasn't he going to dry my hair? Little did she know, Su Huaibei was trying to calm his emotions. Could he really be falling for this little girl? What's it like to share a bed with your loved one? Su Huaibei finished his bath and came out. He saw Jusi sprawled out on the bed, drooling in her sleep. He gently covered her with a blanket. He poked her chubby little cheeks, looking at the sleeping girl with affection. The next morning, Juicy opened her sleepy eyes. Since coming to Huangzhou with Su Huaibei, this was her first comfortable night's sleep. She rolled around in bed contentedly. Su Huaibei entered with breakfast. Does the little lazy pig not want to get out of bed? Juicy lounged in bed. I just want to know what it's like to be served by a prince. And so began Princess Juicy's 3-step morning routine. I never thought I'd end up serving someone like this. The prince serves well. If you can't be a prince in the future, you can be my servant. Su Huaibei moved the table to the bedside and joked, then remember to pay me well when the time comes. At this moment, Jingji entered. Juicy listened intently, as they seemed to be discussing Lin Yushan and herself. Then Su Huaibei came to Juicy and said he'd arrange for Jingji to take her back after eating. Juicy refused to leave, saying if she left, Lin Yushan would become more suspicious. So she needed to let Lin Yushan see her. Seeing Juicy's confident look, Su Huaibei was about to ask if she had a plan when suddenly Jingji reported that Chui Zuming had arrived. Juicy looked satisfied, saying it was perfect timing. Su Huaibei immediately understood Juicy's intention. She wanted Chui Zongling to impersonate her to dispel Lin Yushan's suspicions. While combing Juicy's hair, Su Huaibei asked why she held such deep hostility towards Lin Yushan. Juicy told Su Huaibei about being betrothed to Lin Yushan's son, Lin Ziqian, catching him at a brothel, and how he tried to kill her by pushing her off a building. This caused her to be in a coma for a whole month before waking up. After hearing this, Su Huaibei was filled with murderous intent. He probably wanted to kill Lin Ziqian now. He gently embraced Juicy, saying, "Don't worry. With me here, they won't harm you or the Mu family again." Just then, the door creaked open. Chui Zongling appeared at the doorway. He respectfully reported to Su Huaibei that he had come through the mountains, avoiding crowds, and no one had seen him. Su Huaibei turned and asked Chui Zongling to come with him. Before leaving the room, Chui Zongling couldn't help but glance at Juicy again. He tried hard not to laugh and pointed at his head. At first, Juicy didn't understand, until she took out a mirror and looked. Su Huaibei had given her an incredibly ugly updo. She saw Bai Wanzi rolling on the floor laughing. Juicy angrily threw the mirror. "Su Huaibei, you're done for." The girl was now very upset. She had been touched that the man she loved was doing her hair. But when she looked in the mirror, it was an updo that looked like a candied haw stick. While Juicy was still cursing Su Huaibei, he had already taken Chui Yongming to meet Lin Yushan. "I heard Lord Lin wanted to see this child. Is there something you need?" Lin Yushan hurriedly explained that he was just worried about the chaos in the area and feared something might happen to the child. "This child has been with me since Huangzhou. No need for Lord Lin to worry. Now, please prepare a carriage. I must return to the capital due to an imperial edict." As they turned to leave, Chui Zongling quietly asked Su Huaibei if this person was trying to prank the young lady. Surprised by Chui Zongling's perceptiveness, Su Huaibei also reminded him to be reliable. Chui immediately assured him, patting his chest and promising that this matter would stay secret. Then Chui Yongming asked Su Huaibei if he could go to the capital with him, as he wanted to join the army. Su Huaibei agreed to take him. But to join the army, you need to be literate. If you want to practice martial arts, I can find you a master. But remember, strength shouldn't be used to bully others. Reliable Chui assured him again, saying he would guarantee it with his life. After dealing with these matters, Su Huaibei returned to the room. As soon as he entered, he saw a furious face. Su Huaibei lied about having unfinished business and turned to leave. The enraged Juicy chased after him, shouting Su Huaibei, "Stop right there." But she accidentally tripped. Su Huaibei quickly caught her. He picked her up, and the little girl in his arms continued to struggle and attack. Su Huaibei gently comforted her, saying he'd tell the head stylist to give Juicy a beautiful hairstyle next time. The little girl was still not satisfied and tried to kick him. Surprisingly, he dodged it. "Still not satisfied. If not, you can kick me a few more times." Seeing Su Huaibei's sincerity, Juicy felt embarrassed to stay angry. She asked if Lin Yushan had noticed anything when he saw Chui Yongming. He didn't show any suspicion, but to avoid any issues, "We'll leave today." Just then, a waiter came to deliver food outside. Juicy stopped Su Huaibei as he was about to open the door. She quietly hid behind the screen. As Su Huaibei opened the door, sure enough, besides the waiter, Lin Yushan was also there. He pretended to report on the carriage preparation, but was actually checking for anything unusual in Su Huaibei's room. Su Huaibei showed displeasure and dismissed Lin Yushan. After closing the door, Juicy came out from behind the screen. It seemed Lin Yushan was still very suspicious. He wanted to use Lin Yu to eliminate the Black Hand that harmed the Mu family in the previous life. He had long been thinking of ways to deal with this family. Su Huaibei stroked Juicy's head, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let him harm you again. This is my promise to you." Juicy looked touched and said, "I believe you. What's it like to wake up surrounded by beautiful maids?" After a good night's sleep, Juicy woke up in the regent's mansion. A group of maids had been waiting for her, and the female historian, Chuanxi, enthusiastically introduced herself to Juicy. After the maids respectfully left the room, Bai Wanzi appeared, blushing, and gossiped with Juicy, asking if she felt threatened by such beautiful maids. Juicy confidently expressed no pressure, saying she had faith in her outwardly cold man. Su Huaibei had gone to court early, so Juicy could only lean on the railing and feed fish out of boredom. Just as she was sighing about Su Huaibei not returning yet, a commotion arose behind her. She saw the butler blocking a well-dressed young man from entering. The young man ignored the butler's obstruction and walked in on his own. He said, "Butler, why are you blocking me?" His 13th brother hiding a beauty. Unexpectedly, he met eyes with the girl by the railing. So 13th brother really is hiding a young lady here. The butler warned the young man to be careful with his words, as it could ruin both the ladies' and the prince's reputations if word got out. But Juicy boldly declared, "It's you. Don't talk nonsense. Your prince is responsible for me." At these words, the butler and Chuanxi nearly dropped their jaws in shock. The young man became interested in this straightforward girl. "Well, tell me why my 13th brother should be responsible for you. Who are you? Why should I tell you?" The young man opened his fan and said, "I'm Su Huaijing, 16th in the family. This is my 13th brother's mansion. Now you know who I am, little girl. You're Su Huaibei's brother. Then you should call me sister-in-law." "Right." Su Huaijing was even more amused. "You're an interesting little girl. What's your name?" "Just call me Juicy." "Stop with the little girl stuff. That's not for you to call me." "All right, Juicy, what do I need to do for you to tell me the story?" Juicy said Su Huaijing should take her out for a walk first, as she was bored staying in the mansion all day. Su Huaijing wouldn't miss the chance to hear gossip and immediately agreed. In the market, Su Huaijing noticed Juicy was familiar with the surroundings. He asked, "Are you a local from the capital?" "I'm Mu Juicy, the youngest daughter of the Mu family. Is this status worthy of you?" 13th brother is certainly worthy, but Su Huaijing said the Mu family controlled half of the dynasty's military power. How could his brother risk such a political taboo? Just then, Juicy spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. She immediately left Su Huaijing and chased after it. It was indeed Lin Yushan's son, her wolf-like cousin Lin Ziqian. What was he up to sneaking around like that? While other noble young ladies were gentle and elegant, polite and courteous, this little girl was unconventional. In broad daylight, she was eavesdropping on a wall, because on the road, she had seen her sneaky wolf-like cousin. Sensing a whiff of conspiracy, Juicy had secretly followed him. Now, Lin Ziqian was secretly meeting with two others in the courtyard. Juicy looked closely and recognized one of the women as an old acquaintance from her previous life. It was Shen Ying, the famous courtesan from Chuanxin Tower. In her previous life, Shen Ying had a secret relationship with 6th brother, who was then expelled from the family. Later, she discovered that Shun was actually one of Lin Ziqian's people. She never expected these two to be in cahoots so early. Just as Juicy was shocked by this revelation, Shen Ying sensed someone on the wall. "Not good. We've been discovered." Juicy immediately turned to slide down from the wall. Unexpectedly, she was hit by a flying weapon from the other side. She fell to the ground immediately. This body was still too weak. At this time, Mu Yuanzhang of the Mu family, upon hearing of Juicy's disappearance, was furious. Su Huaijing, looking remorseful, said, "It's my fault, Your Highness. I've already sent people to search for your daughter." Su Huaibei stood by with a gloomy face. Poor Su Huaijing, after appeasing Mu Yuanzhang, began to placate his own brother. He carefully apologized to his brother. Su Huaibei ignored him and turned to leave. "Even if I have to search the entire capital, I must find her by tonight." Juicy slowly regained consciousness. She heard the door creak open. Lin Ziqian entered, holding a dagger. "Mu Juicy, long time no see. You tricked me, humiliated me, and even had your second brother frame me and put me in jail. I have a score to settle with you. Jussi showed no fear. It's all your own doing. Why don't you find a pig and see if it was your relative in a past life? As she spoke, her bound hands struggled behind her back. You're in my hands now and still running your mouth. Want to bet I won't finish you off right now? If you got the guts, come on. What kind of man hesitates like this? Completely enraged, Lin Ziqian kicked towards Jussi. Jussi, don't think I won't. Let's see if you have the luck to take my life. In a flash, Jussi, who had secretly freed herself from the ropes, lunged at Lin Ziqian. She swiftly snatched the dagger from Lin Ziqian's hand and slashed at him without hesitation. Taking advantage of Lin Ziqian's injury, she quickly escaped. At this moment, on the dark street, Jussi was cornered by her pursuers. She tried to stay close to the wall, afraid of being discovered. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her collar. Jussi swung her hand to attack the person, but her small hand was caught by the other person. Su Huaibei pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry I'm late. Seeing Su Huaibei, Jussi's tense nerves finally relaxed. Before she could cry out, exhausted from the long ordeal, she immediately fainted. The big leg she had finally caught wanted to break up with her. How to win him back? Urgent, waiting for answers online. Speaking of Jussi, who had tracked Lin Ziqian, she ended up being chased by him instead. Fortunately, Su Huaibei arrived in time to save Jussi's life. Su Huaibei carried Jussi back to the prince's mansion. He gently put down Jussi, who still had her eyes closed. Get up, stop pretending. Seeing her trick exposed, Jussi could only open her eyes. She hugged Su Huaibei's arm and started to act coquettishly. She promised not to run off again. Su Huaibei looked worried. Luckily, he had arrived in time this time. But next time, this little girl had too many secrets. He couldn't indulge her anymore. He grabbed Jussi's arm. Tell me, what were you doing out there? Why do you always put yourself in danger? Jussi argued that she went out with Su Huaijing because Su Huaibei hadn't returned for so long. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. We haven't seen each other for 6 autumns. Seeing that Jussi still wouldn't tell the truth, Su Huaibei stood up. Since you don't want to tell me, don't come to my mansion anymore. With that, he slammed the door and left. Jussi looked devastated. Is he breaking up with me? Bai Wanzi secretly reminded her, wake up, he never agreed to date you in the first place. Shut your crow's mouth. Feeling guilty, Jussi thought hard and decided to apologize to Su Huaibei. She came to Su Huaibei's door, but suddenly stopped. How to appease him? Buy some food? Or tell him a joke? None of these tactics seemed to work. Bai Wanzi reminded her again. Take out your signature ring, throw a tantrum, and act cute all at once. I suspect you're mocking me, but I have no proof. At this point, she could only brace herself and go for it. Suddenly, Jussi heard a woman's voice coming from inside the room. Listening carefully, it seemed to be the maid Chuanxi. Jussi secretly poked a hole in the window paper. She peeked inside. What she saw shocked her beyond belief. This bold maid was actually trying to force Su Huaibei to do unspeakable things. Jussi couldn't tolerate this. She immediately burst through the door. You're already undressed. Why hide now? She looked at Su Huaibei on the bed. Good heavens, her man's clothes were almost completely stripped off. Jussi quickly covered him with a blanket. Damn it, I haven't even seen him like this myself. Seeing that Jussi was alone, Chuanxi dropped her act. Little girl, I advise you not to meddle. If you ruin my plans, don't blame me for being ruthless. With your flat figure, no wonder you had to drug him. At least you know your limitations. Unfazed by Jussi's mockery, Chuanxi replied, I've served the prince for over a decade. Even if he wakes up and discovers this, he'll just scold me. As for you, you shameless little girl, dreaming of becoming the princess, be careful the prince doesn't punish you. Before she could finish, Jussi had already slapped her hard across the face. I don't know if he'll punish me, but I do know you might not live to see him wake up. Damn it. Her man had been drugged and was lying on the bed, his clothes almost completely removed. Who could tolerate such a thing? Mu Jussi burst through the door and slapped the maid who had drugged him. How dare you covet my man? It seems you won't live to see the prince wake up. Suddenly, another person who looked identical to the maid inside rushed in. It turned out he was the real Chuanxi, the prince's personal attendant. The one inside was his twin sister, Chunxiao. Well, you finally decided to show up. How did you know she wasn't me, miss? Jussi grabbed Chunxiao's hand. You don't have such a strong rouge scent. And you have 5 black moles on your wrist, which this woman doesn't. Chunxi knelt down. Please, miss, for the sake of my years of service to the prince, spare Chunxiao. You serve Su Huaibei, not me. Why should I care about your service? If you insist on punishing Chun Xiao, then punish this servant as well. Juicy narrowed her eyes. Are you threatening me? Dismiss them both and never employ them again. A voice suddenly came from behind. It turned out Su Huaibei hadn't actually been drugged. Hearing that the prince hadn't sentenced them to death, both Chunksis were grateful. Mu Juicy was very dissatisfied with Su Huaibei's incomprehensible behavior. She didn't say anything and was about to leave. Su Huaibei pulled her into his arms. Where are you going? This humble servant is shameless, barging into the prince's chambers at night. Now that I've finished acting out your play, I'm going home to accept my punishment. They're just servants. Why take it to heart? They still have their uses. Let them live for now. Faced with Su Huaibei's nonchalant attitude, Juicy became even more furious. Su Huaibei sighed. I have no way to deal with you. I was angry just now, and now I'm the one comforting you. You're really hard to please. Juicy was completely stunned. If you don't want to serve me, just say so. I have plenty of people who will. You've already ruined my reputation. Who else could you possibly find to serve you? Well, you never know. At the very least, Lin Ziqian is still waiting to marry into the Mu family. Hearing Lin Ziqian's name, Su Huaibei's face darkened. Was he the one who kidnapped you this time? Juicy silently regretted bringing up the topic. How did it come to this again? To avoid further questioning from this man, she quickly slipped away. Meanwhile, Lin Yushan was still waiting outside the Mu family's gate. After everything that had happened, he decided to come and talk to Juicy. As the door opened, a maid came out carrying a package. Our young miss said to return this to its original owner. Lin Yushan opened it to look. Inside was none other than Lin Yushan's son, Lin Ziqian, who had been cut off. He rushed to the prime minister's mansion overnight, informing him about Huaibei's return to Mazensiga. He also asked the prime minister to help him and his son seek revenge. After listening, the prime minister didn't respond, only giving Lin Yushan a few perfunctory words before sending him away. This scene was clearly observed by Juicy through her projection ability. It seemed Lin Yushan and the prime minister had known each other for quite some time. Could the prime minister be the mastermind behind all this? But Juicy felt she was still overlooking some important information. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Who could be visiting so late at night? This reborn little girl, in order to prevent the tragedy of her past life from happening again, actually jumped down from the tea house. Back to the previous episode, Juicy noticed movement outside her door. Opening it, she found it was her second brother. She immediately threw herself into his arms, acting coy. Faced with his adorable sister, her second brother, who originally wanted to scold her for leaving home without permission, instantly softened. He turned to report her safety to the other brothers. As Juicy was about to close the door, she saw her sixth brother leaving. So late at night, her sixth brother rushing out probably meant he was going to see Shen Yinyin, his lover from the past life. Sure enough, the sixth brother said he was going to watch a play. Juicy quickly expressed her desire to go too. On stage, Shen Yinyin was playing the pipa. Juicy deliberately praised Shen Yingying's beauty in front of her sixth brother. She knew her sixth brother and Shen Yingying had already met, but wasn't sure how far their relationship had progressed. She had to do everything in her power to sever their connection. So Juicy asked her sixth brother to invite Shen Yingying over. Previously, Shen Yingying had been planted by Lin Ziqian to be near the sixth brother, an important pawn in bringing down the Mu family. Now, seeing Juicy, she felt secretly uneasy. If Juicy recognized her, it would be trouble. Sister is indeed very beautiful. You look familiar to me. I remember now. I saw you with Lin Ziqian. At these words, Shen Yingying broke into a cold sweat. She hurriedly lied, claiming she didn't know Lin Ziqian. Sister, don't you remember? We just saw him yesterday. The sixth brother, listening nearby, was startled. Could it be that Juicy's master and Shen Yingying were in cahoots yesterday? He immediately stood up, preparing to go ask the tea house manager for clarity. At this moment, Juicy turned her head and saw someone entering the tea house. It was none other than Su Huaibei. The little girl had something on her mind. Perfect timing. With a sudden cry, Juicy fell from the tea house balcony. Su Huaibei was startled by the sight. He leapt forward and caught Juicy in his arms. Juicy struggled free from his embrace and rushed towards her sixth brother. Sixth brother, Juicy is so scared. The sixth brother hurriedly comforted her in a soft voice. Shen Yingying rushed downstairs and knelt on the ground. Young Master 6, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't push Miss Mu down. If you didn't do it, are you saying Juicy climbed onto the railing and jumped herself? Yesterday, she also climbed onto the roof. Shun Ying spoke without thinking, accidentally revealing yesterday's kidnapping incident. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake. Didn't you say you hadn't seen Juicy yesterday? The sixth brother ordered Shun Ying's arrest. The manager hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Young Master 6, please reconsider. After all, no one saw Ying push Miss Mu. We can't take her away without evidence. He was secretly worried. If Shin Ying was taken away, offending that important person, my tea house would have to close down for good. This prince saw this woman push Miss Mu from the second floor. Manager, are you still hesitating? Is this not enough testimony? Everyone could only watch as Shun Ying was taken away. The manager immediately instructed his subordinates to quickly inform that important person and see what to do now. He was originally an upright and honest prince. After encountering this mischievous little girl, he now lied without even blushing. To prevent her sixth brother from falling in love with the enemy's spy, Shen Ying Juicy jumped from the 9th floor and framed Shen Ying. Su Huaibei also sat down nearby. The manager could only helplessly watch as Shen Ying was taken away. In the carriage, Juicy suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. Before she could think, she had already fainted. But she suddenly woke up and found herself lying in her own bed. After, by Wanzi's prompt, she realized she had been affected by the anesthetic on Shun Ying's body. Juicy immediately went to the front hall. As soon as she entered, she started inquiring about Shun Ying. Xiang Miyuanzhuang picked up his daughter, saying she was already locked up for questioning. Juicy finally felt relieved. At this moment, a servant came to report that Lin Yushan had arrived. Mu Yuanzhang, expressionless, turned and said to let him in. He wanted to see what Lin Yushan was up to at this juncture. As soon as Lin Yushan entered, he eagerly got to the point, saying he heard they had arrested an actress today. Juicy sized up Lin Yushan. Coming to bail someone out so quickly, Shen Ying must indeed have an important relationship with their family. At this time, Lin Yushan continued, hypocritically inquiring about Juicy's condition. He had a loving expression, as if the person who cut off his own son's ear wasn't Juicy. Juicy thought to herself, this person must be deeply resentful, yet not showing a trace of it on his face. This person's facade is too deep. He absolutely cannot be tolerated. She looked at Lin Yushan and put on an innocent smile. I was pushed down, not fallen by myself, just like when Lin Ziqian pushed me before. Then she stared at Lin Yushan steadily. Are you here to exonerate her? To save the person, Lin Yushan gritted his teeth and admitted, to be honest, this actress has some connection with the Lin family. Why not hand her over to me? I will surely investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation. Before he finished speaking, Mu Yuanzhang was already furious. That person attempted to harm the young miss in public, and you want to take her away directly. Do you think the Mu family is easy to bully? Juicy, however, intervened, Father, why don't we return this person to the Lin family? He's come to ask for her. She might be Lin Ziqian's sweetheart. As she spoke, Juicy jumped down from Mu Yuanzhang's arms. If you admit she's Lin Ziqian's sweetheart, I'll return her to you. Lin Yushan was extremely reluctant. Admitting his son took an actress as his sweetheart would be scandalous if word got out. But he couldn't afford to offend Shun Ying's powerful backer. As unwilling as he was, he could only admit it. Then hurry back and prepare. When it's time for the wedding, we'll send her to the Lin family. She wanted to see how far the Lin family would go for Shun Ying. At these words, Mu Yuanzhang was displeased. He couldn't easily let go of someone who tried to harm his daughter. Su Huaibei suddenly spoke up. If young Master Lin truly has mutual feelings with this actress, it wouldn't be right to forcibly separate them. Since the little girl wants them to marry, this prince will lend a hand. This little girl is really pulling out all the stops to marry the prince. She even offered herself in front of her family. Speaking of which, Lin Yushan, in order to save Shun Ying, who had powerful backing, grudgingly admitted that Shun Ying was his son Lin Ziqian's sweetheart. With Juicy and Su Huaibei's assistance, Mu Yuanzhang reluctantly agreed to send the person back to the Lin family on Lin Ziqian and Shen Ying's wedding day. Lin Yushan knew Juicy was making things difficult for him, but circumstances forced him to nod. The wedding will be in 3 days. Please be sure to return Miss Shen then. Watching Lin Yushan's departing figure, Juicy thought, agreeing so readily, it seems Shun Ying is a very important piece for the Lin family and those behind them. She is a crucial pawn. She silently sighed in relief. The matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. Her sixth brother, who was harmed by Shun Ying in her previous life, could now be safe. Before she could finish her thoughts, Mu Yuanzhang patted Jussi's head. You, acting on your own? Lawless child. Su Huaibei spoke up to defend Jussi. This can't be blamed on Miss Mu. After all, villains are everywhere. It's hard to guard against them all. Before Jussi could feel touched that her man was defending her, she heard Su Huaibei change his tone. However, Miss Mu is still young and shouldn't frequent such mixed places. This little girl has repeatedly put herself in danger. She should be disciplined. The little girl secretly grumbled that this petty man was still angry. She saw him standing properly in front of Su Huaibei, respectfully bowing. Jussi thanks the prince for saving her life. Seeing the little girl suddenly so formal, Su Huaibei instinctively felt she must be up to some mischief again. Jussi continued, Your Highness, storybooks say that one should offer themselves in marriage to repay the kindness of saving their life. Should I not offer myself to your highness? Before she could finish, Mu Yuanzhang grabbed her, muttering incoherently. Impertinent. Her sixth brother quickly apologized to Su Huaibei. Jussi speaks without thinking. Your highness, please don't take her seriously. Su Huaibei, however, looked serious. When Miss Mu comes of age, why not? At these words, Mu Yuanzhang and Mu Yongkong nearly dropped their jaws in shock. But Miss Mu is still young. If she still has such thoughts in the future, she can come to this prince again. It's not impossible, Jussi said eagerly. Then your highness, we have a deal. You can't go back on your word. Su Huaibei also seriously promised not to renege. After seeing Su Huaibei off, Mu Yuanzhang's face was stern. Those things you said to the prince earlier, you must never say them again. Although he's a prince, he's certainly not your ideal husband. Jussi listened anxiously and retorted, Why not? Isn't that how it's written in storybooks? Mu Yuanzhang treated Jussi like a child, tapping her forehead. So young and already thinking of marriage. Is our home not enough for you? After speaking, Mu Yuanzhang told Jussi to stay in her room and not wander around, then left. As soon as her father left, her round eyes gleamed mischievously. He said not to wander around, but he didn't say I couldn't do anything in the room. Bai Wanzi beside her looked knowing. Host, I suspect you're up to something again. Jussi giggled secretly. Anyway, Su Huaibei can't see. On what should have been a joyous wedding day, why did this man look as if he had eaten something foul, his face full of displeasure? 3 days ago, Lin Ziqian learned he was to marry the actress Shan Ying. His face was full of fear. I don't want to. She'll kill me. Lin Yushan looked at his useless son. This is the only way to bring her back from the Mu family. No matter what, Shan Ying is just a woman. Once she's married, you can do as you please with her. Lin Ziqian wanted to refuse again, but Lin Yushan cut him off coldly. Enough. Your father has made up his mind. This matter ends here. Now, Lin Ziqian stood at the left side of the Mu family gate, wearing theatrical costume. His hair was let down, poorly concealing his missing ear. Nearby, people were gossiping. What's the Lin family's young master doing here? Didn't he break off his engagement with Miss Mu? You're out of the loop. The Lin family's young master isn't here to marry Miss Mu, but an actress. The one who pushed Miss Mu off the theater tower. Lin Ziqian was seething with anger inside, but could only grit his teeth and bear it. The humiliation from the Mu family, I will take it all back one day. At this moment, the Mu family's gate opened. Shan Ying was pushed out. She was barely clothed, with suggestive red marks on her body, looking utterly disheveled. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. A proper marriage, but bringing home damaged goods. Young Master Lin Shure has interesting tastes. That night, after the farce finally ended, a cry came from the bridal chamber. Lin Ziqian was slapped to the ground. What are you trying to do? Shan Ying clutched her clothes, looking at the man on the ground with disdain. Lin Ziqian, know your place. Did you think you could do as you please just because you married me? Lin Ziqian clenched his fists and said hatefully. Kicked out of the room on his wedding night, he stood at the door like a stray dog. One day, I'll make all these lowlifes kneel and apologize. At this time, Jussi watched her handiwork proudly through a projection. The Lin family's kowtowing has cost them dearly. By Wanzi, the spectator sighed. Host, you're too ruthless. Shan Ying probably can't imagine how those red marks got on her body. Jussi's expression became slightly serious. Having married an actress, even if Shan Ying is gone, Lin Ziqian will never be able to marry a woman from a respectable family again. Lin Yushan can even tolerate this. It seems Shun Yingying is truly important to the people behind her. There will likely be more trouble to deal with next. We need to ensure Bai Wanzi's normal operation. At this, Bai Wanzi suddenly mentioned, "Host, recently I've detected a powerful force trying to suppress me, and I've found that this force is right here in the capital." What exactly happened? One moment the girl was complimenting how pretty this sister was, the next moment she reached out and grabbed her hair. Speaking of which, since Juicy's rebirth, with the system's cheat code, Baiwan has recently been suppressed by a powerful force. Moreover, Baiwanzi has discovered that this force is right here in the capital. Juicy scoffed. "So after all this searching, you've only found out it's in the capital." This criticism hurt the weak Wanzi's pride. He immediately bristled. Narrowing it down to a specific area was already his limit. If they continued searching, both Juicy and Baiwanzi would be discovered by the other party. Juicy could only let it go for now. Some things can't be rushed. They have to be taken slowly. At this moment, a maid came to report that the second young master had arrived. Juicy immediately went to greet him, but secretly wondered why her second brother had come. Mu Hongwen picked up Juicy, noticing she wasn't wearing shoes. "You'll catch a cold like this." He explained his purpose for coming. Since Juicy was the general's legitimate daughter, one maid wasn't enough, so he had assigned her another maid. A maid stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Juicy. In her previous life, Lova had been bought by the Lin family and was a disloyal person. Unexpectedly, Juicy didn't dismiss her. She dared to approach. Juicy examined the pretty-faced Lova. "Sister Lova is so beautiful." Lova blushed shyly. "Thank you for your kind words, young miss." Before she could finish speaking, Juicy suddenly reached out and grabbed her hair. She yanked it towards herself. Lova's eyes immediately filled with tears. She asked with a sob, "Did this servant do something wrong? Or did I anger the young miss?" Juicy's face darkened. "I just don't like you. Where did you sneak in from? I clearly saw you at the Lin family before." Lova quickly defended herself, insisting she had no connection to the Lin family. Juicy pointed at her waist. "If you've never been with Lin Ziding, why do you have the Lin family's special pouch on your waist?" Lova immediately checked her waist and found there really was a pouch. Her pupils dilated. Full of terror, she instinctively said, "Impossible, I clearly removed it." Mu Hongwen's eyes darkened. He immediately ordered servants to take Lova away for thorough questioning. After giving the order, he turned to apologize to Juicy. "It was my oversight to bring a villain to my sister. Second brother will investigate this right away. I'll repay those who hurt Juicy tenfold." Juicy and Akian watched as her second brother and his group left. Akian looked at the pouch on the ground and carelessly picked it up. "This is clearly mine. How did young miss say it was hers?" Juicy smiled. "That's not important. Akian, you've done a great job." Of course, the biggest credit goes to Bai Wanzi, who secretly put the pouch on Lova. On a dark, windy night perfect for climbing windows, the female hooligan, Juicy, and Bai Wanzi wore serious expressions, concentrating hard. An onlooker might think the master and servant were up to something big. In reality, they were just trying to create a space-time door to sneak into the prince's mansion. After successfully entering the mansion, Juicy quietly climbed up to the window. The room was pitch black. Juicy complained inwardly. "This man really has an old person's schedule, sleeping so early." Bai Wanzi silently mocked. "Host, you're entering someone else's room more smoothly than your own home." The female hooligan felt no shame at all. Instead, she looked smug. "He'll be my husband sooner or later." There's nothing wrong with getting familiar in advance. While still feeling proud, she accidentally missed a step. Juicy fell straight down, about to land face first. A pair of large hands caught her from behind. Juicy instantly fell into a warm embrace. "There's a door, yet you insist on climbing through the window." Juicy looked at Su Huaibei, grinning. "Climbing through the window makes people worry about me." Su Huaibei gently put the little troublemaker down. "Tell me, what brings you here this time?" Juicy looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Can I just come to see you?" The sweet, cloying words made the forever single Bai Wanzi exclaim that he couldn't take it anymore. "I'm leaving first." Su Huaibei was always defenseless against this little rascal. He smiled and pushed the snacks on the table towards Juicy. "You. Next time, you don't need to use the window." The little girl looked at the snacks, feeling touched. This man clearly didn't like sweets, but he had prepared so many because of her. Of course, she had to savor Beibei's thoughtfulness. In the deep of night, the carefree Akian was still sound asleep, completely unaware of the figure that had appeared in the room. Su Huaibei placed the drunk Juicy on the bed. Even in her sleep, she was still tightly clutching his collar. The man looked at this little girl with adoration, sighing that she was truly a little troublemaker. If Mu Yuanzhang knew I was sneaking into her room at night, he'd come at me with a knife. You really know how to cause trouble for me. This is simply outrageous. The young lady of the general's mansion, actually drugged and carried away from her own home. What exactly happened? A quarter of an hour ago, Juicy was sitting alone in the small garden. Her brothers and Su Huaibei had all gone to the spring hunt. Women were never allowed to participate in the spring hunt, so she could only stay at home alone. Suddenly, Bai Wanzi warned her, "Host, danger." Before Juicy could react, a cloth soaked in a sedative was pressed against her face from behind. She quickly closed her eyes and fainted. Then, two burly men hoisted her onto their shoulders. As they were leaving, one of them wondered, how did we infiltrate the general's mansion so easily? It might be a trap. Let's hurry. We might still make it to the spring hunt. Juicy, on their shoulders, quietly opened her eyes. They were taking her to the spring hunt grounds. Bai Wanzi was anxiously pacing. "Host, you're just pretending to be unconscious. Aren't you afraid they might do something to you on the way?" But Juicy was calm. She had wanted to go to the spring hunt anyway. Free transportation, might as well use it. This carefree girl planned to take a nap first. Before sleeping, she instructed Bai Wanzi to record the route and wake her if there was any danger. After a long while, Juicy was woken up by the panicking Bai Wanzi. She had been placed in a cave. She could hear two men talking at the cave entrance. One sounded worried. "The little girl hasn't woken up yet. Did you give her too much? Hope we didn't cause any problems." The other wasn't concerned. "It's better if she's unconscious. Easier to handle. We still need to watch her until Huaibei arrives. This little girl has delicate skin. Don't want to cause any injuries." It seemed they wouldn't enter the cave for now. Juicy immediately asked Bai Wanzi to open the map application. She quietly stood up, planning to make a quick trip to Huaibei before they noticed. Bai Wanzi watched Juicy opening a space-time door, silently thinking, "This is the most audacious hostage I've ever seen." In the spring hunt camp, Juicy carefully lifted the curtain of Huaibei's tent. Her man wasn't there. Juicy pouted, standing in the empty tent, thinking her family must be in a panic. She should leave a message. She took off the jade pendant from her waist. She placed the jade pendant in a conspicuous spot and used a twig to write the character for safe on the ground. After arranging all this, she planned to return to the cave and continue her nap. Bai Wanzi side-eyed Juicy. "Host, cooperative victims like you are rare. What exactly is this little girl planning with all this effort? Have you ever seen a more audacious hostage than this girl? Pretending to be unconscious on the surface, but actually using the bad guys as free transportation. While the kidnappers thought she was still unconscious in the cave, she had already used a space-time door to secretly report her safety to her family. And after reporting her safety, she sneaked back to the cave to continue her nap. These days, such cooperative victims are indeed rare. In the Mu family's military tent, Mu Yuanzhang received news of Juicy's disappearance, both shocked and angry. The legitimate daughter of the general's mansion disappearing from her own home. It would be a laughingstock if word got out. If she was just playing around, that would be fine, but if she had been violated. Juicy's two brothers were also very worried. They both expressed their intention to skip the spring hunt and go back to find Juicy. Nonsense. The spring hunt is a major event. What would the emperor think if our entire Mu family withdrew? Before he could finish, a guard reported from outside the tent. The guard entered carrying something. "The prince ordered me to give this to the general, saying it's to report safety. Please don't worry too much, General." Mu Yuanzhang saw that it was the jade pendant Juicy always carried. His worried heart instantly relaxed. He ordered everyone else to leave. After everyone left, Mu Yuanzhang stared at the jade pendant, muttering, "What trick is she up to now? Why contact the prince instead of me? Old Mu, you're already getting jealous. You'll have plenty to cry about in the future." Meanwhile, in the cave, Juicy and Bai Wanzi were lying together. Both their stomachs were growling with hunger. Juicy complained quietly. Being kidnapped isn't so great after all. Bai Wanzi rolled over, looking at the two men diligently roasting chicken outside the cave. "What's not great? You got a free ride, reported your safety, and soon someone will bring you food." The two big men finished roasting the chicken and brought the food into the cave. Juicy pretended to have just woken up. Seeing the men, she immediately raised her voice. "Who are you? Where is this? What are you going to do to me? She trembled all over, looking pitiful. Her stomach betrayed her by growling loudly. One of the men gruffly handed her the roasted chicken. Eat. I'm warning you, don't make noise or cause trouble. Otherwise, we'll throw you in prison. Juicy happily gnawed on the chicken. At the cave entrance, the two unfortunate men continued to talk. We can't hit her, can't scold her, and have to feed her well. Did we kidnap an ancestor or what? Stop complaining. When the spring hunt starts, we'll have other tasks. Besides kidnapping Juicy, what other tasks were they talking about? These were the most unfortunate kidnappers I've ever seen. Not only did they serve as free transportation for the hostage, but they also had to provide good food and drink. It was like they had kidnapped an ancestor. Meanwhile, Juicy was gnawing on a fragrant chicken leg, happily watching the two unfortunate men bicker. At night, gusts of cold wind raged, and the whole valley was shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Bai Wanzi suddenly warned, with an unusually serious tone, "Host, it's not good. Some power seems to be enveloping the area nearby. They haven't noticed us yet, but if this continues, we'll be exposed sooner or later." Juicy immediately lost all sleepiness. She frowned and ordered Bai Wanzi to turn off any unnecessary functions and hide their existence. The force suppressing her that Bai Wanzi had mentioned before was actually at the spring hunt grounds. The next day at the spring hunt grounds, the emperor announced the official start of the spring hunt. Everyone could now enter and hunt. As Mu Yuanzhang was about to enter, a voice behind him called out. It was the prime minister, who asked with concern, "General, you look a bit haggard." Mu Yuanzhang explained it was due to eating wild fruits from the hunting grounds. If others knew that the great general couldn't sleep well because he was jealous over his daughter, he'd lose face. The prime minister feigned concern. "General, you must take care of your health. I heard one of the Mu family's young men didn't come to the spring hunt due to a sprain. I suspect the sprain is just an excuse, and he stayed behind to keep Miss Mu company." Speaking of which, the relationship between the Mu family's sons and Miss Mu is enviably close. I heard that when Miss Mu fell from the theater tower recently, the sixth young master Mu almost ate that actor alive. As he spoke, he observed Mu Yuanzhang's expression. Mu Yuanzhang, the conversation ender, just waved his hand and said, "Young people's antics." After that, he turned around. "You rushed from the capital to the hunting grounds yesterday, Prime Minister. You should rest well." The Prime Minister's eyes darkened behind him. "Since the siblings are so close, I'd like to see how these Mu family wolf cubs would react if they knew something happened to Mu Juicy. Would they turn this spring hunt upside down?" So it was this old man who ordered Juicy's kidnapping. He brought Juicy to the hunting grounds to use her life as leverage to create conflict between the Mu family and Su Huaibei. Back at the cave, the two unfortunate kidnappers were discussing at the entrance. "The spring hunt should have started by now. We can throw that little girl out." The other man urged to act quickly, as they had been in this desolate place for so long, that they were about to go crazy. The two entered the cave and looked around. Where was she? Where Mu Juicy should have been, there was only a rope left. No sign of her. The two men panicked instantly. Their first reaction wasn't to search for her, but to blame each other. "Weren't you watching her?" "I went to guard the door." As they argued heatedly, a voice called out, "Hey." Juicy was standing at the entrance with her hands on her hips, looking fearless. With an innocent smile on her face, she said, "Big brothers, were you looking for me?" As the saying goes, love is blind. When a soldier prince meets a rascal girl, there's no room for reason, only being wrapped around her finger. In the cave, the two kidnappers were still arguing about Juicy's disappearance. The little girl suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. The men looked at each other, neither knowing how the little girl had managed to move. Before they could think further, sounds of fighting and men's wails came from the cave. In no time, the two unfortunate men were lying unconscious on the ground, covered in bumps. Bai Wanzi dusted off her hands, her round face full of arrogance. "Host, what's our next move?" Juicy sat on one of the big men, yawning. She wasn't worried about her situation at all. "They deliberately left me in this place. There must be a reason. Someone will come soon." Suddenly, her nose twitched again. The smell on these two men seems familiar. As he was racking his brain, trying to remember where he had smelled this familiar scent before. By Wanzi, who was relaxed beside him, suddenly became excited like she had been injected with chicken blood, reminding Yongin. Looking at the figure appearing in the image, she said with a hint of gossip in her tone, "It's exactly who you think it is." At this moment, Su Huaibei was secretly worried. The spring hunting grounds were too vast, making it extremely difficult to find Juicy. Suddenly, a small figure flew towards him. Su Huaibei was startled and instinctively wanted to defend himself. When he lowered his head and recognized the small figure, his body stiffened, forcibly controlling himself. The little girl in his arms looked up, her eyes filled with joy and a hint of complaint. "What took you so long? I've been waiting for you for ages." Su Huaibei looked at the somewhat disheveled little girl, about to scold her for running around again. But the little girl beat him to it, tearfully explaining that she hadn't run off, but had been kidnapped. She turned around, pointing at the two men lying on the ground not far away, and cried. They were so mean. Su Huaibei looked at the two unfortunate kidnappers, beaten black and blue, whom someone claimed were so mean. Then he looked at the unharmed and even-spirited kidnapped person in front of him. Reason and emotion were frantically pulling at each other in his mind. What could he do with this little rascal? He crouched down, not questioning how the big men ended up tied up, and said with some guilt, "I should have kept a closer eye on you. It was my negligence." This man who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and favored her was too lovable. Juicy happily threw herself into Su Huaibei's embrace. His scent was still the most comforting. Before they could fully enjoy the moment, Juicy suddenly raised her head. "All right, I remember now. The scent on these two kidnappers is the same as on Shun Yingying and Lin Ziqian. Could it be that everything that's happened is being manipulated by the same mastermind behind the scenes? Who gave her the courage? This little girl, not even as tall as a wild boar, opens her mouth and talks about capturing fierce beasts. Last time, we mentioned that the kidnapped little girl, relying on her system cheat, not only reported her safety to her family, but also made the two kidnappers act as her servants. After using them, she even beat them up. By the time the prince arrived, Juicy had already subdued the two kidnappers completely. Su Huaibei turned around and told his subordinates to go back and report to Mu Yuanzong that she was safe. Juicy, however, was lost in thought. The scent on the kidnappers was the same as Lin Ziqian and Shun Yingying's. What roles did they play in this incident? As she was pondering, she felt the man's sharp gaze on her. To avoid Su Huaibei asking more detailed questions, Juicy immediately changed the subject, asking brightly what they were going to hunt in the spring hunt. This was indeed a question. The little girl wasn't even as tall as a wild boar piglet, yet she wanted to go hunting. So, Su Huaibei suggested catching rabbits. But the little girl, small in size, but big in ambition, insisted that since they were at the spring hunting grounds, they should naturally catch fierce beasts. Su Huaibei asked Juicy if she wasn't afraid of being devoured by fierce beasts. Juicy's face was full of trust in the man. "With you here, what do I have to fear?" Seeing Su Huaibei still hesitating, Juicy started to deploy her coquettish skills. Suddenly, Bai Wanzi alerted, "Someone's coming." Juicy's expression changed. "I've suddenly changed my mind." She clenched her fists, full of excitement. "Let's go catch assassins instead." In the bushes, two figures, one big and one small, were secretly observing the situation in the cave. At the cave entrance, two suspicious-looking people were lurking. It seemed they weren't after Juicy. Juicy asked Su Huaibei if any important people were participating in the hunt this time. Su Huaibei nodded in affirmation, but his mind was full of questions. In the dense forest, it was difficult to find anyone. How did this little girl manage to find the assassins? Juicy suddenly remembered something. It was that noble consort. In her previous life, this spring hunt was organized by the emperor to please the noble consort. But the noble consort suddenly passed away shortly after the spring hunt. It seemed that the incident from back then wasn't so simple. She immediately asked Bai Wanzi to monitor the situation in the cave. Sure enough, lying in the cave was none other than the emperor's beloved noble consort Dun. Juicy immediately grabbed Su Huaibei's sleeve, excitedly saying, "I bet the noble consort must be in the cave. We have to rescue her." Then she whispered in Su Huaibei's ear, secretly explaining her rescue plan. Unexpectedly, Su Huaibei frowned and refused before she even finished. "No way." Juicy covered the man's mouth. "I know you don't like it, but right now this is really the only way." What plan did the little girl come up with that made the usually calm Prince Xiaoyao change his expression so drastically? What idea did the little girl propose? The little girl's idea shocked the prince. Through her system cheat, Juicy discovered that the Emperor's most beloved consort had been drugged unconscious in the cave. Having been reborn, she knew that in her previous life, noble consort Dun had suddenly passed away shortly after this spring hunt. It seemed things weren't so simple. She decided to rescue the noble consort. After Su Huaibei vetoed her initial idea, she immediately covered the man's mouth. Right now, this is the only way. Looking at the determined little girl, Su Huaibei remained silent for a while before finally agreeing. There was a rustling sound from the bushes. The assassins by the cave entrance immediately became alert. What's that sound? As soon as the words were spoken, Juicy burst out from the bushes, falling in front of the assassins. Faced with this sudden appearance of a little girl, the two men were at a loss. The situation became awkward for a moment. Juicy's hands were tied. She acted very scared and said, "Who are you? I'm warning you, don't come any closer, or my father won't let you off." The assassins immediately understood Juicy's identity. Without hesitation, they threw Juicy into the cave. But they didn't see that behind them, Juicy, who had just looked terrified, immediately changed. She had by Wanzi keep an eye on the assassins. The two assassins continued their conversation at the cave entrance. Wasn't the Mu family's girl supposed to have been thrown over there? How did she end up here? Who knows? She's lucky she wasn't shot dead by Su Huaibei, mistaken for a wild animal. Goodness, their intentions were truly malicious. The spring hunting grounds were dense with trees, making it hard to distinguish between people and animals. If Su Huaibei had fallen for it, there would be no hope for reconciliation between the Wang Manor and the Mu family. But who was the mastermind behind these people? As Juicy was pondering, a woman's voice came from behind. She turned around to see noble consort Dun, who had regained consciousness. "You're the Mu family's daughter, right? I saw you once a few years ago." Juicy obediently introduced herself, while wondering if she should make the noble consort faint again to avoid her seeing the upcoming fight. Unexpectedly, noble consort Dun told Juicy to escape when it got dark. "Those people are after me. They won't harm you." Juicy remembered that noble consort Dun was a princess from the neighboring Xiaopa kingdom, known for its martial prowess. Even the noble consort herself was quite skilled in martial arts. Realizing this, she immediately moved closer to the noble consort and whispered, "Your Highness, Juicy is here to rescue you. The prince is just outside the cave. If we work together from inside and outside, we can save you. But I need to ask for your help. My dear readers, can you guess what clever plan this quick-witted little girl has come up with? How daring can a life with cheat codes be? After the girl single-handedly subdued two burly men to save the emperor's beloved consort, she pretended to be captured and entered the tiger's den. She planned to work with the prince from inside and outside to capture all the kidnappers. In the cave, Juicy learned that the noble consort had practiced martial arts since childhood and could protect herself. She decided to ask for her help. Meanwhile, Su Huaibei was guarding the cave entrance with his men. His face was gloomy. He had originally disapproved of Juicy putting herself in danger, but there was no better option. He just hoped the little girl would be safe and sound. Suddenly, a woman's cry came from inside the cave. "There's a rat." This was the signal Juicy had agreed upon with Su Huaibei. It meant they could take action. Hearing the cry, the kidnapper leader cursed and walked into the cave. "This little brat is so delicate, scaring the hell out of me." But when he got closer, he found the spot where noble consort Dun and Juicy had been tied up was empty. The kidnapper leader was shocked and was about to call for help. Before he could speak, noble consort Dun appeared behind him. The kidnapper fell to the ground with a thud. Noble consort Dun was puzzled. She hadn't even touched him. How did he fall? Little did she know that Juicy had secretly used a silver needle to knock out the kidnapper. Of course, she wouldn't reveal her true abilities and instead credited Su Huaibei. Since Su Huaibei was known for his bravery and fighting skills, noble consort Dun didn't question it. She quickly crouched down and pulled out the knife from the kidnapper's waist. She instructed Juicy to hide behind her. Suddenly, a figure darted into the cave. Noble consort Dun immediately became alert. As she was about to raise her knife in defense, the little girl beside her rushed forward. Juicy joyfully threw herself into Su Huaibei's arms. Su Huaibei naturally picked up Juicy then turned to noble consort Dun. "Your Highness, are you all right? I'll escort you back first." But noble consort Dun shook her head. With a determined look, she insisted on staying to find out who was behind all this. Juicy blinked her big eyes, thinking this noble consort was quite different. Usually, other nobles would run away as fast as they could in such situations, but she was willing to stay behind. The kidnappers at the cave entrance had been subdued. They were all clutching their throats, making painful sounds, and quickly fell to the ground motionless. Jingji stepped forward to check and found that all of them had taken poison to commit suicide. It seemed these people came prepared. To avoid leaving any evidence, they didn't even spare a single survivor. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards them. Su Huaibei, quick on his feet, grabbed Jusi and dodged to the side. One wave hadn't settled before another arose. Who was behind this attack? Have you ever seen such a capable noble consort? Other nobles might panic when kidnapped, but she calmly prepared to cover for others to escape secretly. Finally, when rescue arrived, others might have run away immediately, but she decided to stay put and see what the kidnappers' intentions were. Unfortunately, the mastermind was well prepared. Seeing their plan exposed, all kidnappers took poison to die, leaving no survivors. Just as Su Huaibei was carefully analyzing the reasons behind the kidnapping, a cold arrow suddenly shot towards them. Su Huaibei immediately grabbed Jusi and dodged to the side. Jusi, with a frightened face, looked at the arrow stuck in the tree trunk and asked Bai Wanzi what was happening. After analysis, Bai Wanzi found that the attacker hadn't left. Jingji stepped forward and removed the note from the arrow. Opening it, it read, "Watch your back. It's not safe to stay here long." Jusi carefully observed the arrow. The arrowhead was blunt, clearly not meant to harm, but there seemed to be some mark on the shaft that had been erased. She asked Bai Wanzi if he could restore the arrow's original appearance. Bai Wanzi immediately said he could, but it would take time. He suggested leaving first, as a wolf pack was approaching, though without hostility. Reminded by Wanzi, Jusi also noticed the rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The spring hunting grounds were just for nobles' entertainment. How could there be dangerous beasts like wolves? Just then, she caught a glimpse of noble consort Dun already drawing her bow, preparing to shoot at the wolf pack. Although the wolves weren't hostile, attacking them would surely provoke them. Before Jusi could stop her, the arrow had already been released. Immediately, howls came from the wolf pack. As expected, they were enraged and ran towards Jusi and the others, baring their teeth. Soon, Jusi's group was surrounded by the wolf pack. One wolf initiated the attack. Su Huaibei quickly picked up Jusi, while Jingji raised his knife to fend off the wolves. As wolves kept pouncing, Su Huaibei protected Jusi while kicking away many wolves with his powerful legs. Seeing everyone struggling and the wolf pack depleting a lot of energy, Jusi immediately asked Bai Wanzi if the protective shield could block the wolves. Bai Wanzi replied that the shield's power was sufficient, but it couldn't protect everyone else. Jusi reached out to touch Su Huaibei's exhausted face, asking worriedly if he was all right. Suddenly, a wolf from behind lunged directly at Jusi. Su Huaibei quickly pulled Jusi behind him, his arm barely catching the wolf's bite. Jusi's face showed terror and concern for Su Huaibei. "Are you okay?" Su Huaibei was in so much pain that cold sweat dripped down, but to reassure Jusi, he pretended to be fine. Jusi, who had been protected by Su Huaibei all along, felt full of guilt. Her current body was so weak. Had she been reborn only to still be unable to protect those she wanted to protect? She suddenly made up her mind and told Bai Wanzi with a determined face, "No matter what method, I want to restore my energy immediately." She was the general's daughter who had returned after completing 5,000 dimensional missions. Due to a small error in the rebirth process, she accidentally returned to her childhood. Mu Jusi was frustrated being trapped in this small body, unable to fully utilize her abilities. She even needed special protection when going out. After Su Huaibei was injured protecting her, she was determined to restore her energy value immediately, no matter what it took. Bai Wanzi informed her that growing up instantly wasn't impossible, but it would clear all the points she had accumulated in the previous 5,000 dimensions. Violating this world's rules would also cause her body to suffer backlash. Jusi, with a determined face, said, "Exchange it now. In this life, she didn't want to lose those she wanted to protect again. As the system prompted a successful exchange, Juicy was immediately surrounded by a halo of light. Her body began to change slowly. At this moment, Su Huaibei and the others were still struggling to fend off the wolf pack. He noticed the wolves suddenly becoming more ferocious and all looking in the same direction. He couldn't help but turn to look as well. Juicy, who was originally a young girl, had now grown into a graceful young lady. Juicy met Su Huaibei's gaze and suddenly felt alarmed. How could she forget this point? Even with the change, she might be mistaken for a monster. Bai Wanzi had already considered this thoroughly. With the system's intervention, no one in this world could detect Juicy's transformation. Everyone would perceive her as a normal young lady. Juicy instantly regained her confidence. It was time to show her true abilities. She drew a long sword and leaped towards the wolf pack. Before Su Huaibei could stop her, she swung her sword and struck down a wolf. Su Huaibei watched this agile young lady, feeling an indescribable change in his heart. Suddenly, another wolf lunged at Juicy. With a sharp gaze, she threw her sword directly at it. The sword pierced the wolf's heart precisely. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hunting grounds, a disheveled figure appeared, leaning on a cane. It was Juicy's sixth brother, Mu Rukong. He was now the biggest victim of circumstances. He had originally set out with two other brothers to find Juicy, but got separated midway. Even his horse had run off at some point. The unfortunate sixth brother collapsed on the ground, thinking that if he couldn't reunite with his brothers in 3 days, he might starve to death here. Suddenly, he noticed a trail of blood on the ground. Could it be from prey? Thinking this, the sixth brother was instantly filled with hope for survival. He eagerly began to follow the blood trail. He stopped in front of a large pit. Such a big pit. The prey must be something large, he thought. But when he looked inside, he saw a person lying there. Prince Jing. How did he end up here? A young girl, turning into a graceful lady in the blink of an eye. If this happened nowadays, forget being called a monster, it would at least trend on social media for days. Luckily, the female lead brought a system cheat when she returned. Naturally, everything was done without anyone noticing. At night, Juicy and her group sat around a campfire. She boasted to Su Huaibei, "Wasn't I amazing?" Su Huaibei lovingly draped a cloak over her, agreeing that Juicy was indeed impressive. In reality, he thought she was too impressive. Well, we all know that Bei was already worrying about his future status in the family. Noble consort done, observing their interaction, couldn't help but admire the affection between the prince and Miss Mu. She decided to give them a little push. So she said to Juicy, "I've heard that all the Mu family sons dote on you. I wonder what kind of husband will catch your eye in the future." She then gave Su Huaibei a meaningful look. She turned to ask Juicy if she had someone in mind. Su Huaibei was secretly anxious. Juicy was known for speaking without filters. If she mentioned anything about his manner and the Mu family, it might draw unwanted attention. Juicy glanced at Su Huaibei and smiled slyly. Then, pretending to be shy, she said that marriage was a matter for parents to decide, and she would listen to her father and mother. How to put it? The little girl's words didn't expose anything, but Bei felt inexplicably uneasy. Meanwhile, in a cave, Prince Jing woke up from his unconsciousness. He rubbed his still dizzy head. Suddenly, thunderous snoring nearby caught his attention. The unfortunate sixth brother was sprawled beside him, sleeping like a dead pig. The sixth brother, hearing a noise, jolted awake. Seeing Prince Jing awake, he pounced on him, exclaiming how relieved he was to find someone familiar. After a while, a blackened grilled fish was presented to Prince Jing. Looking at the completely charred, almost coal-like grilled fish, Prince Jing wondered if it was even edible. The sixth brother eagerly urged Prince Jing to eat first. Under his expectant gaze, Prince Jing reluctantly took a bite. The sixth brother immediately clenched his fists in excitement, asking if it tasted good. The cold-hearted Prince Jing's blunt, "not good," crushed the sixth brother's heart. He then tossed the fish away, while the other was still reeling from the criticism. At this moment, the sixth brother's keen nose caught a whiff of a fragrant smell in the air. He drooled with stars in his eyes. Someone was cooking something delicious. At this moment, Juicy was still muttering while stirring a pot of soup. Suddenly, a figure quickly darted out from the nearby bushes. Who could this newcomer be, and what sparks would fly between them? This girl, who was muttering and stirring a pot of soup just a second ago. In the next second, the pot and soup vanished from her hands in a flash. Juicy looked at the young man who had buried his head in the pot, wolfing down the food. Could this be her carefree sixth brother, Mu Yongkong? Mu Yongkong, hearing someone call him, suddenly turned his head, with food still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Seeing Jussi, he immediately dropped the pot with tears in his eyes. Well, actually, he had already cleaned out all the food in the pot. He hugged Jussi tightly, crying and shouting that he had finally found his sister. At this moment, another panting figure appeared. He immediately noticed the grown-up Jussi. So this was the source of yesterday's energy fluctuation. His eyes flashed. Found you, Mu Jussi. Could the other force that by Wanzi mentioned be Prince Jing? Let's plant this seed of doubt here. Seeing that the newcomer was the clingy sixth brother that Jussi disliked, Su Huaibei, who had been extremely vigilant until now, finally relaxed. Su Huaijin asked Su Huaibei why he was here. He explained everything with a brief chance encounter. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Su Huaijin didn't press further. At this time, Bai Tuanzi appeared, holding the sword that had nearly hurt Jussi earlier. The marks that had been erased from the sword had now been restored by him. Jussi looked and saw that the Mu family's emblem had clearly appeared on it. She was greatly shocked. Could it be that one of the Mu family's cousins was playing tricks? Then she looked at the sixth brother, who was still licking the bottom of the pot, and dismissed the idea. It couldn't be her brothers. Whoever it was, they should be prepared to die for using the Mu family's name. Time's up. In the royal camp, everyone was tallying up the hunt results. Jussi's group appeared at the exit of the hunting grounds. The emperor's face lit up upon seeing noble consort Duan. Mu Yuanzong almost cried with relief seeing Jussi safe and sound. Jussi excitedly threw herself into Mu Yuanzhong's arms. Of course, the enemy was still in the hunting grounds, so while hiding in Mu Yuanzhong's embrace, she didn't forget to secretly observe the situation. She saw that the prime minister was very surprised and nervous about Jussi and noble consort Duan's appearance. It was indeed related to him. The spring hunt was originally an activity for male members of the royal nobility. Even the beloved noble consort could only participate with the emperor's special permission. But now, a little girl had mixed into the crowd. What was going on? The emperor looked at Jussi. The Mu family's girl always appears here. Don't you know this isn't a place you should be? Jussi kept crying in Mu Yuanzhong's arms, appearing to be in shock. Su Huaibei explained from the side that he had found Jussi nearly falling prey to fierce beasts. He couldn't explain where she came from, thinking she must have been frightened. The emperor, upon hearing this, looked incredulous. How could there be fierce beasts in the spring hunting grounds? Noble consort Duan was already there. The emperor was suspicious, so she pitifully explained her encounter with the wolf pack. At this moment, a guard reported that Prince Duan had been attacked by wolves and was seriously injured. The emperor hurriedly ordered imperial physicians to the hunting grounds, now fully believing the story about fierce beasts. The prime minister spoke up. Everyone, since you say you encountered wolves, where are the wolf carcasses? Can you show them to us? Su Huaibei had anticipated that someone might not believe them, so he was already prepared. He ordered his men to bring in the dead wolf. The prime minister crouched down to stroke the wolf's body. In any case, the first prize of this year's spring hunt should go to the prince. With one sentence, he diverted everyone's attention from the appearance of fierce beasts in the hunting grounds. Jussi observed this scene from the side. How could a normal person stroke a wild beast turned into a black chicken so gently? She immediately ordered by Wanzi to revive the wolf. The wolf that had been completely dead suddenly came to life and started walking. Everyone was shocked. The emperor immediately ordered protection for the prime minister, but they saw the wolf docilely prostrating itself before the prime minister. Jussi exclaimed with an innocent face. Who would have thought that the prime minister was acquainted with this beast? With this simple sentence, she linked the prime minister to the events everyone had just experienced. The emperor's face showed anger. Is this wolf really related to you? The prime minister hurriedly knelt down to explain. Wolves are wild and untamable. How could I, a mere scholar, have any connection with such a fierce beast? Besides, it said that all things in the world have spirits. Wolves living in the mountains wouldn't harm people without reason. This statement turned the focus back to noble consort Duan, implying that she must be a bad person to have been attacked by wolves. But noble consort Duan wasn't easy to deal with. She immediately requested the emperor to uphold justice for her. Seeing the chaos, Su Huaibei knelt down and volunteered to investigate the matter. The emperor, already exhausted by this affair, was impressed that someone took the initiative to handle it. Meanwhile, the prime minister secretly cursed. The situation had been reversed with just a few words. This Mu family girl was no pushover. And so, the spring hunt ended. In the palace, Juicy arrived at the invitation of noble consort Duan. Bai Wanzi wondered why she was called. Juicy, however, showed no fear. Friend or foe, she'd find out soon enough. In the sun-drenched palace, a young girl walked along the path. Since Juicy had helped save the noble consort with Prince Xiao and Su Huaibei at the hunting grounds, she thought she'd have no further interaction with the noble consort. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the noble consort invited her to the palace. Unsure of her intentions, Juicy decided to play it by ear. She arrived at the noble consort's palace, where several young and beautiful ladies were already seated. Noble consort Duan warmly welcomed Juicy and began introducing the women present. This is the Empress Dowager's niece, who would call Prince Xiao cousin. This is the younger sister of Prince Xiao's former study companion, also an acquaintance. This is... Noble consort Duan was about to introduce another lady when Juicy quickly interrupted. And what is her relation to the prince? Noble consort Duan smiled. This one has no connection to the prince. She's from Li Buchan's family. Juicy finally understood. These young ladies were either connected to Prince Xiao or of marriageable age, all potential rivals for her husband. Not to be outdone, she confidently introduced herself. Let me introduce myself. I am the only daughter of the Fuwood Duke and the future princess of Prince Xiao. At this, all the young ladies burst into laughter, clearly not taking Juicy's words seriously. Even noble consort Duan was secretly surprised. Normally, if it were true, people would be more discreet. Could it be that she had no intimate relationship with Su Huaibei after all? Bai Wanzi also secretly mocked. Host, shouldn't you reflect on why no one believes you when you tell the truth? Juicy looked helpless. Forget it. No need to explain further. They're all here to compete for my man anyway. Suddenly, someone tugged at her sleeve. Juicy turned to see a girl with a high ponytail, looking spirited and valiant. She was He-Jung Xianzu, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Hedong. He-Jun had no interest in the refined arts the other noble ladies were discussing. Seeing Juicy's straightforward manner, she invited her to go bird hunting in the Imperial Garden. Juicy looked at the expectant girl before her and thought for a moment. Their eyes met, and an agreement was reached. What would these two mischievous girls get up to in the Imperial Garden? The girl was inexplicably summoned to the palace by the noble consort. Upon arrival, she was introduced to a group of young ladies. Each one was there to compete for her man. Juicy was worried about how to handle this meeting. He-Jung Xianzu, who also disliked following conventions, invited her to go bird hunting in the Imperial Garden. The two immediately hit it off. In the Imperial Garden, He-Jung Xianzu walked ahead, smiling. Bai Wanzi silently began reviewing history, informing Juicy that He-Jung Xianzu had high combat skills. She had even been to the battlefield and was a good person. However, she also had a crush on Prince Xiao. Juicy was surprised that the usually carefree Bai Wanzi had taken the initiative to do a background check. Suddenly, someone called out to her from behind. Juicy turned to see Jingji and asked why he was here. Jingji explained that the prince had heard she was summoned to the palace. Before he could finish, a light cough interrupted him. Su Huaibei had also appeared in the Imperial Garden. He naturally reached out to remove a fallen leaf from Juicy's hair, asking with concern if she had been troubled. Suddenly, he noticed someone else nearby. It was He-Jung Xianzu. Su Huaibei immediately reverted to his aloof demeanor. He-Jun, who had always admired Su Huaibei, was nervous at his appearance. She hurriedly bowed to Su Huaibei. Su Huaibei merely nodded slightly in response. He-Jun continued, "It's been nearly 3 years since we last met. The prince's demeanor is even more impressive than before." But Su Huaibei didn't give her any face and simply walked past her. Juicy, unable to do anything about this awkward situation, could only bid farewell to He-Jung Xianzu. Then she quickly caught up with Su Huaibei. After a few steps, Juicy looked back worriedly and saw He-Jun still standing there. Then she heard Su Huaibei, already seated on a swing, inviting her to sit for a while. With no one around, Su Huaibei embraced Juicy as they walked over. Juicy looked at Su Huaibei's tired face. He didn't seem to have rested well. The spring hunt affair must have been troublesome. She gently leaned on Su Huaibei's shoulder, looking peaceful. Suddenly, Bai Wanzi popped up with a warning. Someone was coming. It was Prince Duan. Why was he here? The love story of the regent and the reborn girl was quite lively. Not only were there frequent female male rivals, but male obstacles appeared as well. This untimely man was Su Huaibei's brother, Su Huaiduan. His sudden appearance in the imperial garden was puzzling. Su Huaibei told Jusi to hide first, then stepped out to block Prince Duan's path. Su Huaiduan was surprised to see Su Huaibei alone in the garden, but he didn't dwell on it. He simply asked if Su Huaibei had seen Miss Mu. The noble consort had mentioned she was in the imperial garden. He had brought a box of perfume, hoping to make her smile. To have such thoughts about his woman, Su Huaibei was displeased. Third brother, mind your words. Hiding behind, Jusi and Bai Wanzi secretly observed their conversation. Bai Wanzi grumbled that Prince Duan looks like a weak prince. He's not as handsome as Prince Xiao. His house is full of women, busier than birds in spring. How dare he set his sights on you, host? Jusi looked disdainful. She understood that Prince Duan's sudden kindness was merely because he was interested in her family's influence with 3 members in the palace. Seeing Prince Duan about to enter her hiding place, she quickly ordered Bai Wanzi to release some hornets to drive him away. At the mention of mischief, Bai Wanzi perked up. All right, watch this. He gathered his strength and finally produced 1 large hornet. Jusi was numb to Bai Wanzi's daily subpar deliveries, but only 1 hornet seemed too perfunctory. Jusi's doubt offended the overly confident Bai Wanzi. My products are never substandard. This hornet's sting is extremely painful. Meanwhile, as Prince Duan was still talking with Su Huaibei, a hornet suddenly flew over, targeting only him. He frantically tried to shoo it away. Su Huaibei remained calm, saying everything was fine just now. Perhaps it's the floral scent on third brother that attracted the bee. This was clearly mocking him for frequenting brothels, hence the floral scent. Frustrated by the persistent hornet, Prince Duan hurriedly left. As soon as Prince Duan left, a delicate finger poked Su Huaibei's cheek. You're so handsome, yet always frowning. You look older than an old man. Su Huaibei remained serious. He grabbed Jusi's hand. You're not someone he can joke about casually. For the domineering regent, anyone who dared to covet his woman was dancing on his landmine, even if it was his own brother. Prince Duan, who had intended to make Jusi smile with perfume, was chased away by a hornet. Su Huaibei's expression remained stern. He grabbed Jusi's hand, stating that she wasn't someone others could joke about casually. Touched by Su Huaibei's protectiveness, Jusi comforted this jealous man, assuring him that she wouldn't let Prince Duan take advantage of her. And for his good behavior, she'd give him a chance to escort her home. As they walked, Su Huaibei suddenly remembered something. He advised Jusi to go out less these days, as they had thwarted the old Fox Prime Minister's plans several times. Their good fortune might run out soon. Jusi looked guilty. It might not be possible, as her mother had accepted invitations, and there would likely be many banquets to attend. A few days later, the Xie residence was bustling with guests. Mother Ling Xiaoji smiled as she introduced Jusi to Madame Xie. Madame Xie warmly held Jusi's hand. Daughters are better. My son is almost like a lost cause. She immediately beckoned to a young man standing nearby. A handsome youth approached. It was Madame Xie's son, Xie Qingjing. Madame Xie instructed Xie Qingjing to show Jusi around. Both mothers smiled approvingly. Their matchmaking intentions couldn't be more obvious. Xie Qingjing led Jusi through the courtyard. Having never met before, the atmosphere was awkward. Jusi walked silently for a while, wondering where they were going. She hoped he wasn't planning to sell her. The young man was still scratching his head, wondering what girls her age liked. And why were there no servants around? They weren't helping him at all. Suddenly, he saw a figure hurrying by. Finally, a savior. His third brother was great at pleasing girls. Just as Xie Qingjing was about to call out, a hand covered his mouth. Jusi quietly signaled him to stay silent. They both crouched by the courtyard door to peek. In the courtyard, 5 or 6 people were lying haphazardly. Each held a small bottle, looking irrational and in a state of euphoria. To think that group drug use would occur in the prestigious Xie residence. What was originally an awkward blind date unexpectedly led to the discovery of group drug use. Jusi worried silently. This hadn't happened in her previous life. What was going on? Xie Qingjing was also seeing this for the first time, unaware of its severity. He was still peeking through the door when Jusi grabbed his collar from behind and yanked him away. In a secluded spot, Jusi asked who those people were. Xie Qingjing, rubbing his sore neck, replied that besides his third brother, the others were young masters from other families. Seeing Jusi's serious expression, he didn't understand what was happening, only thinking this girl was quite strong. Juicy waved dismissively, saying this wasn't something they could control and to pretend they hadn't seen it. Inwardly, she thought that since this happened in the Xie residence, she couldn't be sure if Xie Qingjing was trustworthy. As Juicy turned to leave without explaining, Xie Qingjing, feeling slighted, reached out to stop her, saying, "How can you just walk away after asking me?" Juicy grabbed his outstretched hand, and with a twist, threw the weak Xie Qingjing to the ground. She arrogantly asked if he'd submit now, a complete contrast to her earlier polite demeanor. Suddenly, a voice called out to Juicy from behind. Su Huaibei had appeared in the Xie residence, witnessing Juicy pinning down the Xie family's young master like a bandit. Juicy quickly stood up, looking innocent and cute. She timidly explained that she was just trying to get Xie Qingjing too. Su Huaibei affectionately pinched Juicy's cheek, scolding her for being unruly and suggesting she needed a governess. Juicy protested that she hadn't done anything wrong, then told Su Huaibei about what she'd seen in the Xie residence. Meanwhile, Xie Qingjing shakily stood up, unable to believe he'd been overpowered by a girl. As he got up, the scene before him shocked him. Were they always this open in public? Su Huaibei turned, his cold gaze sweeping over Xie Qingjing, making him shudder. He smiled slightly at Xie Qingjing, his tone emotionless. "What's wrong, young Master Xie?" Xie Qingjing quickly waved his hands, indicating he hadn't seen anything. Inwardly, he was crying. When the prince smiled like that, someone was bound to be in trouble. And this time it was him. Poor Xie looked at Juicy, standing with the prince. So this little girl was the prince's beloved. Luckily, he hadn't done anything wrong. Who could resist a little cutie running towards them? Mu Juicy excitedly arrived at the regent's mansion. Upon seeing Su Huaibei, she threw herself into his arms. The 5,000-watt light bulb, Xie Qingjing, felt extremely out of place. "Help, can I log off?" The conservative Su Huaibei could barely handle Juicy's enthusiastic embrace. He quickly sat her down in a chair. Remembering why she came, Juicy immediately asked if he had any leads on the Xie family incident. Su Huaibei shared what he'd learned. A new craftsman from Jiangnan had recently joined the Xie family. This man loved drinking and gambling, and when he ran out of money, he sold things. He sold a powder claimed to be a secret ancestral formula. As he spoke, he took out a small bottle. "This is the immortal powder. Just a little bit can remove all pain and make one feel euphoric." Many medical halls have bought it from him, and the reviews are surprisingly good. Juicy looked at the immortal powder in Su Huaibei's hand. She had seen this in another life and knew it must not spread. She said seriously, "Your Highness, if this is abused, it will surely lead to ruin." Su Huaibei looked at the worried Juicy. How did she know about something no one had seen before? Stories often featured celestial beings falling into the mortal world. Could she really not be human? The spring hunt incident also gave an inexplicable feeling of change. He sighed inwardly. If not investigating meant they could be together longer, he'd rather remain ignorant. When she was ready to tell him, she would. A few days later, Juicy and Bai Wanzi watched Su Huaibei's carriage leave from Pingan Street. Bai Wanzi asked Juicy if she really wasn't going with him. Juicy's face was full of reluctance. "You think I don't want to?" The prince secretly submitted a memorial to the emperor about the immortal powder. Now he's been ordered to investigate in Jiangnan. "If I went along, what if something happened in the capital? I need to be a solid support here." Suddenly, Bai Wanzi was startled. He pointed nearby. "Host, look, it's that maid we drove out before. This woman is so vain. To rise from servant to mistress. She's even willing to ruin her reputation, forcing the general's sixth son to take responsibility for her." Faced with the maid's seemingly reasonable accusations, the sixth son of the Meng family was at a loss for words, unable to defend himself. The crowd's emotions grew increasingly agitated. Juicy, hidden among them, was also suppressing her anger. Bai Wanzi quickly urged her to calm down, noting that Lin Ziqian seemed to be approaching too. Juicy smiled coldly. This scumbag came at just the right time. He pushed through the crowd. "Sister Lufu, what are you saying? Wasn't it Lin's cousin you fancied? When did it become my sixth brother? The embroidered pouch you made for Lin's cousin is still on his waist." Hearing this, Lin Ziqian hurriedly untied the pouch from his waist. Lufu began to play on emotions pitifully. "Miss, we grew up together in this household. I see you as my own sister. How could you slander me and young Master Lin like this?" Juicy's face was icy. You see me as your own sister, then frame our entire family. Is this how you repay your masters? You say this without fear of divine retribution. Unexpectedly, Juicy knew about her betrayal for personal gain. Lufu was suddenly at a loss for words. Lin Ziqian also turned, preparing to quietly escape. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Young Master Lin, where are you going? The Prince Jing held up the pouch he had just untied, in such a hurry to destroy evidence. He threw the pouch on the ground. On the evening of March 13th, this prince had invited the 6th young master for drinks. Didn't your master tell you? With the Prince Jean as witness, the 6th's reputation is finally preserved. Madame Lin approached Lufu. Back then, I bought you from the Yamen to save you from a life of debauchery. Now, you can go to where you were originally destined. Lufu collapsed to the ground, her dreams of wealth and status completely shattered. Seeing the truth revealed, the onlookers began to disperse. Prince Jean turned to the 6th son. Won't you invite this prince in for a seat? That night, Juicy learned from Bai Wanzi that Lufu had died. She said coldly, without expression, it seems the people I sent were quite thorough. Suddenly, her heart twisted in pain. Was it because she violated the reincarnation system's rules by killing someone? But she came back to ensure those who harmed her in her past life would not die well. Juicy, clutching her chest, got up. She rummaged through her dressing table. She took out an envelope. I want to see him. Originally a highly valued maid in the general's mansion, she was expelled for colluding with outsiders and betraying her masters. Now she appeared on the street, tugging at Lin Ziqian's sleeve, begging him to take her in. Lin Ziqian was always ungrateful, let alone towards a maid who no longer held any value for him. He waved his hand, shaking off Lufu's grasp. Then he turned and left without hesitation. Juicy watched all this from a distance, sighing that they were truly a perfect match, equally disgusting. If not for the reincarnation system's restrictions on personally killing, this person would have long been gone from this world. After a moment's thought, she looked up to find Lufu had disappeared. It turned out she had been taken to Prince Duan's mansion. Prince Duan lifted Lufu's chin. Quite a beauty. How did you end up thrown out by your masters? The opportunistic Lufu immediately put on a pitiful act. In her heart, she calculated that if she could attach herself to a noble like the prince, she could at least secure a life of luxury and status. Unexpectedly, Prince Duan flung her face away in disgust. Betraying your masters, thrown out by the Lin family, putting on this act for whom? This prince is not like that little pet Lin Ziqian. His face full of malice. Since you want wealth and status, this prince will give you a chance to return as a master. The next day, Juicy was woken from her sleep by Bai Wanzi. Bai Wanzi anxiously told Juicy that the maid Lufu had come and was now at the door, claiming that the 6th brother had an affair with her and should take responsibility. Juicy was instantly wide awake. She sat up in bed. What nonsense is this? Bai Wanzi immediately projected a hologram showing Lufu confronting her 6th brother. Well, she dares to come here. We must deal with this properly. At the mansion gate, Lufu acted utterly wronged, stating she had lost her virginity and had nowhere to go. 6th young master, won't you acknowledge me? The 6th son looked bewildered. I don't recall ever having any interaction with you. Lufu immediately said, on March 13th, when young Master Lin and Miss Shen married, the 6th young master was in love with Miss Shen. You were drinking at the tavern that night, and that's when you took advantage of me. This sounded reasonable and sparked discussions among the onlookers. People said the Mu family was too overbearing. How could a young lady use her reputation to deceive others? They didn't expect the Mu family to be bullies relying on their power. As the saying goes, the public's opinion is like gold. Faced with such negative public opinion, how should Juicy respond? The result of having such an attractive man was that other women would covet him even when he just went out. At night, Su Huaibei was still handling official business. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. The guards immediately became alert. They placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready to act at any moment. Through the crack of the open door, a head with round, big eyes peeked in, secretly looking into the room. The person was none other than Mu Juicy, whom Su Huaibei had been thinking about day and night. His arrival surprised Su Huaibei into silence. He immediately stood up. Juicy awkwardly explained that she had rushed here day and night from the capital. In reality, she was secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. Who would believe she could arrive instantly from thousands of miles away? Su Huaibei wasn't a fool. However, Su Huaibei, who had always been concerned about her, didn't question how she got here. He simply embraced Juicy, saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Jussi's face was full of guilt. She couldn't believe Su Huaibei actually bought her flimsy excuse. Su Huaibei rarely showed his true emotions. "Ever since I sent that peach blossom, I've been wondering day and night about your reaction. But I never received a reply." Jussi looked up. The mark on her forehead, caused by violating the system's rules, had already disappeared. With affection in her eyes, she said, I'm sorry. Next time, I'll write to you every day until you're sick of it." She nestled in Su Huaibei's arms. Only in his embrace could she feel at ease. An hour later, Su Huaibei was still handling official business, while Jussi was sound asleep, sprawled across the table. He looked at the sleeping Jussi with a smile. This girl had just been insisting on keeping him company while he worked, but now she was sleeping so soundly. Su Huaibei gently picked up Jussi and settled her on the bed. Then he quietly left. Bai Wanzi secretly sighed, thinking that he could believe such a ridiculous lie. Love truly makes one blind. In the morning, the maid Akian found Jussi's room empty. She saw a letter left by Jussi, stating that she was heading to Jiangnan and asking everyone not to worry. Akian burst into tears again. How could they not worry? Thousands of miles away, on the bustling streets of Jiangnan, Jussi told Jussi to wait for her while she went to buy some pastries. Jussi, still eating a candied ha, was suddenly approached by someone. It was a beautiful young woman. Bai Wanzi secretly warned the host, "This girl has been circling around you for 2 days. She doesn't seem like a good person." The woman, full of curiosity, asked, "What is your relationship with that gentleman?" "I've been wondering, because you look unmarried, yet you go in and out together daily." Jussi immediately guessed the woman's thoughts. To avoid revealing her identity, she smiled and said, "We're siblings." The woman instantly relaxed. "Oh, so you're brother and sister." Jussi rushed to Su Huaibei, hugging his arm and urging him to leave quickly. After all, there was someone eyeing her man. Unexpectedly, the woman blocked their way. With a shy face, she asked, "May I know the gentleman's name?" How bold this woman was! Upon seeing a man she liked, she not only secretly followed for 2 days, but also took the initiative to greet him. Su Huaibei held Jussi's hand and walked away, saying, "I'm nobody important. No need for the lady to concern herself." The woman persisted, catching up to block their path. "How about I treat you to a meal?" Su Huaibei didn't respond, finding the woman's persistence annoying. Jussi politely declined with a smile, saying her brother would cook for her. Chen Yirong became agitated upon hearing this, criticizing Jussi for letting a scholar cook. Before Jussi could speak, Su Huaibei coldly replied, "Why can't a scholar cook? Who says women must cook and men should just enjoy the benefits? My background is none of your concern, Miss Chun." With that, he took Jussi's hand, ready to leave. Well said. A sudden voice appeared. A man in plain clothes bowed to Su Huaibei, expressing admiration for his previous statement. Chen Yirong, embarrassed at being publicly contradicted, recognized the newcomer and exploded in anger. "Chung Ziren, you have no right to speak here." Chung Ziren retorted, "Is this your private property?" Jussi watched silently from the side, wondering about this provocative person's background. She decided to add fuel to the fire. "Miss Chun, this gentleman isn't my brother," she said while hugging Su Huaibei's arm. "He's my family's adopted son-in-law." Upon hearing this, Chen Yirong almost fainted in shock. As they left, Chung Ziren, enjoying the drama, said, "Little girl, you're in trouble." That Chen Yirong is the local beauty, daughter of Principal Chun from Qingshan Academy. "You've offended her, so you won't have an easy time in this area." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly had a violent coughing fit. He didn't seem to be in good health. Jussi looked at the frail man before her. "What about you? You're so poor, yet you dare to oppose Chen Yirong." Chung Ziren replied fearlessly, "I'm a student at Qingshan Academy, Sukai. I've been the top student for over a year. Old Chun would be eager to have me. How could they possibly harm me?" The two outgoing people began chatting nonstop. Su Huaibei, left on the sidelines, felt a bit sour. He put on a long face and pulled Jussi closer. Jussi playfully poked his sullen face. Chung Ziren couldn't help but burst into laughter. The couple, who were just flirting, suddenly turned to Chung Ziren and said in unison, "What are you laughing at?" This truly startled him. Chung Ziren scratched his head. "I wasn't mistaken. You two are quite bold." Jussi put her hands on her hips, looking like a hooligan. "What's it to you?" Suddenly, Bai Wanzi popped out to warn the host. "This person has the scent of the immortal fan on him. He's the top student at Qingshan Academy, yet he has the scent of the immortal fan. Fortunately, the scent isn't strong. He's probably not deeply involved, or it rubbed off from somewhere else." Juicy pondered and felt more alarmed. The only place Chung Ziren could have come into contact with it was the academy, with so many people gathered there. If the younger generation was corrupted by the immortal fan, the consequences would be unimaginable. She turned and suggested to Huaibei that they should investigate the academy. After all, if any student was involved with the immortal fan, it could harm many people. Su Huaibei agreed and pushed open a door. Juicy then realized they had unknowingly been led to a kitchen. She felt a bit embarrassed. She had only casually mentioned Su Huaibei cooking for her, not expecting him to actually do it. Su Huaibei rolled up his sleeves, looking confident. "The young lady has spoken. How dare I not comply?" A quarter of an hour passed, and Bei was still standing motionless at the chopping board. Usually so decisive, he was now stumped in this small kitchen domain. Juicy had already guessed it. After all, he was a prince. Of course he wouldn't know how to cook. But then Bei launched into a flurry of activity. After constantly flipping the food, it slowly began to look appetizing. He let out a long sigh. Finally done. This is more tiring than leading an army into battle. The two looked at the dish before them. Its black exterior emitted a strange odor. "Okay, I take back what I said earlier." The kind-hearted Juicy consoled him. "Everyone has their own talents. No one's perfect. Let's eat out." "Yes, at that place next to Chung Ziren's academy. We can also gather some information there." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Huaibei pinned her against the wall. He held Juicy's hand. "You really like Chung Ziren." Juicy looked at this man who was clearly jealous. So he had been quiet because he was jealous. Her face reddened slightly. How could I possibly be interested in him? Chung Ziren, standing at the door, quietly moved away from the lovey-dovey scene in the kitchen. "I'm not worthy to watch this." Late at night, the Prime Minister's study was brightly lit. He had just received news from Lingyu Mountain that Juicy wasn't in the capital. Lin Yushan said he had instructed Lin Ziqian to find out Juicy's whereabouts. Then, he brought up the matter of helping Lin Ziqian enter the court. Before he could finish, Shen Ying interrupted. "Once the task is done, the Prime Minister won't forget. You may leave now." Lin Yushan left obediently, but his expression changed as soon as he turned around. "This bitch, relying on the Prime Minister to look down on me. If I ever gain power, I'll make her grovel before me." After Lin Yushan left, Shen Ying guessed that Mu Juicy had gone to Jiangnan with Su Huaibei. She asked the Prime Minister if they should take this chance to eliminate him. The Prime Minister's face was full of malice. "The lovebirds like being together so much. Let them die together then." Meanwhile, at Qingshan Academy, Chung Ziren took out an exquisite bottle. He had offended Chun Yirong during the day, and at night, old Chun gave him this. "Ziren, this is something good that helps people sleep soundly. The headmaster knows you're taking the exam this year. Don't waste this opportunity." He opened the bottle cap. "Is there really such a good thing? What if it's poison?" Because Juicy talked a bit more with the scholar, the regent became extremely jealous, pretending to be pitiful and asking what made him inferior to Chung Ziren. Unknowingly, the unfortunate child Chung Ziren, whom the regent saw as his #1 love rival, was now staring blankly at a glass bottle. He had offended the headmaster's daughter during the day, and at night, old Chun sent this gift. He didn't believe old Chun would be so kind as to send him something good. The next day, many students were walking together on their way to the academy. Chung Ziren, among the crowd, inexplicably felt anxious, as if someone was watching him. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. He was so startled that cold sweat instantly broke out. Looking back, he saw Juicy smiling and waving at him. Next to her stood Su Huaibei with a cold expression. The three of them exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Chung Ziren looked at Juicy, waiting for her to speak first. Su Huaibei, however, saw Chung Ziren's gaze as a challenge and put his arm around Juicy to assert his claim. Chung Ziren asked with a bitter smile why they were here, while secretly thinking, they're not here to flaunt their relationship again, are they? Juicy grinned mischievously. "Master Chung, I hear you have good news coming." In the tea house, Chung Ziren was devouring the delicious food on the table while mumbling to Juicy. "What did you say earlier?" "Good news coming." Juicy rested her chin on her hand. "The streets are buzzing with news of your engagement to Chun Yirong. They say you've become the Chun family's live-in son-in-law. They also say you received a token of love and have been meeting her secretly in the academy late at night. Upon hearing this, Chung Ziren dropped the chicken leg he was holding. With his mouth still full of food, he loudly defended himself. Even if I remain single for life, I never want anything to do with Chuniro. Even if I'm single, I'm a single dog with taste. He pulled out the bottle old Chun had given him from his pocket. Isn't this just something old Chun gave me? How did it become a token of love? The bottle that seemed ordinary to him looked terrifying to Jusi. This was the immortal fan that Su Huaibei had come to Jiangnan to track down. Su Huaibei's face turned serious as he took the bottle from Chung Ziren's hand. Do you know what this is? Chung Ziren looked confused, seemingly unaware of the truth. Jusi explained from the side, this thing is called the immortal fan. One whiff makes you feel like an immortal, letting you forget all your worries. However, it's highly addictive. When the craving hits, it's so intense you'd want to rip out your own heart. Su Huaibei held the bottle. Your headmaster is quite skilled, but cruel to think of controlling students with drugs. He looked at Chung Ziren. I need an insider. Are you willing? Who would have thought that the highly respected academy headmaster was secretly a drug addict? On the empty street, heavy breathing could be heard in the dark night. A swaying figure appeared. Headmaster Chun Chongwen staggered forward, greeting someone. I've been without it for days, suffering greatly. Finally, I can get the immortal fan today. He knocked on the door while pressing the bell. With this good stuff, even a biting dog like Chung Ziren will have to obey. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from behind. Chun Chongwen quickly turned around. What's going on? A group of horsemen appeared, with Su Huaibei at the front. Headmaster Chun, thank you for leading the way. He approached Chun Chongwen. Qingshan Academy is the largest in Jiangnan, producing many talents. As the headmaster, why have you committed such an evil act? Chun Chongwen, unaware of the impending disaster, refused to admit any wrongdoing. He even invited Su Huaibei to try the immortal fan, calling it a good thing. Jingji, seeing his reckless words and fearing he might do something extreme, quietly signaled the guards to handcuff him. It seemed Headmaster Chun had used the immortal fan himself. Jusi suddenly spoke. Chun Chongwen, surprised to hear a girl speaking, said, "What would a little girl know?" As soon as he finished speaking, his drug craving began. His throat felt clamped, unable to speak. His limbs began to shake uncontrollably. He clutched his throat, desperately asking others for the immortal fan. Who would have thought the once respected academy headmaster would fall so low? Everyone present sighed in dismay. Jusi ignored Chun Chongwen's desperate pleas. She turned away coldly. Now that you look like a wild beast, do you still think the immortal fan is a good thing? With the headmaster fallen, Qingshan Academy was under control. That night, Jusi pretended to read a book but couldn't focus, feeling extremely bored. Su Huaibei was busy interrogating the captured criminals. The academy was closed off, and they stayed in the same place every day. Even Bai Wanzi found it dull. Suddenly, his radar activated again. Host, someone is approaching, and it's your old acquaintance, Shen Yingying. Jusi looked excited. Perfect timing. I was getting bored. While other girls would panic when faced with an assassin, she was excited, even praising the assassin's timely arrival. At night, Jusi's door was gently pushed open by a pair of hands. Shen Yingying appeared silently. She wore black night clothes and had her face covered with gauze. Her attire clearly showed ill intent. Upon entering, she was startled to find Mu Jusi standing alone by the window. She leaped over, delivering a swift chop. Jusi immediately fell unconscious. As Shen Yingying was about to carry Jusi on her shoulder and escape, suddenly someone appeared at the door. It was Jingji, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion. Shen Yingying, with her graceful figure, quickly jumped out of the window. Jingji was about to give chase, but then he saw Jusi, who had supposedly fainted, suddenly raise her head and give Jingji a thumbs up. Could Miss Mu be pretending to be unconscious? She looked in the direction Jusi was pointing. There was a small note on the ground. Opening it, she saw it read, "Red beans will lead the way." Jusi, pretending to be unconscious, was carried by Shen Yingying through the dense forest. Her position on Shen Yingying's shoulder was quite uncomfortable, but she persisted in dropping red beans to mark the trail. Suddenly, Shen Yingying roughly threw Jusi to the ground. She spoke coldly. "If you're awake, open your eyes." Surprised to be discovered, Jusi gave up the act. She rubbed her head and slowly sat up, while secretly asking Bai Wanzi to locate their current position. Fortunately, they were only about 20 li away from Su Huaibei. She believed he would come soon. Shen Yingying looked at the calm Juicy and sneered, "You're quite composed." Juicy dusted off the sand and said, "What about you? Why aren't you at home cuddling with Lin Ziqian? What are you doing here?" Being forced to marry Lin Ziqian was originally the worst option. This was also Shen Yingying's sore spot. As expected, she was immediately angered. Shen Yingying swiftly drew a long sword. Juicy still maintained her leisurely demeanor. As Shen Yingying was about to swing the sword at Juicy, she suddenly spoke, "Hasn't anyone ever told you?" The sword stopped abruptly. Shen Yingying wanted to hear what Juicy, seemingly at death's door, had to say. "When doing things, the most taboo is underestimating your opponent," Juicy said while quickly dodging behind Shen Yingying. At this moment, all of Shen Yingying's attention was on the swift-moving Juicy. By the time she reacted, the long sword in her hand had already been taken by Juicy. Juicy placed the sword at Shen Yingying's neck. "I'll give you a chance to reveal your master." Will she actually disclose the person behind all this? This woman was truly a disgrace to assassins. Her kidnapping attempt failed, and she even lost her sword. Juicy held the sword to Shen Yingying's neck, demanding to know who was behind this. Shen Yingying hesitated for only a moment. Suddenly, she smirked with determination and said, "Don't even think about it." With that, she lunged straight onto the sword. With a squelching sound, blood splattered everywhere. This action caught Juicy completely off guard. Before she could react, Shen Yingying had already fallen to the ground. Bai Wanzi panicked, "Host, you big fool. Novice killers will suffer backlash." At this point, Juicy had no other remedial measures. She suppressed her inner shock and slowly wiped the blood from her fingers with a handkerchief. "I didn't intend to kill her so quickly, but she delivered herself to me. What could I do? However, I won't let any of these people who killed my family go free." Then she glanced at Bai Wanzi. "Also, don't think I didn't hear you insulting me." Bai Wanzi immediately cowered. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her heart, and the mark on her forehead appeared. This backlash came faster and stronger. Juicy was in so much pain that cold sweat poured down her face. At this moment, a voice called out to her. It was Su Huaibei who had arrived. Seeing Juicy in such a disheveled state, he quickly approached, completely disregarding the corpse lying behind her. Juicy pondered silently how to explain this to him. Su Huaibei took Juicy's hand, helping her wipe off the blood. "Why did you do it yourself?" Juicy was puzzled why Su Huaibei wasn't asking any questions. However, after experiencing so much, Juicy didn't want to hide anything from him anymore. She gently leaned into Su Huaibei's embrace. "Su Huaibei, I have something to tell you." The mark on her forehead slowly faded, and she felt utterly exhausted. Juicy closed her eyes. "Let me rest for a bit. When everything settles down, I'll tell you everything." In the end, Juicy slowly opened her eyes. She saw Su Huaibei sitting by the bed, holding a bowl of soup, his face full of tenderness. "You're finally awake. Have something to eat first." Juicy suddenly spoke. "Su Huaibei, do you believe in ghosts?" Although the question was abrupt, Su Huaibei shook his head. She then asked, "What about mountain spirits and monsters?" "Rather than supernatural forces, I believe more in human agency." Juicy continued cautiously. "If, and I'm saying if, I had secrets and difficulties unknown to others, would you believe me?" Before she could finish, Su Huaibei had already silenced her with a kiss. This was the couple's first kiss. Celebrate. However, could Su Huaibei truly accept Juicy's real identity? True love is probably loving and protecting you in your heart, whether you're human, demon, deity, or ghost. Juicy decided to be honest with Su Huaibei about her identity. Before she could reveal the truth, Su Huaibei kissed her again. As they embraced, Su Huaibei took Juicy's hand and placed it on his chest. His eyes full of deep affection, he said, "To be honest, I do have many questions. I always feel like there's a blank spot in my memory. But because I trust you, I can wait. Wait until the day you tell me yourself." But he caressed Juicy's delicate lips and kissed her again. Some things indeed couldn't wait a moment longer. Su Huaibei left the room. After closing the door, he immediately called for Jingji. He instructed Jingji, remove all Buddhist-related items from the mansion. Clear out all the Guanyin statues too. Jingji was secretly perplexed, wondering what his master's actions were for this time. Su Huaibei's expression was determined. Even if she were a demon, she was a demon he had committed to. There was no reason to let her go. "Well, darling, we can only say that Bei seems to understand, but not completely. This incident teaches us not to listen to only half of a story." A simple, unadorned donkey cart appeared at the gates of Wuxi City. Past the city gate, temples lined both sides of the street, with bustling crowds creating a lively atmosphere. Juicy, who always loved excitement, lifted the curtain and looked at the bustling street scene with excitement. She must go shopping. As soon as Su Huaibei entered Wuxi City, his expression turned serious. He had received news that the imperial envoy Su Jinyan had gone missing in Wuxi. An incident at this critical moment. Qin Chongwen and that Wuxi governor were backed by the same person. It seemed this wouldn't be a relaxing trip. He rubbed Jussi's head, saying, "Once we're done with this, I'll definitely take you on a proper tour." Two idle ruffians sitting by the street noticed the cart as it passed by. The leader of the ruffians caught a glimpse of Juicy peeking out of the window and was immediately captivated. Inside the cart, Jingji was still reporting the situation to Su Huaibei. According to their spies, there had been people coming and going around Su Jinyan's rented courtyard, but despite his disappearance for several days, no one had reported it. All the servants had vanished as well. Moreover, since the courtyard was only temporarily rented, it would be difficult to investigate. Jussi asked Bai Wanzi if she could locate Su Jinyan's position. Since her rebirth, Bai Wanzi's powers had been significantly weakened. Using all her strength, she could only determine that the person was somewhere in the eastern part of the city. Jussi silently complained, "The area you've circled is quite large, huh?" Suddenly, the cart driver pulled the reins tight, bringing the cart to a stop. The violent shaking almost caused Jussi to lose her balance and fall into Su Huaibei's arms. What had happened outside the cart? The three were discussing matters inside the cart. Suddenly, the cart stopped, nearly throwing Jussi to the ground. Outside the cart, several ruffians had brazenly blocked their path. The leader of the ruffians pushed aside the driver and reached to lift the curtain. "Which family's young lady is inside? She looks so beautiful. My master will surely like you," he said lecherously as he pulled the curtain aside. But what greeted him was a big foot. Caught off guard, the ruffian leader was kicked away with a thud. Falling to the ground, he still shouted, "Who dares to hurt me? My master will never let you off." Su Huaibei lifted the curtain and asked, "Who is your master?" With a gloomy face, he said, "This prince wants to see if he'll live to enjoy anything." At the governor's mansion, a servant rushed in panicking. "My lord, it's terrible. That Judah who is helping you search for beauties has been caught. He's at the front gate asking for you." Governor Wang, still immersed in thoughts of beautiful women, slammed the table. "Who in Wuxi dares to disrespect me? Let's go to the front gate." His portly figure, led by servants to the front gate room, was quite out of breath after just a few steps, having been accustomed to a life of luxury for years. Before he could speak, a voice from inside rang out, "Governor Wang, why don't you see who this prince is?" Upon seeing Su Huaibei, Governor Wang instantly broke into a cold sweat, his legs going weak. Su Huaibei threw aside the street ruffian. "This man was trying to abduct women on the street, claiming he had your approval. This prince came to see if this was true." Governor Wang fell to his knees with a thud, still trying to defend himself. "Your Highness, please be clear-sighted. I absolutely did not instruct Judah to engage in such unseemly activities." In his heart, he was shocked. The confidential letter had mentioned that the carefree prince's entourage would be entering the city, but the city gate guards hadn't reported anything. How did he suddenly appear? Fearing Judah might expose him, he quickly ordered his servants to drag away this scoundrel who speaks nonsense. In such a large city as Wuxi, relying on a group of ruffians to maintain order. What kind of logic is this? Juicy suddenly appeared. Another one who's not afraid of death. Governor Wang turned impatiently. But the moment he saw Juicy, his eyes widened in shock. Juicy stood with her hands on her hips. "Governor Wang, you'd better explain this to us properly. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world, yet the prince loves only her." Governor Wang was still trying to deny any connection to the ruffian who attempted to abduct women on the street. Juicy's sudden appearance was unexpected. The lecherous governor stared at her, his eyes fixed, and asked for her name with a face full of infatuation. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword was already half drawn from its scabbard. Su Huaibei, burning with anger, placed his sword at the ruffian's throat. "Say one more word, and this prince will give you the same fate as him." Governor Wang hurriedly bowed and apologized. Secretly thinking that the carefree prince had a girl by his side and treated her so well, he must also be one who cherishes beauty. With this in mind, he immediately offered to host a welcoming banquet for Su Huaibei. To attract Su Huaibei, he continued to introduce a pair of Western region dancers have recently arrived in the east of the city. Their charm is truly indescribable. Jusi pondered silently. The east of the city wasn't that whereby Wanzi had hinted the imperial envoy was located. Su Huaibei frowned, not finishing his words due to the presence of women. Jusi immediately interjected, "Since you're arranging a banquet, it's better to have some singing and dancing accompaniment. Otherwise, it would be too dull." The masked dancers from the eastern city's dance hall had slender waists and graceful dance moves. Su Huaibei, originally uninterested in singing and dancing, now showed enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Jusi watched with great interest. He glanced at Jusi, who was watching intently. "You really want to see the dance, don't you?" Jusi quickly explained, "I'm here to solve the case." Mr. Su was attacked in the east of the city. Su Huaibei leaned in close. He whispered in her ear, "Compared to them, I'd rather see you dance yourself." They gazed at each other lovingly, close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside broke the beautiful atmosphere. Thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by a downpour of rain. Governor Wang said flatteringly, "Your Highness, the rain is too heavy. Why don't you stay at the official guest house tonight and return to your residence when the rain stops?" Jusi and Su Huaibei exchanged smiles. They already suspected Governor Wang was up to something. Since he offered this opportunity, they might as well take advantage of it. Outside the room, Bai Wanzi quietly hinted that there was someone inside. However, there was no hostility. This Wang Chong became governor by offering his sister as a concubine to Prince Duan. "It seems he's trying to send someone to your prince's room again." Jusi's face tightened. "They really don't take me seriously as the main wife." She pushed the door open directly. As the door opened, a woman fell to her knees with a thud. She spoke seriously, without any frivolity. "This humble Wang Mi was sent by my father. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Wang Mi has no designs on you." After saying this, she raised her head, only to find that it wasn't just Su Huaibei in the room. She secretly speculated about the lady who returned to the room with the prince late at night. This lady must have fallen for a jealous man. The consequence is that praising another woman in front of him would provoke intense jealousy. Wang Mi, the young woman sent to Su Huaibei's room by her father, clearly stated that she had no designs on him. Jusi secretly admired Wang Mi, recognizing her as someone who could assess the situation well. Wang Mi revealed everything she knew. It turned out that Wang Chong, under the patronage of someone in the capital, had frequent correspondence with Qingshan Academy. He also had a house in the eastern part of the city. Jusi, with her hands on her hips, said, "If what you're saying is true, your father is likely in great danger. But if you wholeheartedly pledge allegiance to the prince, your life can be spared." Wang Mi lowered her head and said softly, "I await the prince's orders." The candles in the room quickly went out. The people guarding outside thought their plan had succeeded and hurriedly prepared to report the good news to Wang Chong. Little did they know, Su Huaibei and Jusi had already slipped out through the back window. Jusi lamented along the way, "It's a pity for Miss Wang. With such grace, yet born into such a family." Su Huaibei embraced Jusi, his tone full of jealousy. "A woman sent to my room, and you're being so generous about it." Jusi found it amusing that the mighty carefree prince was actually jealous of a woman. To appease this big jealous king, she stood on tiptoe and gave Su Huaibei a light kiss. Then, with a shy face, she prepared to run away. But Su Huaibei pulled her back, saying, "Shouldn't there be reciprocation? I can't let you be at a disadvantage." With that, he kissed Jusi deeply. In the middle of the night, Jusi and her group arrived outside Wang Chang's house in the east of the city, braving the rain. Jingji was slightly worried about this trip, given their limited manpower. Coming in a rush seemed a bit rash. But Jusi was confident. Speed is of the essence in warfare. Besides, Wang Chong won't have a large force here to avoid suspicion. Before Su Huaibei could stop her, she had already rushed into the house. Soon after, several burly men with bruised faces were thrown out. Jingji was so shocked his eyes widened. Regarding his partner's innate superhuman strength, Su Huaibei could only remain silent, offering no explanation. When they entered the room, they immediately saw a middle-aged man tied up. This was the missing imperial envoy, Su Jinyan. Jingji hurriedly went forward to untie the ropes. Su Huaibei asked him why he had been imprisoned here. Su Jinyan informed them that Wuxi had been experiencing continuous rain recently, with disaster reports from various areas. However, one village stood out, suffering minimal losses. When he investigated this place, he was knocked unconscious and imprisoned by Wang Chong. Su Huaibei asked seriously, which village is it? Shangha Village. What exactly is strange about this Shangha village? Originally, it was a romantic scene of flowers and moonlight. Why was it ruined by Wanzi's usual eye signals? In the sharp rainy night, a carriage was stopped at the entrance of Shangha Village. The disguised coachman explained that it was flooding outside, and they came to seek shelter. Juicy inside the carriage was very uneasy. Such questioning late at night, for an ordinary carriage, a small village, guarded more strictly than Wuxi City. Su Huaibei hugged him, saying, "As long as we can enter the village safely. This village is strange. We can't hide our identities." Bai Tuanzi quietly perched on Juicy's shoulder. "You just came like this. Is everything really okay in the city?" Juicy thought secretly. With the governor holding the missing imperial envoy and Su Jinyan already rescued, it should be fine for a few days. In the inn, Su Huaibei sat alone by the window, looking outside, seemingly pondering something. Juicy appeared with hands behind his back. He asked what he was looking at. Surprised by Juicy's arrival, Su Huaibei asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Juicy's face slightly reddened. "Hey!" The rain outside had long stopped. Now, soft moonlight bathed the earth, the vast silvery white bringing peace to one's heart. Juicy rested his chin on his hand, suddenly feeling this place wasn't bad. "We could retire here in the future." This casual remark struck Su Huaibei's heart. So his future included me. But knowing Juicy's personality, he should prefer the scenery of the great desert. Juicy nestled in his arms. "The desert is nice too. Why don't we alternate between both places in the future?" Huaibei looked indulgent. "All good. I have houses in all these places. We can live anywhere." He looked at Juicy lovingly. "What's mine is yours." Bai Wanzi nearby turned into a jealous spirit, emitting a sour aura. Is this how rich people show off their wealth and affection? As emotions deepened, Huaibei leaned in, about to kiss Juicy's lips. Suddenly, Bai Wanzi bounced out in embarrassment. "Oh my, so many snakes." Only then did the couple realize that somehow, many snakes had appeared in the room. In a flash, one of the snakes lunged at Juicy with its mouth wide open. Why did so many snakes appear in the room? And would Juicy be able to escape from the snake's jaws? Everyone was happily enjoying their romantic moment, but it was ruined by a group of uninvited guests. Su Huaibei shielded Juicy behind him, swung his sword, and cut the large snake in front of him in half. Unfortunately, the number of snakes kept increasing. It was clearly intentional. Continuing to cut them wasn't a solution. In his anxiety, Juicy accidentally knocked over the candlestick on the table. The snake group quickly retreated when they encountered fire. This made Juicy find a weakness. Snakes fear fire. Su Huaibei swiftly knocked over all the candlesticks on the table. A big fire started in the room, and the snakes scattered, no longer attacking. In an instant, the fire spread throughout the inn, attracting the attention of surrounding people. In the crowd, two people concluded that Su Huaibei's group had perished in the fire, thinking their plot had succeeded. Little did they know, Su Huaibei and his group had already escaped from the inn. They now appeared unharmed before them. The two were shocked. "How are you here?" This question directly exposed them as the ones who released the snakes. Su Huaibei's expression turned serious. "Should we not be here?" At this moment, an old man appeared with a cane. "What's going on?" Seeing Su Huaibei, his eyes suddenly lit up. He bowed and knelt. "Are you the prince, sir?" Juicy was secretly surprised. How could the village chief of this remote mountain village recognize royalty at a glance? "Do you know the punishment for attempting to harm royal family members?" The old man quickly explained that these were all villagers. With the recent floods, bandits were roaming around, and they acted out of fear. This was obviously just an excuse. But Juicy didn't pursue it further. "All right, find us a new place to stay. We can't sleep out here in the open." The group was arranged in a new inn. As soon as Jingji closed the door, he asked why the prince didn't pursue the matter. Su Huaibei crossed his arms. Now that our identities are revealed, they won't use such foolish methods that expose themselves again. Their secret contest with Wang Chong had just begun. They should focus their energy on more important matters. At this moment, Jussi noticed there was only one bed in the room. His eyes sparkled as he started to daydream. Only one bed. Does that mean we can sleep together? Suddenly, he turned his head and found Su Huaibei looking at him. He walked over and held Jussi in his arms. After all these scares today, get a good rest and sleep. We'll talk about everything else tomorrow. The 1,200-watt Jingji brand light bulb, long accustomed to being a third wheel, silently glowed. It's okay. Just pretend I don't exist. The next day, the old man came to Su Huaibei's lodging. Your Highness, the village conditions are humble. Are you comfortable? What are your plans for today? Su Huaibei informed the old man, I heard the village suffered minimal flood damage. I'd like to take a look around. The old man immediately nodded in agreement. At your command, your Highness and Princess. This old one will personally guide you. Jussi quickly waved his hands. I'm not the princess, just a maid. Please don't flatter me, village chief. This surprised Su Huaibei. This girl, who always considered herself his partner, suddenly claimed to be a maid. Is the prince upset? How to console him? Urgent advice needed. Immediately, in Shangha village, the village chief led Su Huaibei and Jussi to inspect the village. They saw rice plants in the fields leaning in all directions, not looking like they had been carefully tended by farmers. The village chief explained, trying to remain calm. These days, farming doesn't make money. Everyone's making tools. So apart from this sparse rice, the village only grows corn on the back mountain. Hearing the hidden panic in the chief's voice, Jussi pretended not to notice and smiled, saying he had never seen a mountain and would like to take a look. The chief's smile became more forced. Of course, miss, if you'd like to see it. But the mountain is full of vegetation. Your Highness and the miss should be careful. He then turned to someone behind him and ordered, Nioer, His Highness wants to go up the mountain. Come and clear the path. A man carrying a sickle stepped out from the crowd, looking more like a bandit with his fierce appearance. As the village chief and Nioer walked in front, Su Huaibei and Jussi followed behind, quietly discussing. The rice fields they just saw weren't well maintained. Even the dense areas looked hastily planted, as if for show. Jussi looked understanding. He said they only grow some corn on the mountain. Do you believe that? As they walked, suddenly Nioer stopped. It's here. Jussi looked towards the cornfield and asked, is there anything behind this? The village chief quickly intervened. That area shouldn't be visited. It's the village cemetery. Miss, you're young. You shouldn't disturb it. Let's go back down. Seeing the chief's intense reaction, Jussi was certain there was something fishy about the back mountain. Instead of exposing this, he casually mentioned feeling hungry and suggested going down to find something to eat. After eating, Jussi and Su Huaibei pretended to go rest, but secretly went to the outskirts of the village. They saw a group of young men gathered at the foot of the mountain, learning from their conversation that they were waiting for Nioer. Their secretive behavior suggested they were up to no good. Jussi and Su Huaibei hid behind some nearby rocks. As they suspected, there was indeed something on the back mountain. The village chief seemed nervous, unsure how much information had been discovered. While waiting, Jussi seemed to remember something and asked, why were you unhappy earlier? Su Huaibei didn't speak, avoiding eye contact. Jussi turned his head and firmly held Su Huaibei's face. Don't say you weren't. I could tell. It was when the village chief called me the princess. Why were you upset? What happened? The prince was actually sulking quietly. Jussi turned Su Huaibei's face towards him, asking why he was unhappy. The emotional prince finally held Jussi's hand and asked, why didn't you acknowledge being the princess? Although I haven't formally proposed to your family yet, after resolving this matter. Before he could finish, Jussi burst into laughter. He couldn't believe Su Huaibei was upset over such a casual remark. He playfully tapped Su Huaibei's chin. So eager to marry me. I wonder who was the one telling me to behave properly before. Su Huaibei gently pressed Jussi's hand to his face. I was wrong. I didn't know then that I'd be so completely smitten by you now. As they were having this intimate moment, Nioer arrived, and the group started heading up the mountain. Jussi and Su Huaibei immediately followed. Reaching the back of the mountain, they made a significant discovery. The area the chief claimed was a cemetery was actually filled with small red flowers. Several young men were tilling the soil there. Observing secretly, Jussi recognized the flower species. It was called autumn leaf flower, the main ingredient for the immortal umbrella drug. The young men were chatting idly. A prince with nothing better to do than come to our place. When do you think he'll leave? One of them leered, that man's no pushover, but the little miss with him is quite something. Wonder what she'd be like. Their crude remarks about him made Jussi so angry he felt murderous. The mark on his forehead slowly began to appear. Su Huaibei suddenly covered Jussi's ears to prevent him from hearing more vulgar words. Under his soothing, the mark on Jussi's forehead gradually faded. This puzzled by Wanzi. Aren't you angry? With your temperament, you should have killed them by now. Jussi replied calmly, give me some credit. I have a fiancé now. He'll naturally handle such matters. As they were discussing how to deal with these people, suddenly, several hidden weapons flew towards them from behind. Su Huaibei quickly embraced 94 and dodged the hidden weapons. A masked assassin wielding a short knife leaped towards them. Su Huaibei reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to block the attacker's assault. Jussi was secretly shocked. It wasn't a villager, but an assassin. At that moment, a voice from behind said, "Little girl, this is not a place you should be." The prince and the prime minister's daughter were a well-matched, loving couple. Why did the girl say her father might want to fight the prince? Back to the previous scene, a villager took advantage of the chaos and raised a sickle to strike Jussi. With a clang, Su Huaibei quickly intervened, using his sword to knock away the sickle. Knowing they were outmatched, several villagers fled in panic. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes. Su Huaibei raised his sword, ready to strike at the newcomer. Upon closer look, it was the imperial envoy Su Jining arriving with guards for support. He bowed to Su Huaibei and reported that he had received news from Miss Wang about Wang Chang's plan to assassinate the prince, so he came to assist. Su Huaibei's expression changed. It seemed he might have to confront Wang Chang directly. Sure enough, on their way down the mountain, they saw a group of people approaching with torches. Su Huaibei shielded 94 behind the mountain, wondering if the Duan prince knew of Wang's unauthorized actions. Wang Chang wasn't worried at all. He hadn't planned to leave Su Huaibei alive and intended to claim credit from the Duan prince afterward. He then ordered Wang Mi to be brought out. Apparently, he had discovered Wang Mi's secret cooperation with Su Huaibei. He kicked Wang Mi viciously, saying, "You ungrateful wretch, just like your mother. You both look down on me, don't you?" Wang Mi, already badly mistreated, secretly took out a hairpin hidden in her sleeve. Suddenly, Wang Chang's face was grazed by a flying dart from the opposite direction. He touched his wound, unable to believe that Su Huaibei, seemingly at his wit's end, would still dare to attack him. Wang Mi suddenly stood up and, taking advantage of Wang Chang's distraction, lunged forward and stabbed him in the stomach with the hairpin. Her eyes filled with hatred. She said, "You don't deserve to mention my mother." Jussi silently reflected that Wang Chang, who had abused his own daughter, finally got what he deserved. With Wang Chang's death, many accomplices in Shangha village were captured. Watching the group being taken away, Jussi said with a hint of sadness, "Many people will die this time, won't they?" Su Huaibei stroked his head, saying, "They must face the consequences of their actions. Making a living is something others can't help with. It's up to them." Jussi turned and joked, "You're different. You can rely on me." Seeing Su Huaibei's awkward expression, he continued teasing, "If your highness can't make ends meet, remember to come find me. I'll try being a pretty boy for a change." This comment sparked Su Huaibei's sense of crisis. He pulled Jussi close, saying, "I didn't know you had thoughts of being a pretty boy." Jussi quickly explained he was just joking. "Your highness is divine. After seeing you, how could I look at anyone else?" Su Huaibei held him, saying, "Once we return to the capital, we can't be this unrestrained." At this moment, Jussi suddenly remembered a serious issue. He scratched his face sheepishly. "Your highness, I haven't told you yet. When I left, I only left a note saying I was coming to find you. My father might bring people to confront you." The general's daughter had run away from home for love. Only afterward did she realize the serious consequences. Her father probably wouldn't let the prince off easily. At this time, the heartbroken Mu Yuanzhang was still battling with the prime minister. The emperor hadn't attended court for over 10 days, causing unrest. The prime minister, the only one who had visited the emperor, needed to give an explanation to calm the people. The prime minister stated that the emperor was just avoiding drafts and therefore hadn't left his chambers. Then he turned the tables, accusing Mu Yuanzong of slandering him with malicious intent, claiming he was trying to disrupt the court and mislead the people. Mu Yuanzong, a military man unskilled in verbal debates, was at a loss for how to respond. He could only turn and leave in anger. Su Huaibei, through his spies' reports, deduced that something had happened in the capital, so the group prepared to leave Jiangnan. At this time, Jusi was saying goodbye to Wang Mi, who was worried about her previous actions that seemed rebellious in the eyes of the world. Jusi consoled her, saying that being rebellious is just not conforming to others' views, but what they believe to be right is right. He held Wang Mi's hand, saying, "If given another chance, you would surely make the same choice." That's the truth, isn't it? Wang Mi's eyes glistened with tears. Though they hadn't known each other long, she deeply admired Jusi's open-minded attitude. Jusi also greatly admired Wang Mi and invited her to visit the general's mansion in the capital someday. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Huaibei pulled him away, citing time constraints. In the carriage, Jusi laughed heartily, teasing Su Huaibei for being a jealous fiancé, even envious of women. Embarrassed and angry, Su Huaibei pinched Jusi's cheeks, telling him to stop laughing. With his face squeezed like a bun, Jusi quickly begged for mercy, asking him to let go. Unexpectedly, after Su Huaibei released his hand, Jusi continued smiling. Suddenly, Su Huaibei leaned over and kissed him, covering Jusi's eyes. "I told you to stop laughing." Jusi stared blankly at the jealous man before him, thinking, if I had known there would be such benefits, I would have laughed every day. Su Huaibei hugged him tightly, saying, "Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, I'll risk being beaten to death by your father and marry you home early." Nestled against his sturdy chest, Jusi secretly rejoiced, thinking, marrying me home early. That's exactly what I want. After several days of travel, Jusi finally returned to the wooden house. Upon seeing his father, he rushed over to apologize. His attitude seemed to say, "I was wrong, but I'll do it again next time." Overjoyed to see his daughter return, old Mu forgot to scold Jusi for running away. He grabbed him and started examining him from all angles, asking if he had suffered any hardships outside. "Your mother has been thinking of you. Go see her quickly." Su Huaibei, who had accompanied him back, also said, "Cici, go rest." This remark aroused Mu Yuanzhang's vigilance. "Cici, isn't the prince addressing him too casually? If it's your first time visiting your partner's home, and you're confronted by both their older brother and aunt, how would you handle it?" At this moment, Su Huaibei felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. On either side of him sat Jusi's second brother, Mu Hongwen, and his aunt, Cui Yueying. Mu Hongwen asked first, "Your Highness, do you know Jusi's favorite pastry and tea?" Su Huaibei calmly replied, "Cici loves lotus paste pastry most, prefers Longjing tea, and dislikes jasmine tea." Mu Hongwen pressed on, knowing these as expected. Before he could finish, Su Huaibei added, "Cici also likes peony flowers, prefers red dresses, and gold jewelry suits him better than silver." This detailed knowledge left Mu Hongwen speechless. He had to admit that even as a brother, he couldn't match the prince's understanding of Jusi. After Mu Hongwen retreated sheepishly, the aunt began a new round of questioning. "I have a question for your highness." Su Huaibei solemnly accepted the teacup from the aunt, saying, "Please ask, I'll answer truthfully." The aunt smiled and said, Jusi was previously engaged to the Lin family. At that time, he seemed bewitched, his temperament unstable. "Has your highness noticed?" Upon hearing this, Su Huaibei immediately paused. Meanwhile, Jusi was in the courtyard with his mother, Lin Xiaoji. He had just learned that his aunt had gone to the front hall. Holding his mother's hand, he spoke well of Su Huaibei. "He's been good to me. Look, I went out and came back without any issues." Lin Xiaoji stroked Jusi's head, expressing her worries. They were mainly concerned about Jusi being mistreated, fearing that Su Huaibei might look down on him because of his previous engagement. Jusi looks serious, he won't. "I've made up my mind. I must marry him." Regarding the aunt's question, Su Huaibei's eyes were full of determination. "I understand your concerns. The Lin family's son was unsuitable, so Cici's early withdrawal from the engagement was a good thing. Since I've already promised Cici to propose, I won't go back on my word." Seeing her daughter so determined, Lin Xiaoji said, "Then do as you wish." A grown daughter can't be controlled by her mother. After concluding the meeting, Su Huaibei returned from the Mu residence. Cheng Ziren was already waiting at the door. He informed Su Huaibei that the emperor hadn't been seen for days. Today, the Grand General Mu and the Prime Minister had a dispute, but there was still no movement from the palace. As Su Huaibei had suspected, something had indeed happened in the palace. His expression darkened. Inside the Sinang Palace, the Duan prince reported to the Empress Dowager that the 13th prince had entered the palace. Although the Empress Dowager was Su Huaibei's birth mother, their relationship was not close. She reacted indifferently to this news. Seeing the Duan prince's unusual attentiveness, the Empress Dowager had already guessed he must have a request. The Duan prince had always been lecherous. If not for the Empress Dowager, the princes wouldn't have been able to protect themselves all these years. This time, the Duan prince appeared to have reformed. He earnestly expressed his desire to take a wife. "I wish to marry the Grand General's daughter." What exactly happened? In the heavily guarded palace, the prince was actually pinned down by a girl. As the Duan prince was discussing marriage with the Empress Dowager, a maid reported that the Xiaoyao prince sought an audience. Su Huaibei entered the hall to see the Empress Dowager and Uncle Duan prince in a scene of maternal affection and filial piety. He got straight to the point, inquiring about the emperor's recent illness and inability to face the wind. The Empress Dowager, however, showed him no kindness, stating that the emperor had caught a cold and there was nothing else amiss. After speaking, she deliberately took out a warm jade and gave it to the Duan prince. Su Huaibei noticed this and felt a pang in his heart, as it was clearly the birthday gift he had given to the Empress Dowager before. Not wanting to continue this fruitless conversation, he bowed to the Empress Dowager and took his leave. After leaving Sinang Palace, Jingji, who was waiting by the carriage, felt indignant about the cold treatment Su Huaibei had received. Su Huaibei, however, was already accustomed to it and got into the carriage, telling Jingji not to say more. As soon as he got into the carriage, a hand from the shadows grabbed his collar. Before he could react, he was pinned down. Looking closely, he realized it was Jusi, who had just escaped from home. For a moment, there was silence in the carriage, with only the sound of their pounding hearts. Jusi then realized that his bold behavior seemed quite inappropriate. He hurriedly tried to get off Su Huaibei, but lost his balance and was about to fall. Su Huaibei quickly sat up and wrapped his arm around Jusi's waist. Their eyes met, and the temperature around them seemed to rise again. Jusi broke the intimate atmosphere by speaking. He looked at Su Huaibei, who was now doing perfect sit-ups. He said, "You demon." "Not bad." Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager slammed her hand on the table. "No!" Regarding the Duan prince's request to marry the general's daughter, she reacted violently. Mu Yuanzong held military power, and a prince marrying into his family was a very dangerous signal. She spoke harshly. "I see that Miss Mu is nothing but a vixen. You've only met her a few times, and she's already bewitched you like this." To completely dissuade the Duan prince, the Empress Dowager used both soft and hard tactics. "Duaner, be a good boy and listen to me. As long as you obey, I won't harm you." The Duan prince rarely saw the Empress Dowager so angry. He quickly knelt down and said he understood, but secretly he still held on to his desire, thinking, "I must have that Mu girl." At this time in the Mu residence, Jusi had just returned to his room using the system's teleportation function. The maid Qian rushed and panicked, informing him that Lin Ziqian had dared to come to their door. Through the projection, Jusi saw that Lin Ziqian was being beaten up by his second brother. Jusi asked Qian about Lin Ziqian's purpose for coming. It turned out he had come to invite Jusi to his house to pay respects to his wife, Xiningying. Unexpectedly, Jusi immediately agreed to this outrageous request. He walked out of the room confidently. Lin Ziqian couldn't save face. It seemed there would be an interesting show at the Lin family. An ex-boyfriend inviting you to his current wife's funeral. What kind of melodramatic plot is this? Others would definitely avoid it, but Jusi agreed without hesitation. He wanted to see what the Lin family was really up to. Arriving at the Lin residence, Lin Yushan's face was a mix of emotions. Jusi's tone was full of mockery. "Old Master Lin is truly admirable. Your daughter-in-law passed away so soon after the wedding, yet you can still force a smile to greet guests while enduring such grief." Lin Yushan, however, didn't get angry at having his facade exposed. Instead, he acted unusually, smiling and asking Jusi to wait a moment while he went away briefly. At this time, Jusi noticed someone staring at him from a distance. It was Su Huaiduan. Suddenly, a hand from behind pushed him hard. Jusi fell into the water under the bridge in full view of everyone. After being rescued by others, he emerged from the water in a mess. A maid was now leading him to change clothes. After walking for a while, the maid led Jusi to a secluded room. telling him that clothes were prepared for him inside before leaving. Juicy then noticed the neatly folded clothes on the table. He picked up the beautifully colored dress and hiccuped playfully. Even Bai Wanzi beside him marveled. It's rare for Lin Yushan to have such good taste. Suddenly, he inhaled a strange scent. Juicy began to feel dizzy and unsteady. He inwardly cursed, realizing he had fallen into a trap despite all his precautions. As he was rendered defenseless by the drug, the Duan prince appeared in the room with a lecherous expression. Juicy, you've finally fallen into my hands. Juicy struggled to maintain his composure. So Lin Yushan had helped Su Huaiduan set this up to bring him here. Su Huaiduan slowly approached Juicy. Aren't you here to change clothes? This color took me a long time to choose. It really suits you. At this moment, Bai Wanzi was urgently concocting an antidote, but it would take a quarter of an hour before it could be used safely, or else it might cause problems. Su Huaiduan approached with the clothes. The Palace Dye House put in a lot of effort. Even Su Huaibei couldn't get these clothes. Juicy was shocked. This fool actually knew about his relationship with Su Huaibei. Su Huaiduan's face was full of smugness. The way they looked at each other, so full of affection. Anyone paying the slightest attention would know about their relationship. He calmly sat down and told Juicy, don't wait for Su Huaibei to come save you. He's in the palace right now and might not even be able to save himself. Hearing that Su Huaibei was in trouble, Juicy became even more impatient. He couldn't wait for the antidote side effects to wear off. He took the antidote and drank it all at once. Su Huaiduan, thinking he had everything under control, lewdly urged Juicy to change clothes. Suddenly, Juicy chopped him from behind, knocking him to the ground. After taking down the Duan prince, he quickly opened the door and left. At this moment, he had only one thought in mind. Su Huaibei, wait for me. A girl attends the funeral of her ex-fiancé's wife, but is drugged by her ex and a lecherous prince. They attempt to force her into a marriage. Fortunately, the girl has a system cheat. She takes the antidote in time and escapes. Juicy learns from the Duan prince that Su Huaibei is in trouble at the palace and rushes to help. But he finds that Bai Wanzi only teleported him to the palace gates. He asks why they can't enter. Bai Wanzi looks unusually flustered. He explains that the unknown force that was suppressing him earlier is in the palace's teleportation range. Given the current uncertain situation, entering the palace would limit their actions. Juicy is extremely anxious, but helpless. He can only wait outside the palace walls. He curls up outside the palace, thinking I just want to be closer to him. Huaibei, please don't let anything happen to you. Meanwhile, in the palace's Tian Hall, a woman paces back and forth anxiously. Consort Duan turns to look at the calm Su Huaibei. Prince, aren't you worried at all? Su Huaibei, who was suddenly struck, picks up a teacup and replies, would worrying help? In fact, Consort Duan's worries weren't unfounded. The emperor is officially resting, but the actual situation is in the prime minister's hands. Today, the prime minister had the palace staff removed on some pretext, and soon after, news spread that the emperor had mistakenly taken some pills and fallen into a coma. She and the prince had just met with the emperor today. If His Majesty doesn't wake up, they both might be suspected. Su Huaibei, seeing her agitation, advises, too much anxiety is harmful. Why don't you sit down and rest? Consort Duan instinctively protects her belly, wondering if he has noticed. She was about to say something when the prime minister walked in. Prince, you're very composed. Su Huaibei crosses his legs. That old alchemist was presented to His Majesty by you, Prime Minister. The fact that you can still smile now shows true composure. At this moment, a palace maid rushes in, informing everyone that the emperor has awakened. The three hurry to the emperor's chambers. Consort Duan moves quickly to the bedside, asking concernedly how His Majesty feels. Seeing his beloved consort's slightly reddened eyes from worry, the emperor feels touched. I'm Fine. You've suffered these past days. Who was behind the emperor's coma, and why did he wake up so quickly? The powerful system cheat from rebirth suddenly vanished. As the girl panics, a man appears beside her. Who could this person be? Back to the previous episode. Just as Consort Duan was anxiously worrying about the emperor's coma, a palace maid rushes in to inform them that the emperor has awakened. Everyone immediately hurries to the emperor's chambers. The prime minister, astonished by the emperor's sudden recovery, bows and probes if he knows who harmed him. The emperor confidently states it was the pills made by the Taoist priest. The priest was presented by the prime minister. His tone now slightly panicked. Is your Majesty certain? After all, the consort also sent food, which hasn't been examined yet. Furious that someone would slander his most beloved consort, the emperor angrily retorts, "Prime Minister, do you think I'm so muddled that I don't know who tried to harm me?" Seeing the emperor's anger, the prime minister dares not say more. He lowers his voice, bows, and asks to be excused. On the palace roof, a man in black quietly comments, "The old emperor's temper isn't great." Beside him appears Bai Wanzi's dark counterpart, Hai Wanzi. This man is Prince Jing, Su Huijing. Hai Wanzi leans on his shoulder and asks, "Your goal is to ascend the throne. Why save the emperor?" Su Huijing silently adjusts his clothes. "What benefit would killing my royal brother bring me now? The prime minister is much harder to deal with than my brother." As he speaks, he opens a teleportation channel. Unlike Jussi's clumsy use of the teleportation function, he seems very proficient. "Now there's someone else I need to see." With that, he dives into the channel and disappears from the roof. Meanwhile, Jussi, still waiting outside the palace walls, sees Bai Wanzi suddenly jump up, his body glowing. Quickly, that force... Before he could finish, Bai Wanzi vanished right before his eyes. Jussi frantically calls out to Bai Wanzi, but there's no response. He immediately panics. Suddenly, a voice nearby says, "Miss Mu, there's no need to panic." Accompanied by a red glow, Su Huijing appears beside her. He smiles kindly at Jussi, concealing the system, saying it's just been temporarily set aside by me. Unexpectedly, the force that had been suppressing Bai Wanzi was Su Huijing. Why does he also have a system cheat? She had thought that her rebirth made her the unique chosen one. Who would have thought another favored by fate would appear, and with abilities that completely overwhelm her own? Jussi is shocked. She never imagined Prince Jing also had a system. What could his intentions be? Prince Jing states he has no ill intentions. He blocked Bai Wanzi out of concern that Jussi might use the system to escape before he could speak with her. Now that they're talking, there's no need to block the system anymore. With a snap of his fingers, he releases the still frantically yelling Bai Wanzi. Though both are ball-shaped, the self-proclaimed mature Hai Wanzi disdains Bai Wanzi for being too noisy. The released Bai Wanzi rolls left and right, protesting that he was not only locked in a dark room, but also denied access to Chobao anime videos, which is simply too much. Jussi grabs his tail and pulls him back. It's too embarrassing to be so agitated when they're clearly outmatched. Prince Jing, with his hands in his sleeves, says, "Today, I merely came to greet another system holder. Miss Mu, please don't mind." With that, he disappears in a flash of red light. Bai Wanzi, hugging his little lamb tail pitifully, says, "Host, that person is this world's favored one. We better not go against him. Heaven's favor is no joke." Jussi agrees. The way Su Huijing looked at her was like observing a helpless cat or dog. It felt awful. She can't help but grab Bai Wanzi and frantically squeeze him. How come their system is so impressive while you look like you were given away for free? But then again, as a prince, Su Huijing's fate is to become emperor. Does Su Huibei know what he's planning? Thinking this, she immediately sets off. Bai Wanzi, advance. In the minister's office, Su Huibei is still handling government affairs late into the night. He notices a sound from the window and immediately turns his head. Jussi jumps in from the window, holding up her skirt. "I heard the prince was stuck in the palace, so I came to find you." Su Huibei's expression immediately softens. "It's nothing. Consort Duan is pregnant, and the emperor fell into a coma, so I came to the palace to check on them." It seems Su Huibei is completely unaware of Su Huijing's intentions. Otherwise, the brothers would likely be at odds already. Su Huibei walks over and grips Jussi's shoulders. "Don't you know how dangerous it is to come and go as you please? What if someone sees you?" But Jussi is unconcerned. "I knew that, but when I see your face, I get all dizzy." She leans close to Su Huibei's ear. "If you ever stop being a prince, you should become a professional kidnapper. I'd definitely fall for it every time." She then gives Su Huibei's ear a light kiss. After doing this, she giggles. Her daily joy now is to tease this straight man. Unexpectedly, Su Huibei suddenly reaches out to touch her face. He pulls Jussi into his arms. "Didn't I tell you not to do this to me?" he says as he lowers his voice seductively to Jussi. On the surface, he's the upright and honest prince. But in private, the prince is a complete wife-doting maniac. Not only with constant hugs and kisses, he even brings his partner along to handle government affairs. Fortunately, even if Su Huibei has the potential to be a foolish ruler, Jussi, who has experienced 5,000 years, always maintains a clear head. While assisting in reviewing memorials, she notices something odd. It's a report from the Capitol Guard about people from Sherlin fighting in the back alley of a brothel. Originally a trivial matter, but the cause of the case is written as none. Usually, such cases are caused by drunken brawls. Leaving it blank instead draws attention. Moreover, the involved party, Sherlin, is someone Su Huaibei knows. Though hot-tempered, he wouldn't initiate a fight. It seems someone deliberately wants them to investigate. Su Huaibei decides to look into the case carefully. He brings Jusi to a room. The room is lined with several heavy bookshelves. Just as they sit down, a gap in the bookshelf suddenly opens, and a familiar figure walks out from behind. It's Chung Ziren, the student they met earlier at Qingshan bookstore. Jusi and Chung Ziren had interacted a lot while dealing with the Shunxian Sani case. The two still banter as usual when they meet. Chung Ziren, knowing the prince is jealous, doesn't dare to reminisce too much with Jusi and gets straight to the point. He had guessed that Su Huaibei came about Sherlin's fight. The strange thing about this incident is that not only did Sherlin act against his nature by participating in the brawl, but he also went out alone that day, contrary to his usual habit of being surrounded by people. As Chung Ziren rambles on, Su Huaibei suddenly grabs Jusi's hand. This startles Jusi. With an acquaintance present, Jusi doesn't dare to act rashly. She quietly withdraws her hand while feeling thirsty. Unexpectedly, Su Huaibei tightly grasps her hand again. They simultaneously look at each other. The deep affection in their eyes seems to ignite the surrounding air. Both of them instantly blush and turn their heads away. However, Jusi's concern is unnecessary. After all, sitting in front of them is a lifelong single, oblivious bookworm. Chung Ziren is completely unaware of the change in atmosphere and continues to discuss the case. After listening to his explanation, Jusi realizes this case, deliberately brought to the prince's attention, likely has a complex answer. She looks at Chung Ziren and suggests, "Why don't you continue to infiltrate the enemy camp and gather more information?" This indeed confirms the saying, "A man with a wife is a treasure, while a man without one is like a blade of grass." Chung Littlegrass immediately protests to the prince about Jusi's unreasonable arrangement, stating he's a student coming to the capital for exams. But the prince has already decided, following his wife's lead, I'll listen to Cece. What's it like dating the prince? It's probably like getting whatever you want, even if it's a courtyard 1,000 miles away. After secretly building their home, they return to the prince's mansion. Jusi looks at Su Huai, secretly wondering why he's so insecure. He gets jealous even when she glances at Chung Ziren. While pondering, she notices the garden full of peach blossoms. How could there be peach blossoms in the capital at this time of year? It turns out that when they left Jiangnan earlier, Su Huaibei saw how reluctant Jusi was to leave. So he had the entire courtyard replicated here for her to visit whenever she misses it. As the saying goes, chaotic flowers about to confuse people's shadows. Jusi is completely absorbed in admiring the beautiful garden when she accidentally slips. Fortunately, Su Huaibei catches her in time. Jusi looks up at Su Huaibei, expressing how much she likes it. Su Huaibei smiles slightly. Do you only like this courtyard? Jusi points to his handsome, determined face. Of course, she likes the person in front of her even more. The scene shifts to the Lin residence. Prince Duan, who was knocked out by Jusi, has just woken up. As soon as he sits up, he immediately asks about Jusi's whereabouts. Lin Yushan informs him that Jusi returned home before he woke up. His scheme having failed, Su Huaiduan vents his anger on Lin Yushan, kicking him down and calling him a useless thing for failing to control her. Although Lin Yushan is resentful, he can only silently endure it. The next day, Chung Ziren, entrusted with an important task by Jusi, arrives at the Sure residence to gather information. His entry into the Sure residence is very smooth, with maids treating him respectfully. No one knows about his relationship with the carefree prince. He thinks, I'm just a poor scholar. What could Sherling want from me? It's pointless to overthink. I can only react as things unfold. After all, if I succeed, I'll have a chance to seek revenge using the carefree prince's power. He sees Sherlin in the distance, surrounded by maids. It seems his injuries are no longer serious, and he even looks quite content. Seeing Chung Ziren, Sherlin immediately greets him warmly, saying he needs his help with something. Chung Ziren pretends to be honored, saying he never imagined he could be of service to the young master. Sherlin walks over with a cane and familiarly puts his arm around Chung Ziren's shoulder. He points to a book on the table, top student of Xingshan Academy, Chung Ziren. I've heard of you. The item is right here. Chung Ziren reaches out to take the book. Sherlin immediately stops him, saying, this favor isn't easy to do. You must promise absolute secrecy. Chung Ziren pretends to be angry. If senior brother doesn't trust me, forget it. I have nothing of value, so I probably can't help you anyway. Seeing this, Sherlin quickly lets go and smilingly says he's just being cautious. Chung Ziren opens the book and is shocked. It's actually the Imperial examination questions. No wonder Sherlin suddenly became so friendly. He wants to cheat on the exam. He's a prince, second only to one person and above 10,000 others. Why does he always lack a sense of security? In the palace, the emperor discusses with Su Huaibei how to handle the exam cheating incident. He entrusts the matter entirely to his capable brother. As usual, Su Huaibei quietly bows and assures his royal brother not to worry. As he's leaving, the emperor calls out to him, asking if he resents their mother. After a moment of silence, Su Huaibei says he's not a saint. Watching Su Huaibei's departing figure, the emperor secretly sighs in relief. After leaving the palace, Su Huaibei informs Chung Ziren of the handling plan and reassures him that with this achievement, he needn't worry about the abyss matter anymore. However, Chung Ziren feels that this handling method is too cruel. It sacrifices the opportunities of thousands of students just to lure out the culprits. Does Jussi know he's going to do this? Su Huaibei posts. He knows Jussi would definitely not agree with his approach. This question seems to tear open a wound hidden deep in his heart for many years. Though they are brothers born from the same mother, he and the emperor are worlds apart. The court discusses him as a member of the Ma clan, while also pitying and mocking him for not being favored by his birth mother. Ironically, it's precisely because he and the empress are like fire and water that the emperor dismisses his suspicions and entrusts him with important tasks. Born into a royal family, perhaps one shouldn't expect true emotions. Su Huaibei thinks of that bright girl. Will she trust him wholeheartedly? Without realizing it, he has ridden his horse too. General Su Huaibei also feels he's being quite impulsive, coming to Jussi's home like a young boy. But since he's here, he might as well wait until dawn to see his beloved. He leans against the wall, closing his eyes to doze off. Suddenly, a playful finger pokes him. It turns out Jussi saw Su Huaibei arrive through the system and sneaked out through a portal. She teases Su Huaibei for being a blockhead, not knowing to secretly inform her when it's so late and the journey is long. Su Huaibei embraces her, saying he just wanted to see her and there's nothing urgent. Sensing Su Huaibei's mood, Jussi quickly asks if something was said at the palace. Su Huaibei tells her the plan. The emperor intends to use Chung Ziren to sell answers to cheating students through Sherling. Those with identical answers will be identified as cheaters. Jussi is shocked. This means some innocent students will also be implicated. Su Huaibei says he'll try his best to avoid harming the innocent. He tentatively asks if Jussi thinks he's too heartless. Rarely seeing Su Huaibei so carefully seeking an answer, Jussi feels very concerned. She looks at him with determination, saying, "My prince is not heartless or cruel. It's just the situation you're in. Whatever decision you make, I'll be by your side." She was supposed to provide the prince with a cultivation manual. Why does he look so troubled after reading it? Ever since Jussi learned from Su Huaibei about the emperor's plan to handle the exam cheating, she's been secretly worried. While it seems the emperor trusts Su Huaibei by giving him this task, if exposed, he'll make enemies throughout the court with no chance of promotion. And there's also Su Huijing, the discarded son. How could Su Huaibei, a mere mortal, stand against him without being destroyed? Thinking of this, she suddenly has an idea. She learned about cultivation methods in the previous 5,000 worlds. Perhaps she could write them down for Su Huaibei. At nightfall, Su Huaibei returns to his mansion exhausted. Dealing with the exam incident has been so busy lately, he hasn't had time to see Cece for days. As he enters the room, he's suddenly startled. The person he's been thinking of is right there in his room. Who knows when she arrived? Jussi is sound sound asleep, not waking even as Su Huaibei pokes her cheek. Su Huaibei gently picks Juicy up. Just as he's about to put her on the bed, something falls out. He picks it up and sees it's a manual on cultivating qi. The handwriting is Juicy's, but the content seems to be a cultivation manual for that littlewood spirit. How careless to leave it lying around. Juicy wakes up from her sleep. As she sits up, she sees Su Huaibei studying the cultivation manual she brought. Su Huaibei hands the book back to her, teasing her about her careless habit. Juicy smiles, saying the manual was meant for him. Hearing this, Su Huaibei is even more puzzled. It's actually for him. The girl looks excited, urging him to see if he has any insights. If he could become an immortal in one step, that would be even cooler. Su Huaibei obediently reads as Juicy instructed, but secretly wonders why she gave him a cultivation manual. After a long time, seeing no reaction from Su Huaibei, Baiwanzi secretly questions if the prince lacks talent. Juicy immediately refutes, saying even in a cultivation world, Su Huaibei would surely be exceptional. There's nothing missing in the book. The only reason must be that this world's spiritual energy concentration is insufficient. Realizing this, Juicy secretly regrets not bringing some spiritual energy back from the immortal cultivation world. Suddenly, Su Huaibei grabs her hand, looking at Juicy very seriously. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Juicy tentatively called out, "Su Huaibei." Su Huaibei's face was full of shock. "You're not from this world. Are you planning to leave me? If your partner said you weren't human, how would you react?" A normal person's reaction would be to deny it immediately. But Juicy didn't want to do that, because her reborn self indeed wasn't from this world. It's just that her revenge wasn't complete. Revealing the truth would only lead to being seen as a monster. She secretly asked Baiwanzi if she could tell Su Huaibei the truth. Baiwanzi was full of worry. Many hosts, after confessing their origins to their lovers, were treated as demons. The outcome was often cruel. Juicy's eyes were determined. She had faith in Su Huaibei. So she said, "I am Mu Juicy, completely Mu Juicy. You don't need to doubt this." Then she told him about being deceived by a scumbag in her previous life, experiencing the execution of her entire family, and then being reborn. She told Su Huaibei everything. As she recalled, Juicy was already in tears. She also confessed that Su Huaibei's previous memory gap was because she chose to grow up immediately. After saying all this, her eyes darted around, afraid that Su Huaibei wouldn't accept her identity. Su Huaibei pulled her into his arms. "As long as it's you, I accept everything." His heart was now full of sympathy for Juicy. So she had experienced such painful things. If only he could bear it for her. Juicy's eyes reddened again. She hadn't misjudged him. It was good to tell him everything. But in the next second, salesperson Juicy quickly came online. She held up the cultivation manual, instructing Su Huaibei to read it carefully and seriously. After all, her lifespan was much longer than normal people's. If Su Huaibei didn't cultivate, their time together would be limited. To persuade Su Huaibei, she blinked her eyes pitifully. "If you don't cultivate, after 100 years, I'll be all alone. Can you bear that?" This move was a killer. Su Huaibei immediately took the manual and began to cultivate. Not long after, true qi had already gathered around the seriously cultivating Su Huaibei. Such rapid progress also amazed Juicy. This was simply genius. When Su Huaibei finished a round of cultivation, Juicy immediately leaned in to ask how he felt. "Su Huaibei embat zc. I will work hard to catch up to you, to be someone worthy of you." Soon it was the day of the imperial examination. Chung Ziren stood in the bustling crowd, secretly speculating how many people had bought answers from Sherlin. Suddenly, a man hurrying by bumped into his shoulder. By the time Chung Ziren reacted, something had been slipped into his hand. What was this thing, and who had given it to him? Whether in modern times or ancient times, unmarried men and women probably can't escape the fate of being urged to marry. Faced with the emperor's urging, how should the prince respond? Back to the last episode, Chung Ziren, when no one was looking, quietly opened the note that had been slipped into his hand. It read, "Everything is ready." He sighed inwardly. The other innocent students in this exam hall didn't know they were destined to labor in vain. After the exam, students judged to have cheated were arrested one after another. A subordinate reported this matter. Many were from influential families with strong backing. These people were truly difficult to arrest. Mu Yuanzong was not one to fear power. Exam cheating was a matter that shook the foundations of the state. Those who should be arrested would not be spared. As for how to deal with them, he'd have to ask the prince later. He glanced sideways and noticed the prince had appeared beside him at some point. Su Huaibei said seriously, "Such a coincidence. I hope General Mu won't mind if I freeload a meal at your home." To speak of freeloading so matter-of-factly, truly worthy of being influenced by that female rogue. In the Mu residence, Juicy and Bai Wanzi were chatting idly in the courtyard. Su Huaibei had been busy arresting people these days. She hadn't seen him for several days. The next moment, Su Huaibei appeared before her. He was wearing military attire he rarely wore, looking handsome and more imposing. Juicy joyfully threw herself into his arms. Su Huaibei carefully protected her, afraid she might get scratched by his armor. After a moment of tenderness, Juicy looked up and asked him how the handling of the exam cheating case was going. Su Huaibei replied that they had arrested most of the culprits. However, the main culprit, Shi Lin's family, was relying on their ancestors' merits and remained arrogant. Unfortunately, they couldn't forcibly arrest them, otherwise it would cause too much trouble, and Huang Tsung would lose face. Juicy looked at her man's haggard face, feeling heartbroken. She secretly turned her mind. If they couldn't make a fuss openly, perhaps they could intimidate them secretly at night. In Shi Lin's bedroom, there was a slight noise. He opened his sleepy eyes, about to call someone, when the scene before him made his pupils dilate in shock. He saw a sword hanging above his bed, with a threatening skull dangling from it. The intruder had managed to do this without making a sound. Shi Lin was so scared he wet himself. Not long after, Su Huaibei reported to the emperor that the main culprit, Shi Lin, had confessed. The mastermind behind it was Prince Duan. The emperor's face darkened. He couldn't believe Prince Duan would dare to do such a thing. Su Huaibei reassured him, "Your Majesty, rest assured. After this, no one will dare to be so reckless again." The emperor turned to look at Su Huaibei. "Thanks to you. Speaking of which, you're not young anymore. Have you thought about marriage?" This wasn't the first time the emperor had brought up this topic. Su Huaibei was about to refuse as usual, when he suddenly thought of Juicy's bright face. He said seriously, "Your Majesty, I already have a girl I admire." Even the cold-faced Yama had someone he liked. Even the emperor was curious about this and asked Su Huaibei who the girl was. Without a foolproof plan, Su Huaibei wouldn't easily reveal Juicy's identity. He only said, "Your Majesty has met her before, but that lady hasn't accepted me yet, so it's not appropriate to say." Seeing he was unwilling to say more, the emperor didn't force him and quickly changed the subject. Now that the matter of Wu Bai has been cleared up, since Prince Duan is restless, let him stay in the imperial prison for a while. After reporting official business, Su Huaibei left the palace. Juicy had been waiting in the carriage for a long time. She watched the man approaching from afar with a love-struck face. The prince looks even more handsome and extraordinary. Seeing Juicy, she returned to her usual glib self, knowing he was in a good mood. Since Su Huaibei had been handling the exam cheating case, Juicy had been worried about him. Now that things were looking up, she was naturally in high spirits. Su Huaibei sat in the carriage and told Juicy that he had mentioned to the emperor about having a girl he admired. However, worry appeared on Juicy's face. In her previous life, the emperor was already wary of Su Huaibei. If he knew that Su Huaibei was close to a general's daughter, it might arouse more suspicion from the emperor. Seeing Juicy so worried, Su Huaibei asked for the first time about his fate in her previous life. Juicy told him about how he was killed by the emperor in her previous life. He was shocked to hear this. "I actually died at my brother's hands." Juicy still frowned, unable to cheer up. Su Huaibei gently stroked her face. "Don't overthink it. I'm still fine now, aren't I? And I have you. I won't bear to leave first." Juicy leaned closer to the man's face, ready for a kiss. Suddenly, the carriage jolted. Juicy fell directly into Su Huaibei's arms. Su Huaibei held her small body. "You're still too thin. If I had known you earlier, I would have forced you to practice martial arts and build some muscle." Juicy's competitive spirit was immediately sparked. She showed her arm, saying she could still practice now. Su Huaibei held her hand, saying that practicing martial arts was hard work. Now he just wanted to pamper Juicy. How could he let her get tired? Juicy secretly sweated, not knowing which lightweight maniac almost made her suffocate every time. As soon as she finished speaking, the man pulled her into his arms again. If that's the case, we need to practice more. The carriage arrived at the general's mansion. Akian immediately noticed something unusual about her young miss. How did she end up wearing a veil just from riding in a carriage? Seeing Juicy hurry past, she immediately asked if the young miss was feeling unwell. Little did she know, someone's face was burning so hot it could catch fire, silently cursing Su Huaibei for kissing her like that. How can I face people now? The girl had a happy date, but when she returned home, she found the whole family, young and old, gathered together waiting for her. Had her early romance been discovered? Juicy looked to the side and saw that her father's disciplinary stick had been brought out. Mu Yuanzhang stroked Juicy's head, mumbling, "Our girl has grown up. It's time to understand these things." It turned out that the emperor had sent him to guard the border. To ease the tension, Mu Yuanzhang deliberately beat Juicy, saying, "If you can't see your father, don't cry." The old lady sighed and said helplessly, "With so many generals across the country, why did they have to choose you?" Mu Yuanzhang expressed his understanding of His Majesty's considerations. As a subject, it was his duty to share the emperor's burdens. However, it was indeed too sudden, without any prior notice. At this moment, Bai Wanzi, who had just finished gathering information, quietly told Juicy that the fourth-rank general originally assigned to guard duty had been replaced, and no one knew why the emperor suddenly changed his mind. Although Mu Yuanzhang didn't show it, he was secretly worried. For this departure from the capital, he needed to find someone to entrust his family of dozens of people to. He needed to find an opportunity to seek out the prince. The prince was good in every way, except that he always had his eye on his daughter. Thinking of this, he subtly reminded Juicy, "Daughter, one shouldn't limit oneself to the people right in front of them. You should look further. There are so many good men out there." Although Juicy had no intention of changing partners, she still smiled and agreed with her father. "Daughter will definitely broaden her horizons, not confining myself to the small world before me." No sooner had she finished speaking than a voice came from behind. "Cece, how far do you want to look?" Juicy was startled. "I'm really in trouble. Speak of the devil, and he appears." She was about to slink away when the prince caught her. Su Huaibei's face showed a hint of disappointment. "Is Cece going to abandon me?" Before Juicy could speak, her brothers had already started chanting in her ear, helping Su Huaibei criticize her fickle behavior. Juicy was surprised again. When did Su Huaibei manage to win over her brothers? Su Huaibei whispered to her, "Do you still dare to talk about looking far?" Mu Yuanzhang spoke up, "Prince, you've come at the right time. I have something to ask you." Juicy took this opportunity to quickly slip away. The two men went to a private place to discuss the emperor's recent unpredictable actions. Su Huaibei only instructed Mu Yuanzhang to be extra careful on his journey. Mu Yuanzhang said he wasn't afraid of fighting, but having attachments made things different. He entrusted everything here to Su Huaibei. "Please look after them for me." Finally, he looked at Su Huaibei with a serious face, murmuring, "I'm entrusting them to you."